Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part, what if Harry Potter was abandoned and unlocked ancient power on a forbidden curse-breaking quest. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Here is short summary. Abandoned after third year, Harry is taken in by Bill Weasley and thrust into a dangerous curse-breaking expedition far from home. But in the depths of ancient ruins, he awakens a power long buried, one that could change his fate and the wizarding world forever. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Do you have everything you need? Yes. You sure? Do you have your wand? It's in my holster. You knife? In my belt. Food and water for the day? Both in my backpack. Have you put the sun cream on yet? Yes. On your nose too? Yes, there too. Have you been to the toilet? Bill, just asking, we won't stop until we've reached our area. You are worse than your mother. Harry shook his head and, grumbling something about mother hens, he walked over to where Daphne knelt on the ground while finishing packing her bag. Honestly, how can you stand Thomas' constant mothering? He asked as he flopped down next to her. Practice. I've learned just to go with it. Fighting is hopeless, she said with a grin. Harry shook his head. Daphne tugged hard at the cords of her backpack and sighed. Harry, can you help me? The stupid thing is somehow jammed. She mumbled. Sure. As he helped her tying up the pack, he felt her gaze on him. What is it? You look tired, Harry. Did you not sleep well? Just woke up early. Why? Strange dream. Nightmare. I'm not sure. It wasn't really terrifying, and at the same time it was somehow scary. What was it about? Harry blushed. Not important. He was not going to talk about his bad dreams with Daphne Greengrass while on a curse-breaking mission. Here, all done, he declared. She smiled at him. Thanks, Rye. He frowned. What's with the nickname? She shrugged and, was that a blush, just said, everyone has a nickname. I figured you'd need one too. What's yours then? He asked, amused, but secretly he was touched. He never had nickname. Well, not if you counted, Boy Who Loved, or, Golden Boy. She smiled. I came up with one for you, now you have to do the same with me. Be creative. You just shortened my name. That's hardly creative. She just grinned and stood up. We need to go. See you later, Rye. Be careful, Danny. She swirled around. Come again, she demanded. What? I think it fits perfectly if you name my Rye. She looked like she wanted to say something in return, but no word came over her lips. She closed and opened her mouth, then closed it again before opening it again and saying, with a threatening finger pointing at him, it doesn't sound like my name at all. And mine does. She glared at him. Don't think this is over. Yeah, he said. I will get you, Daphne replied. Sure, Harry said, crossing his arms. Yes, she said, crossing her arms too. Are too done flirting. We need to get going. Someone said behind them. They swirled around to see Thomas and Bill standing there. Thomas was looking sternly at them, but Bill was cackling next to him. Both teens blushed. We're ready, Daphne said with as much dignity as she could muster. We weren't flirting, Harry said, embarrassed at the same time. Whatever, Thomas said. Harry enjoyed the cool wind as they flew in a fast pace above the treetops. Bill was flying to his left and Fleur, the third member of their party, flew to Bill's other side. Something seemed to startle a flock of birds somewhere because they erupted from the treetops with lots of noise a few meters ahead of them. They were big and colorful, and Harry was fascinated by their flight. It looked like a dance. Cambodia was a fascinating country. So wild, untouched and ancient at the same time. Next to him, Bill went into a slow dive and Harry and Fleur followed. They had been flying for barely 15 minutes now, and it seemed like they were approaching their destination. From this high up it looked spectacular. Before them the earth broke into a steep and wide gorge. It looked like some crazy god had split the earth with a wedge. The rock was a dark reddish-brownish tone, and trees had grown over the edges of the cliffs and their roots dangled free in the air. At the bottom of the gorge ran a small river that got lost around a corner. Beyond the floor of the canyon a wide flat area spread out to all sides before the terrain grew rockier again and rose and was swallowed by thick jungle. They touched down on the cliffs and looked around. "Right," Bill said and reached into his pocket. He pulled out 3 cords with a milky white stone the size of a chicken egg at the end and handed each one. "This is a moonstone. It will start glowing brightly if you come close to a powerful magical source. I'd say we split up but stay in calling distance. That way we'll cover more ground. Fleur, are you okay with checking up here?" The part Vila smiled at him. "Of course, William," she said and pulled into the air. "I will check out the gorge. You will head down to the ground and up to the foothill of the gorge. Stay close." Harry saluted before jumping into the air and diving down in a spectacular dive. He could hear Bill curse behind him and thought he heard something that sounded suspiciously like, "I'll tell Mom and Hermione that you did that again." He pulled the broom back into the horizontal and slowed down as he reached the floor. Flying above the river he felt reminded of his flight on Buckbeak's back. Playfully he touched the surface of the water and watched it spray upwards. Remembering that he had a job to do he steered the broom away from the water and flew in a huge circle, his eyes traveling over the ground while keeping one hand around the moonstone. Above him Bill searched the walls of the gorge for magical activity. He couldn't see Fleur but she probably was close by. He turned his broom and flew towards the opening of the gorge. Before him the veldt grew closer and soon he flew past the foothills. The area beyond was void of any trees of plants at all for the matter. To his left and right rose rock walls. Harry didn't notice his moonstone growing warmer in his hand until he flew to the left and it grew so hot in an instant he cried out and dropped it. He brought his broom to a quick stop and dismounted, picked the stone up with the string that was attached to it and examined it. It was glowing very brightly like a miniature sun and the heat it emanated was quite high. Looking at his palm he saw that it was all red and swollen. Looking up he examined where he was and immediately noticed the holes in the cliff walls on which he'd just stood moments before. Like Swiss cheese, he thought. It had to be caves. Carefully he walked towards the rock walls, the hand that was holding the stone extended in front of him. It started moving wildly and glowed so brightly he had to avert his eyes. He didn't get far anyway. With the next step he walked into something solid that gave him the electro-shock of his life with a sound like rolling thunder. He felt himself flung through the air, wildly spinning and hardly connecting with the ground. His ears were ringing and there was a huge dust cloud. Everything was blurry and he was seeing double. He coughed painfully and tried to roll to his side. "Harry." He managed to roll onto his side and sluggishly raised his head. 3 bills came running towards him. They fused back into 1 bill and back into 2 bills. Harry's head spun and groaning he let it fall back on the ground. Then a shadow fell over him and big hands rolled him hastily on his back. Harry groaned at the rough treatment. His whole body ached. "Bill?" he asked faintly. The older Cursebreaker gathered the teen's upper body in his arms. "Harry, are you hurt? Does it hurt anywhere? Can you move your feet? How does your head feel? How many fingers do you see? Can you wriggle with your fingers and toes? Is your back feeling strange? Is your neck stiff? Do you think you're bleeding somewhere?" Harry's brain had problems processing all the questions properly. "Hurts everywhere, toes fine." What was the next question? Bill put his other arm under his knees and lifted him easily into the air. "Bill, let me down." Harry protested weakly, his head rolling back. Bill looked back at the rock wall and muttered, "Of course it had to be caves and of course you had to find them and of course you had to hurt yourself in the process. I swear, you're an accident-prone Harry." Harry tried to laugh but it hurt so he stopped. "Oh my God, what happened, Harry?" Harry flinched at Fleur's sudden scream from ahead of them. He couldn't remember getting into the air but suddenly they were floating next to Fleur who was very pale, with him pressed against Bill's massive. "I heard the thunder and was so worried." "What happened?" the French girl shouted. "Harry found our place but it wasn't too welcoming. It blasted him at least 10 feet through the air and onto solid rock. I don't think he's badly hurt but he got a good knock to the head at least." "I'm fine," Harry argued sluggishly. "Sure you are," Bill mumbled. "Fleur informed the others that we need Rashid ASAP." Fleur nodded and flew ahead. "And me?" Harry asked. You stay awake for now. I'm not taking any risks until Rashid gave his okay. Harry nestled against Bill's. All right, he said sleepily. Bill looked down at him. Don't scare me like that, kiddo. Ever again. Harry muttered, his eyes falling shut. Hey, eyes up front, didn't you hear what I said? Bill said, shaking his shoulder. Sorry, only heard sleep. Thought it was okay. Bill sighed. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Rashid stormed into camp, closely followed by Atticus and Eric. Fleur stood next to the opening of the first aid tent. Oh, thank the gods. Bill's inside with him, she shouted with relief and stepped aside to make way for the healer. Atticus stopped shortly next to her and asked, so you found it? Zot is an understatement. There was thunder rolling and I think the ground shook. And it blasted poor Ari through the air. The part Vila raged. Is he badly hurt? Atticus asked, concerned. Fleur shrugged helplessly. I couldn't see for sure. Bill was shielding him. He was awake and talking, but I think he hit his head. Atticus nodded. Go and rest, Fleur. I will inform the others to come back. Fleur nodded and walked towards her tent. Atticus knew better than to disturb Rashid when he was working, so he waited patiently outside the tent. It didn't take long and the flaps parted and Bill walked outside with Rashid behind him. And, he asked the two men. He'll be fine, Rashid said. Bill was right, a minor hit to the head but no concussion. It was probably more shock than anything. He's asleep right now, Bill added. Did he tell you what happened? Atticus asked curiously. Bill nodded. Yeah, he said he was flying over the veldt when the moonstone suddenly grew hot enough to burn his hand. He stopped and looked around and saw the caves. Naturally he approached but ran into some sort of barrier that threw him back. Well, and the rest is history. Atticus whistled lowly. He's lucky. That thing could have been bewitched with a killing curse. Very lucky indeed, Eric muttered as he joined them. The others will be here in 10 minutes tops. He added. Thanks, Eric. Harry woke feeling absolutely fantastic. Like when he and Ron had eaten too much sugar at that one Halloween in second year. He felt awake and strong and ready to go. So naturally he got up, put on his shoes and waistcoat before stepping outside. From the point of the sun he judged it must have been late afternoon to early evening. Time was strange to judge here. So not too much time must have passed from when he'd found the caves till now. 2 hours, 3 maybe. Yawning he walked towards the CT and entered casually. Morning, he mumbled as he saw Bill and Atticus at the table. Both men looked up and both looked quiet, stunned. Harry, you're up. Bill shouted happily and jumped up and pulled him into another bone-crushing hug. Whoa, take it easy, Bill. He wheezed. Gee, you're acting as if you haven't seen me in years. Harry, you've been asleep for 16 hours straight. Atticus said. Yeah, Bill was starting to get worried. Someone said from their left. Rashid came from the kitchen towards them, eyeing Harry critically. How are you feeling, Harry? He asked as he cast a diagnosing spell. Fantastic, what did you give me? I feel like I could wrestle a mountain troll. Rashid raised an eyebrow. We just let you sleep. He said. Really? I feel like I had 20 of Madame Pomfrey's pepper-up potions. Atticus looked at Rashid questioningly. But the healer just shook his head. I can't explain it. The bump on his head is already gone, he's clear, his memories seem to be intact. I've never seen such a speedy recovery without any spells or potions. Harry waved it aside. Oh, don't you worry, I always heal quickly. Ask any teacher at school, they'll tell you the same. Rashid shook his head. That can't be normal. Harry shrugged, but before any of them could say something the tent flaps opened and Daphne entered. Upon seeing Harry her eyes widened. Harry, she exclaimed and fell around his neck. You absolute idiot. Didn't I tell you to be careful? She hissed and punched his arm angrily. Ouch. Danny, leave me be. Harry yelped and jumped backwards. Daphne, calm down. He's quite all right, Rashid said, stepping between them. Daphne huffed, turned around and stormed out of the healing tent. Harry stared at the others with wide and disbelieving eyes. What the bloody hell was that? He asked in a perfect Ron imitation. Eric snorted and Atticus patted his shoulder while saying, that was her expressing her worry for your well-being. More like she was doing something against my well-being. Harry growled, rubbing his arm. Man, that girl can punch. During their team meeting, Daphne ignored him even though he sat right next to her. "All right folks, although there were minor hiccups, we found what we've been looking for." Atticus began, pointing at the holographic map. "Harry, would you do us the honor?" he asked. Harry nodded. "At the end of this gorge is a wide and flat area, pretty much without anything on it, except for a small stream. But the cliff walls are interesting because they apparently have a lot of caves," Harry said, trying to sound confident. He touched the cliff walls and the map zoomed in on the holes in the stone. "They are pretty nondescript. But about here," he zoomed out and pointed at a perimeter about 20 meters away from the walls, "is a force field. I accidentally touched it and it tossed me 5-10. Bill interrupted. "Feet through the air." Harry continued. "I admit, I was rather lucky and we probably should be careful. We don't know how far it stretches and how wide it is in other places." He concluded and sat down. "Thanks, Harry," Atticus said and nodded at him. Alice whistled lowly. "Whoa, kid, you were lucky," she muttered. "You could easily have touched a place that was warded with a killing curse." "Believe me, I know," Harry muttered. "I believe we should proceed like this. Tomorrow we go there, cast a detection charm, see if the magical signature of the shield matches our scrolls. If they do, we find our sections in the shield and start to decurse the place as fast as possible. Once that is done, we check out the caves. Since we can't pinpoint the exact location of the magical energy source, we have to assume that this is what we're looking for." Harry frowned, but it was Daphne that asked the question in his head. "You mean there could be more than one magical or cursed place around here?" Atticus nodded. "It's not uncommon. If this is, for example, some kind of old temple of some ancient and long-forgotten culture, they could easily have built dozens of these places. But we didn't find anything anywhere else," Daphne argued. "We didn't search that long." "It is possible," Eric said. "Anyway, since the sun will set in 2 hours, it makes no sense to go there now." "Is every scroll decursed?" "Yes," the others replied. "Any problems?" Atticus dug deeper. "All clear," Thomas said. "If I may," all heads turned to Xenophilius Lovegood. Harry had nearly forgotten the man was with them. He usually saw the Lovegoods only during dinner, and even then they usually talked among themselves. They weren't part of their team strictly speaking, but they tagged along because they were searching for some magical animals they hoped to find here. And Mr. Lovegood was a master of rituals and knew a lot about ancient civilizations and cultures. He'd offered his knowledge should it be needed when classifying or naming whatever they would find. "Yes, Xenophilius?" Atticus asked. "Luna and I would like to use tomorrow to explore the river not far from here. It's the perfect nesting place for blibbering humdinger. If that is all right with you." Atticus nodded. "You had no scrolls and I think Eric has us covered concerning runes. You can be off." Mr. Lovegood inclined his head and smiled at his daughter. Luna smiled faintly while fingering with a strange gem she wore on a long necklace and hummed silently under her breath. "Good, then I would like to suggest something," Alice said, and suddenly she looked very excited. "Go on, Alice," Atticus said. Alice leaned forward, her arms propped up on the table. "It's time for some practice. I want to duel. Tomorrow we need to be in top form for any astray flying spells, or in case something doesn't work we have to be able to react quickly. So, everyone out and have your wands ready." Inside Harry, excitement grew. He remembered the dueling club in second year. Granted, it had ended in a catastrophe, but he had liked the idea and he loved dueling. Excited murmur spread among the others. "But without me, one has to make dinner," Rashid said and got up. "Oh come on, Rashid, please," Alice begged. "Oh no, you just want to get me for the last time I beat your little ass. You were no fun," she pouted. Then her eyes widened and she looked at Harry. Oh was all he could think of. "Harry, you promised me you'd show me your Patronus," she said excitedly. Harry shifted nervously under all the eyes. "Sure," he said faintly. "Perfect. They all gathered at the free piece of clearing beyond their fireplace. Atticus erected a protective circle for the two duelists so that none of the watcher could be hit by any spells. Harry stood with Alice inside said circle. "When you're ready," Alice said and smiled excitedly. From beyond the circle walls the others cheered and clapped. Harry closed his eyes and took a deep breath. This was the first time since the incident at the lake that he was about to perform a Patronus. He went through his memories, searching for a really happy one that would quicken his soul and ignite his core. The memory of Dumbledore telling him about the Horcruxes suddenly appeared and dread filled him. Forcefully he pushed it aside. But seeing the Weasleys' home, he immediately felt warmth spread inside him, and he remembered the Quidditch matches, the dinners, the games they had played, Ron and him talking until late in the night in Ron's room. He remembered his own room at the Burrow and how grateful and loved he felt there. His hand rose on its own, and with a strong and clear voice he chanted, Expecto Patronum. The familiar silver light broke free from the tip of his wand, and the familiar sight of the stag, his prongs, appeared before them. He was a majestic animal. His antlers were tall and he proudly held his head up. He danced around Harry, looked curiously towards Alice before jumping into the air and dancing around in the dome, dragging a tail of white and silver light behind him. Finally he came back, nuzzled Harry's face and slowly dissolved. Harry knew he had a stupid smile on his face, but he didn't care. Alice looked at him shocked. When you said he was corporal, I thought you were lying if he was only partly corporal, but nothing like this. She muttered. He's beautiful, she added. He grinned. Thanks. They exited the dome and the others jumped at them, shouting how amazing that had been and how amazing Prongs was, and asked where he'd learned to produce a Patronus like this. Harry felt his face grow tomato red. But from the flood of questions and compliments only one question reached his ears. Hey, a stag? Eric asked curiously. Harry blushed again. You don't have to answer it, it's rather a personal question. Eric quickly said. But I was just wondering. Stags are very proud, sometimes egoistic and arrogant beings. And, well, you don't seem to be any of that. Seeing Harry's confused face, Thomas added, usually a Patronus represents something within us, something that is dear to us. Harry looked down. What you just saw was Prongs. My father's animagus form was a stag and his friends called him Prongs. He said quickly. There was silence. Oh, Eric said, somewhat embarrassed. I'm sore. Harry shook his head. You couldn't know, he muttered. Then he smiled. My godfather cried when he saw Prongs. He was so overwhelmed to see him again. Harry could swear Alice had tears in her eyes. The melancholic atmosphere was interrupted by Atticus, who clapped into his hands. All right folks, enough sad eyes, let's get going. Who wants to be the first? The first duel was between Thomas and Alice. Excitedly Harry leaned against the dome and watched fascinated. Alice was quick as AS and nearly all her spells were non-verbal. It was very impressive, but even more so the way she moved. It looked like she was dancing. She was dodging most of the spells and jumped and cartwheeled out of the way. He twists and swirls were too fast to follow properly. Good Merlin, he muttered, that is amazing. Next to him Bill laughed. Told you she was a professional duelist. As you can see, there is more to dueling than to shout some spells. Thomas wasn't bad either. Harry could see that he was experienced in the field. But he wasn't as offensive as Alice. Still he had some cool moves, like catching a spell of hers somehow and hurtling it back to her. Or absorbing her spells and creating a very thick shield. But Alice won in the end. Covered in sweat and dirt and grime they bowed one last time to each other before shaking hands and leaving the circle. That was amazing, you have to teach me that. Harry shouted zealously. What of it? Alice asked grinningly. Everything, Harry told her steadfast. Alice laughed and ruffled her hand through his hair. Sure, whatever you want. And especially how to do those non-verbal spells. That could come in so handy. Daphne raised an eyebrow at him. When would that be? She asked. When cursing Malfoy or Snape in class. He said grinningly. She grinned back. In that case I want to learn that too. But to use it on bins. Harry frowned. Can you even curse ghosts? No, but you can throw things through then, and that annoys them greatly. If I can levitate things without anyone noticing, he can't give me detention for it. She said happily. You were ever in detention? Harry asked unbelievingly. I know, hard to believe but it's true. She said with a shrug. They watched as Atticus and Eric entered the ring and started to duel. It was far more aggressive and not as nice to watch. But also very impressive. So, Harry said as Eric threw an extra vicious curse at Atticus, does that mean to talk to me again? Daphne huffed. Come on, it's not like it was my fault. You could have been more careful. I was. How was I supposed to know that there was the barrier? You could have told Bill and waited for him to check it out. Harry, because of such mistakes people die on these expeditions. You need to be more careful, she said vehemently. Harry was slightly taken aback. She sounded so scared for a moment and yet so angry. Don't get this wrong, he said, but why do you care so much? Daphne looked at him from the corner of her eyes and then back at the duel. The question would be why not? Pass me the hot sauce, will you, Bill? Fleur asked. Bill nodded and leaned over to where Daphne had put the hot sauce. Harry grinned. Bill was so done for it. Even though he had fought it very hardly, Bill had fallen for the French part villa. Harry didn't know how it had happened, only that it had. And now Bill tried all he could to please the French witch. But Harry was also certain it wasn't because of Fleur's allure. Because she too seemed to try very hard to get Bill to like and notice her, without her powers reducing him to a drooling mess. It was so cliché, and Harry felt like transferred into one of these high school movies where two people obviously like each other but don't tell each other because they are afraid, and it all ends in a big mess, but in the end they get together all the same. Thinking about it didn't sound too bad, but why couldn't they just get to the point? Harry's strange musings were interrupted by a small ball of aluminum foil hitting his head. He looked up confused but saw no one who looked like they could have done it. Another ball hit his head and he looked in the direction from which it came. And saw another ball hit him between the eyes so that he fell backwards from the tree trunk on which he sat. Much to the roaring laughter of those around him. Atticus helped him back up. Lost your balance there? He asked with a grin. Not really. Harry took his plate, got up and walked towards Daphne. Maybe then he could find the culprit. Halfway there, another ball of foil hit him in the side of his face. Annoyed, he put his plate down. All right, who's throwing with aluminum foil? He asked, somewhat annoyed. But everyone looked at him with confused looks on their faces. No one is, Bill started, but in that second another ball of foil hit Harry's chin. Harry raised a questioning eyebrow at his friend. Bill looked very confused now. And then a serene voice from the shadows on the other side of the roaring campfire drifted across towards him. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just the Raxperts like shiny things, and I thought maybe they would leave your head if they saw the foil and take it as their new home. He wasn't the only one looking at small Luna Lovegood with a bewildered expression. But his was more because of his lack of understanding. Excuse me, what? He asked. The second-year Ravenclaw hovered towards him, a wide smile on her lips and her eyes half closed. Oh, you know, Raxperts. Your head is full of them. She sat down next to Harry, who still stood there with his pail in hands and aluminum foil in his hair. He sat down. What are Raxperts? He asked curiously. The younger girl smiled, which made her look slightly stoned. They are invisible creatures that nest in your head and make your brain go fuzzy and confuse you and make you think about bad and sad things. Harry frowned. And, how do you get rid of them? He asked carefully. You don't, Eric interrupted them, his mouth still full with Indian corn, because they don't exist. Luna shook her head. Says the men that the Nargles stole from. Then she turned back to Harry. You must think of positive things. They don't like that. Then they will leave you. But they can always come back. So when you feel inexplicably sad or angry, think of positive things. It will expel them again. Thanks. You are very welcome, she said, and handed him the roll of foil she held and said, if you make yourself a helmet and wear it for one night they will be most likely be gone. Uncertain what to do, he took the foil. Thanks. He could hear Bill snigger from all way across the fire pit. Wonderful. Now I will have to talk to Daddy about tomorrow's expedition. You will excuse me. With that she walked back to her father. Harry noticed that she wasn't wearing any shoes. Shaking his head, he sat down next to Daphne, who looked at him with barely concealed amusement. I see you got your first real taste of Luna Lovegood, she said, and stuffed a fork full of salad into her mouth. She seems to be crazy, off her rockers, totally stoned, Daphne offered. I was about to say special, but I thought she looked stoned too. What's it with her, and her dad for the matter? Daphne shrugged. I don't know a lot. But apparently they have always been like this. And it doesn't go well with people. And they have a habit of being painfully truthful, seeing right through you. It's unnerving and awkward at times. How come she's in Ravenclaw then? I thought they were all facts and figures and knowledge only. Harry asked. Daphne sighed. Honestly, Harry, we are sorted into our houses by a magical hat that thinks he sees some kind of trait in us that fits one of our houses. And I never said Luna is stupid. Quite the opposite actually. Knowing myths and stuff like that is never a bad thing and can help you greatly in later life. Also, Luna reads a lot and occupies herself with all sorts of different topics. It's just her way of thinking that keeps people away. And her imaginary monsters. Harry nodded. The magical world is even stranger than I thought. He muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Daphne smiled. You have no idea. ... Here, Atticus asked and looked around. His gaze swept over the far-stretching plains behind him and then over the cliff sides with the caves before him. Yeah, somewhere here I landed and then walked like 5 steps before crashing into the magical barrier. Harry said and pointed vaguely in the direction. Atticus nodded and let his backpack fall down. All right people, set up the pavilion roof. We could use some shade in a few hours. Eric, you were with me for the preparations. Harry shielded his eyes as he looked up. Atticus was right. Even though it was barely 10 in the morning, the sun was already high up and shining down on them with a strong intensity. As he helped put up the spacious pavilion and enlarging the furniture they would need, he kept throwing glances at Atticus and Eric. Eric was kneeling on the ground, knife in hand, and seemed to carve something the ground every few meters in a wide circle around their base. Once he was finished, he and Atticus walked cautiously towards where they knew the barrier was, and Atticus fired a spell. The effect was instantly. With the sound of a gun going loose, the spell connected with the barrier, and from where it hit the shield a dark purple color, like a nasty bruise, expanded in all directions. It traveled until it had reached the cliff side and encased it like a giant purple bubble. It was pulsing like it had a heartbeat, and the color shifted, concentrating in some areas. What is that? Harry asked, astonished. Alice smiled knowingly. Quite a sight to behold, right? She asked and leaned against one of the 4 legs of the pavilion. The spell does 2 things. 1, it makes the shield visible, which is important if we'll all be tossed around like rag dolls. Harry groaned, they would never let him live that down, and it concentrates in the places where potentially fatal curses are. She pointed at the shifting colors and darker spots he had noticed. And what is Eric doing? Harry asked. He sets up runes that divide the shield into the parts each of us had to decipher as homework. It'll make working easier. I can't wait, Harry said with a grin. Alice laughed. Don't get too excited. It can be pretty boring sometimes. Why do you have to decurse the whole shield? Couldn't you just decurse a part like an opening? Have you ever taken the 1 or 2 tin cans from the middle or bottom of a tin can pyramid? The effect would be the same. Everything would collapse on us and the energy of 5,000 years magic would destroy everything. Harry nodded. Right, Bill told me something similar. Come on, looks like they are about to begin. You don't want to miss this. It's your first time after all. She pulled him towards the farthest part of the shield. The pulsing somehow unnerved Harry, but he concentrated on Atticus. The Cursebreaker nodded at Eric and Bill, who stepped up and took their places next to him. Eric and Bill will stand ready to defect and spells that could fly astray while Atticus casts his spells. Alice explained. Harry nodded. That was something Bill had already told him. Atticus turned around to them. Ladies and gents, this is it. This is what we have been working towards for weeks and months now. With that he turned around and fired the first spell. It connected with the purple shield, and where it hid the barrier the purple color disappeared, leaving a white spot in the purple. There was a sizzling noise filling the air. Atticus' next spell was already flying through the air, hitting the shield next to the white spot, turning it white too. The sizzling noise grew louder. It hummed through Harry's whole body, vibrating inside him. Concerned, he asked Alice silently, Alice, what is that noise? She looked at him confused. What noise? This sizzling noise, you know, like static. Charge, he said, trying to explain what he was hearing. With each spell Atticus fired at the shield it grew louder. His face was a mask of total concentration. Alice looked puzzled. A sizzling noise, you say? Is it coming from the barrier? I think so. It started when Eric casted his first spell. Is it normal? She looked at him surprised. What you are hearing must be the leaking magical energy from beyond the shield. Usually you can't feel it until a lot of it has left that shield and escaped into our surroundings. I can feel it going through me, humming and vibrating. It's a strange feeling but not bad. Actually it feels nice. You must be very sensitive to magic then, Harry. Not many people have such a keen sense. Harry frowned. Is that something bad? Alice shook her head and smiled at him. No, it's something good actually. Your own magic is responding to the magic of this place and they are harmonically combining each other. This place is connecting with you. Tell us if you feel anything strange or not normal, it could be a sign that something's wrong or dangerous. Okay, Harry muttered. He felt kind of embarrassed. He turned his attention back on the shield and saw how the white spots Atticus's spells had left expanded. Are they supposed to do that? He asked. Oh yes, don't worry, Thomas said, joining their conversation. It's normal that the spells already cast start affecting other curses around them too and dissolving them if they can. It makes the whole process a lot quicker. Like a ripple in the water that expands. Harry nodded understanding. Aloud, look out. From Atticus startled them and they saw a brown bolt of light flying through the air, but before it could get anywhere it was intercepted by a light blue shield and ed into it. As you can see there's not much going on, except when a spell gets loose or something like that. But it doesn't happen that often. But when it happens it can be that it's set of a chain reaction of spells. That's why we have 2 guards just in case and at least one more person staying as backup. That's why we put up the base. Thomas explained and pointed with his thumb at the pavilion. Harry nodded. Then he asked, how long will it take for Atticus to decurse his first scroll? Thomas shrugged. That depends, but it's usually between 3 and 4 hours. Harry's eyes widened. Is he allowed to take a break? Once he reaches the end of his first scroll, Eric can put up a stabilizing rune and Atticus can take a break, eat something, drink something and then get to work on his second part. But it's important to not draw it out longer than necessary. Harry's looked at the leader of their expedition with newfound respect. That must be draining, he said. In the beginning it is, but our magical core never stops growing, not really. It matures and gets used to the amount and kind of magic we use and adapts to that. Besides that we're all, or most of us, very experienced in our job and know how to get things done without using too much energy. Alice explained. Using too much of your magical energy isn't good either. For one, you can get sick if you do it. For another, it is possible to charge a magical place like this even further with your own magic and that can lead to nasty surprises. Thomas added. Usually shields are decursed in one go, that's the safest thing to do. But this one is so big, it would be foolish to not take some breaks and let the energy leave the place first. Otherwise the surrounding will charge itself with the energy we're draining from the shield and could rebound on us. Besides, we can't afford to make mistakes because we grow tired. Sloppiness will get you killed quicker than anything else. Alice explained further. Harry shook his head. There is so much to this job that I didn't know and would have never imagined. It all sounds so easy when you read or hear about it for the first time. He said. Then he looked at Alice with a slight grin. But I also get what you mean with, that it can get boring at times. He nodded at the 3 curse breakers in front of the shield. There's not much for us to do, right? They got it covered. Thomas nodded. They got it covered. But that doesn't mean we can't use the time given to us. Daphne suddenly said next to him. He flinched at her sudden appearance. Good heaven, Danny, don't do that. He swore. Do what? She asked with a raised eyebrow before adding. You still need to learn about runes and I have to recapitulate a few potions. Oh come on, you really know how to ruin someone's afternoon. Learning. Seriously. When we are in the middle of the most important and most dangerous and most interesting and most exciting part of the whole quest. He whined. Oh stop exaggerating, Rye. It's not like us two are doing anything other than watching. But more learning. Harry asked. Come on, you'll thank me for it later. You, after all, never stop learning. So she dragged him back to the pavilion. Thomas looked at Alice and asked, Danny. Rye, she asked back. ... And time did what it always did. It passed. The sun traveled across the sky. But Harry barely noticed it. Daphne chased him through one chapter of runes and their meaning after another and made him answer dozens of questions. She even made him pay attention to the basics of healing. So you know how to help yourself if something happens to you and you're alone. Harry doubted that he had remembered anything of what she had read to him and told him. Every now and then others of their team would sit down next to them, Atticus among them. They would interrupt their work, talk for a few minutes, and then go back to their work. Otherwise nothing major happened. Alice told them the decursing was going very smoothly, and whenever they would look up, they would see the purple making way for the white. The sky slowly turned purple and thick clouds hung above them. But by now the magic sizzling was growing so loud it was hard for Harry to ignore. They turned the small radio on they had with them and listened to the newest songs of the Weird Sisters and other bands. He and Daphne sat in two of the bean bags with blankets around their shoulders and each a cup of hot chocolate in one hand, though Harry was sure Chow had spiked it with something alcoholic, judging from the strange aftertaste and the knowing smirk of the native's face. "So, tell me, do you think you'll manage one quiet year in Hogwarts this time?" Daphne asked lazily as they both watched Eric and Bill catch a few astray spells. Harry snorted. "Now you jinxed it," he said and sighed. "It's not like I want each year to end in a catastrophe. And I've been lucky so far. No one died yet. Except Quirrell, but he doesn't count." He had hosted Voldemort in his head. Harry immediately regretted what he had said. Voldemort was a topic no one, for a good reason, liked to talk about. The mere possibility that he could be returning was more than frightening, and sent people quickly into denial. Besides, many believed he had died that night in Godric's Hollow. How sad he hadn't. His memory once again returned to his conversation with Dumbledore about those Horcruxes. "No, don't think about such things," he scolded himself. He threw a quick glance at Daphne. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that," he mumbled. She shook her head. "No, you should have. It's all right," he snorted. "You believe me." Daphne shrugged. It has always been a distinct possibility that he would return. No offense, but his defeat was just too good to believe. "My parents gave their lives for it," Harry mumbled. Daphne flinched. "I know, Harry. And it's horrible. But you survived. That doesn't make things better. Now it feels like the fate of the world is resting on my shoulder. When he returns, people will turn to me. And..." Daphne leaned forward and took his hands in hers. "Stop it, Harry. We cross that bridge when we come to it," she asked pleadingly. Harry looked at their hands. Daphne blushed and pulled her hands back, but he held her hands and said, "Thanks." "What for?" she asked confused. "I brought up the most horrible thing to talk about." He shook his head. "No, you didn't. And thank you for believing, I guess. For understanding. Somewhere." She smiled. "Come on, I like this song. Do you know how to dance?" she asked, successfully changing the topic. Harry listened to the song. He didn't know it, as he didn't know how to dance. So he shook his head. "No, I'm sorry. I never learned how to dance. I never saw a reason to." She looked at him with big eyes. "Harry, you are a wizard. Not to be able to dance in our society is like not being able to walk. Witches and wizards are all about etiquette and formalities. Dancing is one of them. Come on, I'll teach you. You'll love it. It's great fun once you get the knack for it," she said and pulled him to his feet. "Danny," he protested as his hot spiked chocolate threatened to spill all over them. "Don't be such a baby." She pulled him into the open space outside the pavilion where they had enough space and could still hear the radio. "Daphne," he tried again, but she had already placed her hand on his left shoulder and put his right hand on her left hip and clasped his other hand high in the air. "All right," she started, and Harry realized how close they actually were. "This is a disco fox. The basic step is very easy. You make 2 small steps forward while I go backwards, and the third is no actual step but only a tap with the point of your foot. And then you go 2 steps backwards and I come forwards, and the third step is again only a tap. And then we just repeat it for a while before we come to the turns." She explained and didn't leave him any time to protest. She just started dancing. If Harry had to take the stock of his first dancing lesson, he would say that he did even worse than Daphne probably had anticipated. He had stepped every few steps on her feet, gotten the order of the steps wrong, never once took his eyes from their feet, and blushed horribly whenever he did something wrong. Finally Daphne called it a day. It wasn't that bad, she assured him, but he saw how she massaged her toes. The sun was about to vanish behind the tree line and they had lit the gas lamps around the pavilion for more light. Atticus finally cast the last spell on his second scroll and Eric erected a runic barrier to stabilize the shield so it wouldn't collapse. Bill led the tired-looking Atticus over to them and lowered him on one of the bean bags. "Do you want something to eat or drink?" Chow asked as Rashid handed him a pepper-up potion. "Coffee would be awesome," Atticus said with a tired smile. "And I bet you 5 gallons it'll be spiked too," Harry muttered to Daphne. She giggled behind her hand. Thomas cast them a suspicious look. "You can get him hot milk with honey and then you will go to bed." Rashid decided. "Hot milk with honey? I'm not 10, you know." Atticus called behind him and then sank back inside his bean bag. Eric stepped up to them. "Fleur, Thomas, are you up for a night shift? I need you to cover me. I rather not have to long periods between decursing different parts of the shield. It is so big, we would unnecessarily risk it collapsing. Shields this big can be unpredictable." Thomas and Fleur nodded, putting on their cloaks and strange glasses that looked like the goggles Harry wore during Quidditch matches when it rained. Like last year when he fell of his broom after the Dementor's attack. Only that the glass of the goggles was black. "What are those?" he asked. "With those you can see in the dark. They are bewitched," Daphne explained. "Ah," Harry exclaimed. "That makes sense. Harry, Daphne, you should go with the others. Catch a few hours of sleep and then come back." Bill told them. "Alice will keep an eye on things." Thomas added. "You sure?" Harry asked. "We can stay," he offered. Bill smiled reassuringly. "We're sure. Go on. Good night. We'll see you tomorrow. And don't worry, tomorrow we'll let you do something too. It's just the first parts to decurse are usually the most dangerous ones. Tomorrow we'll let you some parts too." Daphne and Harry looked at each other. Then back at the older Cursebreaker. "Really?" they asked together. "Really," Bill said. "Me too. I mean, I'm only a healer's apprentice. Not here for curse breaking." Daphne said timidly. "You too. You should know some basic things about this too," Thomas said. "And don't worry, we'll be with you in case something happens." "Cool," Harry muttered. "And now off you go." Bill shooed them away. From up in the air Harry cast one last glance back at the glowing purple and white shield. It was too dark to see any details but he could see the different colored spells from Eric's wand, the light of the gas lamps and, what was that? On top of the other cliff, hidden in the shrubbery was another small light. Like a campfire. Frowning Harry started to fly closer but Daphne called out to him, "Come on Harry." "Coming." He called back and flew behind her but not without one last glance back. When he woke early the next day shortly after dawn he couldn't remember any dreams but he was sweating and breathless, his heart was racing and he had a strange feeling in the pit of his stomach. He stumbled under a cool shower and cooled his overheated body under the spray. He put on his usual trouser and a loose white shirt before heading over to the court. Rashid stood in the kitchen and was pressing the juice from an orange. "Morning Harry," he greeted. "Morning." Harry greeted back and filled a bowl with cereal and milk before adding a spoonful sugar before sitting down. "Anyone else awake?" Harry asked between bites. "Atticus left about 10 minutes ago to see how the others are doing and how the night went, even though I advised against it. Merlin knows he needs his rest but that man is as stubborn as a mule. I think the Lovegoods are awake too but otherwise, don't know. It is still pretty early but I had to check up on some potions." Harry nodded and put the bowl into the sink and cleaning it. For a moment he just stood there before he turned and asked Rashid, "You think it would be all right if I headed out?" Rashid frowned. "I don't know Harry. Why don't you just wait until someone else is up?" "But I'm so bored," Harry whined. "Then you can help me out." "How's you potion making?" Harry pulled a face. "According to my teacher it is dreadful." "That can't be. Your mom after all excelled in that subject." Harry looked at him with big eyes. "What?" he asked shakily. Rashid looked at him confused. "Didn't you know? Your mother was an amazing potions brewer. I'm sure she would have been a potions master had she." He stopped, looking awkwardly away. "Had she lived," Harry finished for him. "Yeah, well, so I don't think you can be that bad." "Come on." Eager to learn more about his mother Harry followed the healer. "Did you know my mother?" he asked. "I went to school with her but." She was already in her 5th year when I enrolled Hogwarts. But she tutored younger years in many subjects, such as potions. That's how I got to know her a little bit. Wow, Harry muttered. What was she like? Rashid looked at him for a moment before saying, patient and understanding. She would have made a wonderful teacher. Very friendly to everyone, except when your father dared to interrupt her lessons. Then she could be vicious. Scared me the first time she exploded in his face and called him a dim-witted god-for-nothing arrogant waste of space. But your father just laughed, quickly pecked her on the cheek and ran for his life. Harry was fascinated. Not even Lupin or Sirius had ever talked so much about his mother. It had always been about James and how much Harry was like him. But it was also nice to hear about his mother. Rashid opened the opening to his tent and ushered Harry in. It looked nothing like Hayes' tent. A bed was cramped into one corner, but the rest of the space was occupied by different cauldrons of various sizes and tables and shelves. The heavy smell of different potion fumes and ingredients hung heavy in the air, and the sound of flames and boiling or simmering potions filled the air. From the ceiling hung dried herbs, skins and whatnot. The tables were covered with cut and pestled ingredients, knives, slats and other stuff. Here, Rashid shoved a book in his hands. Grab that kettle, ingredients you find in the shelves, sorted alphabetically. You can use that fire station. Show me how. Dreadful, you are. Harry read the potion's name. Itch Relieve. He read carefully though the list of ingredients and collected them one after another on his table. Twice he read the instructions before setting to work. He sliced the rattle beans into squares, chopped the skin and gathered everything else. He increased the heat, reduced it, added everything in the correct order, stirred as he was supposed to and cooled the potion in ice-cold water in the end. It wasn't a necessarily hard or demanding potion, but Harry had seen more than enough how even the easiest potions could explode spectacularly if done wrong. But even though he was sure he did as told and for once wasn't interrupted by Malfoy's attempts to sabotage his potion, it didn't really have the mellow color it was supposed to have, and its consistence was too watery. It was supposed to be thicker. Sighing with defeat, he sat down, disappointed. Rashid examined his result. Not bad. You don't have to be sugar-coated. I know it isn't as it should be. Harry muttered. Rashid laughed. I didn't expect it to be. You see, Harry, you brewed the whole thing in a brass kettle. But brass and elderberry juices react badly with each other, resulting in an off-coloring. Harry frowned and then glared at the man. Why didn't you tell me? Instead of answering, Rashid went on. You used normal fire, but you need magnesium-induced fire. The resulting fumes counteract the fusion of olive bark oil and frog blood that makes the potion so watery. Harry glared harder. How was I supposed to know that? We never did things like that at school. Exactly. Harry, Professor Snape may be the century's youngest potions master, but he's not a good teacher. I have been teaching Daphne for years and she told me all about your school lessons. You don't really get a proper introduction, you don't really cover how the basic ingredients interact, what to pay attention to and other things. Snape tells you to brew and you do. You don't really learn what different effect the juice of a Shelley bean has when you squeeze it out or when you just cut it and add it. Why female nettle's blood is so much more potent than male. Your education is lacking in its basics. That is not your fault. I just wanted to show you that you actually did pretty well. The potion might not be perfect, but it is as close as it can be. Harry nodded. Thanks, he mumbled. Rashid smiled. Good. Now chop those herbs for me. I will see how the blood replenish potion is coming along. His unexpected potions lesson was cut short by Daphne stumbling inside. She froze when she saw them hovering above a simmering cauldron where Rashid just explained the phenomenon known as the blood dance to Harry. They looked up. Oh, Danny, Harry said cheerfully. Daphne scowled. I hope I'm not intruding. Have you already replaced me, Rashid? I'm hurt. Rashid grinned. And you, she said, addressing Harry, I've been looking all over the place for you. We got to get going. I want to see how the others are coming along. Bill left like an hour ago. And Alice just returned to catch a few hours of sleep. Harry nodded and gathered his things. Thanks for the lesson, Rashid. Maybe we can do this sometime soon again. Rashid smiled. Sure, Harry. Now get going and don't stray from your path. Fly directly to the shield. I'll know if you don't, he said threateningly, pointed his ladle at them. We will, the teen said and hurried out of the tent. And to think you complained to me yesterday about having to learn. You are such a hypocrite. Daphne snorted. ... They chased each other out of the camp, heading towards the base. It was a beautiful morning once again and Harry enjoyed the sun on his face. Beneath them monkeys jumped through the trees, colorful birds sang and they even discovered some wild elephants. Finally the gorge and the plains beyond it came into view. They veered downwards and turned left. But they stopped mid-air to stare. The shield was now more white than purple. It still pulsed like it had its own heartbeat and the air was charged with the crackling sound of escaping magic. Harry's own magical core hummed and sent out random spurts of magic at the alien power around them, testing it, checking it. Harry felt queasy. This magic was old and powerful. It was wild and protective. Not necessarily harmful but nothing to be taken lightly. And beyond the shield, in the caves, Harry could feel more. More magic, strong magic, magic that had been slumbering for hundreds for years and was now waking up. It was calling out to him. Harry. He looked up. Daphne hovered in front of him. Yeah, I said if you were all right. She repeated. I'm fine, it's just, this is nothing I've ever seen before. And can you feel the power in the air? It's overwhelming. Daphne nodded. Yeah, I can feel the magic too. It's going right through me. It's kinda unsettling. My magic doesn't like it. Come on, or the other will start wondering what the hell we are doing up here. Down on the ground Bill was decursing his last part of the shield. Atticus and Fleur stood guard with him and caught stray spells. The white spread further and further, pushing the purple away. Thomas sat in one of the bean bags under the pavilion, a blanket over his lap and a mug of coffee in his hand. He looked tired but greeted them happily. Eric sat at one of the tables, deeply absorbed in some scroll. He grunted a greeting but didn't acknowledge them any further. To their surprise the Lovegoods were there too. Luna was dressed in bright pink trousers and a long-sleeved shirt with a colorful flower paint on it. She was carefully paling with a giant butterfly on her hand and humming. Xenophilius Lovegood was reading a book while walking in a small circle and every now and then he would mutter something and write something into his book. Good morning, Harry said politely. Oh, a very good morning to you too, Mr. Potter, Ms. Greengrass. And, what a lovely day it is. Oh yes, Lovegood said. Luna skipped over to them and carefully placed the butterfly on Harry's head. Harry squinted nervously upwards. He knew that butterflies were harmless but it was a rather large one. Isn't he beautiful? He says he was an ugly prince once and everyone laughed at him because princes were supposed to be handsome. He killed himself and was reborn as a butterfly, so that he could be beautiful in his next life. She said seriously. Harry didn't know what to say. That's great, Luna. He finally managed. I think it's sad. People shouldn't judge you because of what you appear to be. Luna said sadly. Of course. Harry said quickly. I totally agree. Luna took the butterfly from him and went to sit on the couch. Smooth, Harry, very smooth. Daphne muttered. ... About an hour later Alice and Rashid joined the rest of the team. Bill had finished his last scroll by then and Fleur was making quick work of hers. The anticipation grew. After Fleur, Atticus and Eric would have the last parts of the shield to decurse and then it would be done. During one of the short breaks between decursing the different sections of the shield, Atticus gathered them around the biggest table in their base camp and explained what would come afterwards. The shield had been completely decursed. After we've taken it down we need to lie low. The stored magic that has been released from and beyond the shield into the direct environment needs to disappear. That means we'll set up the basic alarms and protections around the caves, but otherwise we give the place time to cool. Right, the others muttered in agreement. All right. During that time we prepare everything for our expedition into the caves. We don't know what will expect us there. It could be anything. We need to be prepared for everything. It's up to everyone to prepare as best as they can, but remember, we're a team. We work together. Once it's safe to go, into the caves it is. Any questions so far? Harry was sure a lot of questions would pop up sooner or later, but right now he was too excited about the prospect of entering the caves so soon. And finding a treasure, probably. Harry's inner kid did a little happy dance. This was so exciting. Atticus allowed Daphne, Luna and Harry to explore their surroundings a bit, but not without placing several tracking charms on them while the others worked. Now, in the final stages of working, the shield was very unstable and any wrong move could result in setting it off and causing a magical avalanche of curses and jinxes. The three shrugged and headed off. They had known that 3 wouldn't be a lot they could do other than observe and observe a bit more. They made their way back up the gorge and headed in the direction of their camp. But instead of going there, they followed the stream nearby, past the grazing elephants and further inland. The small brook was very clear and its banks were full of life. It ended abruptly in a small waterfall that recharged a small lake with many small side streams leaving it in all directions. The shore was grassy and the water looked clear and deep. There were some big stones here and there. Big dragonflies zoomed along the surface. They stood atop the small waterfall, looking down. It was hot and Harry immediately took off his waistcoat, shoes and shirt. Harry, what are you doing?" Daphne asked as he started to strip. "I'm taking a swim." Seeing her disbelieving face, he sighed and said, "Come on, Danny. It's so hot." Daphne frowned but looked down again. "Is it safe?" she asked. "We don't know what could be swimming down there. One way of finding out," Harry said with a grin, and before the other girl what was happening, Harry had given her a slight push and she went down. Daphne shrieked and cursed and hit the water with a mighty splash, but directly resurfaced and glared up at them. Luna was giggling happily and Harry was openly laughing. "I'm gonna kill you, Harry Potter. Wait until I get out of here." "No need to wait," Harry shouted, gave Luna a push and the younger girl's giggles turning into an indignant shriek as she fell, and jumped after her. The water felt heavenly against Harry's skin and he resurfaced laughing next to Daphne. She immediately threw herself at him and forced him back underwater with all her might. When he could free himself and came back up again, she grinned at her. "What, are you mad at me?" and hastily dived aside as she threw himself at him again and splashed water in her direction. An evil twinkle appeared in her eyes. "Water fight," she shouted, and with a happy squeal she and Luna started hitting the water and sending it his way. Harry laughed loudly and turned his head and blindly hit the water back. "Come on, Luna, let's show him that he can't just push us down a waterfall and not expect any consequences," Daphne shouted. "No, Luna, don't listen to her. She's evil and manipulating you. Come over to my side. I have cookies," he shouted pleadingly. "I don't think so," Luna shouted back and grinned at him. Her hair was all over the place and hung in her face, but she didn't seem to care. "Mercy, mercy," Harry laughed as they both lunged at him. From the high reed banks the two dark figures watched silently. Then the smaller one growled and raised a wand, but the other one swatted the hand down. "No," he hissed. "That's one is for the master. He should never have lived this long." The other one argued. "We need him. You know why. He must die. He will." Another hidden figure watched as the two dark men disappeared and then looked back at the lake where the children were enjoying themselves. They didn't know what they had gotten themselves in. He prayed for their lives. Before he too left without ever being seen, he threw one last glance back at the boy. And then he looked into the distance, where clouds gathered. "What happened to you three?" Thomas asked, horrified. The three youngsters looked sheepishly at each other. "Well, it started as a water fight, but it somehow turned into a mud fight later on," Harry confessed. "Yes, we can see that," Bill said, irritated. "But how?" We got carried away," Daphne offered. For some reason that had Harry and Luna snickering like crazy. "Boys, don't try to get any answers. I'm sure you were just like them when you were their age." Fleur intervened and smiled at them. Bill and Tom promptly forgot what they had been talking about. "Now, go and get washed up, mon cherries." She winked at the other three. As they headed towards their tents, Harry whispered, "Your cousin is awesome like that. Cruel but awesome and efficient at the same time." "I know. See you later." Harry nearly fell asleep during dinner. Daphne and he sat next to each other, leaning with their backs against one of the tree trunks. They were both totally spent and Harry's eyes propped every few seconds. Luna had curled up into her father's side and was already fast asleep. The fire's warmth, the mumbled conversations and Daphne's body heat next to him made him even more sleepy. What a day. he mumbled, in a desperate attempt to stay awake. Daphne muttered and her head dropped on his shoulder. We should do that again. That was fun. Are you excited as to what might expect us in the caves? I hope it will be a bit dangerous and very exciting. Like Indiana Jones. Harry, shut up, I'm trying to sleep here. Daphne whispered and sighed, contently into his shoulder. Too tired to argue, Harry rested his head on top of hers and closed his eyes. Good night, Danny. Sleep well, Rye. From across the fire, Bill and Thomas watched their young charges falling asleep on one another. Wanna bet that they get together before this trip is over? Bill asked jokingly, but instead of laughing, Tom's face darkened. She can't, he said. Bill frowned. What? Why? They like each other. Daphne especially. Harry is a bit awkward with girls maybe, but I'm positive he likes her too. They can be friends but nothing more. Thomas said sternly. Why? Bill asked, still confused. Guess why. Daphne will be head of our house in a couple of years. She is expected to marry someone of good standing that will be a good addition to the house. We already have 1 or 2 possible matches for her. And she knows that. Bill frowned. You mean you arranged a marriage? With whom? I don't think that is any of your business. Tom said coolly. He sighed. I'm sorry. It's just that Daphne has shown great disdain about these possible matches and told us she wouldn't do it. But she must learn that being the heiress has also its not so pleasant sides. I thought our society has moved on from the dark ages. Making matches, arranging marriages, only the really fanatic old pure-blood families still do this. Tom glared at him. Daphne can't marry anyone. This hasn't been decided yet, but she should get used to the thought. Harry is not anyone. He's a Potter and the boy who lived. Give them a chance. And at the very least she should tell Harry about these possible matches. I don't want him to get his hopes up only to fall onto his face later on. Bill said. Tom stood up and Bill followed him as they approached the slumbering teens. I will talk to her. Tom promised as he gently pried Daphne away from Harry and gently picked her up. Bill too picked Harry up and gently threw him over his shoulder. Both didn't even stir, proof on how exhausted they were. Let's take these 2 to bed. Bill suggested. Tomorrow will be another exciting day. As Tom carefully placed Daphne on her bed, he sighed and pushed a stray strand of hair out of her face. Don't use him. Don't hurt him, Daphne. And don't hurt yourself. It's not worth it, he whispered. When Harry didn't wake up where he'd fallen asleep, he was confused. He was lying fully dressed in his cot and sunlight was falling through the thin cloth of the tent. And something else irritated him. There was a strange sound coming from outside. The usual bird noises were gone, as was any other sound. Instead there was a strange swooshing noise outside. A very loud swooshing that covered every other noise. Confused, he got up and walked from his small anteroom through the main room and carefully poked his head through the entrance. His brain needed a few seconds to process what was going on. It was raining. It was raining cats and dogs, to be precise. Never had Harry seen so long and so big drops of water. And never had he seen so much of it coming down. Being British and living in Britain and going to school in the north of Scotland, Harry knew what rain was. But this couldn't count as rain, this was a deluge. As if the heaves were throwing buckets of water down on earth. Buckets of warm water. And then he remembered the Goblin Guild master of the Cursebreaker saying something about them being there during the monsoon. Ah, so this was said monsoon. Awesome. Their camp luckily was not totally flat, and towards the fire pit the ground narrowed and went down ever so slightly, which meant for them that the rain flew down that way and didn't set their camp underwater. Harry judged the distance between here and the CT, looked up at the pouring sky and weighed his options. And came to the conclusion that even he couldn't run fast enough to avoid being drenched before he made it there. And he had no idea what time it was. Casting a quick tempest charm, he saw that it was barely 8 o'clock in the morning. He cringed when he remembered Atticus, Eric, Bill and Fleur, who were working on the shield. Hopefully they had some trick up their sleeve so they wouldn't be drowned. Harry got dressed and went to face the deluge outside, running as fast as he could towards the CT and stormed inside. His assumption was correct. He was drenched. He cast a drying charm and it worked well enough, but his cloth, hair, and skin were still damp. He sighed. He never got it right. Either he was still damp or too dry. Morning. Thomas greeted him from the table. Daphne and he were having breakfast. Slept well? He asked. Yeah, was just irritated for a moment. I'm pretty sure I fell asleep at the campfire last night. You did. Bill carried you to bed. Daphne sniggered. Don't you laugh, Daphne, I had to carry your heavy butt. Tom said. Daphne blushed and hit his arm. You don't know anything, she huffed. Harry grinned and sat down opposite of her. As he helped himself with some pancakes he muttered, I hate flying in such weather. Reminds me of a certain Quidditch game. Daphne grimaced and nodded. Oh, don't worry, Tom said, it's an off day for us today. Atticus sent us a message earlier that they would decurse the last bits of the shield today and the final takedown will be tomorrow, when the rain hopefully has lessened a bit. It's unlikely to stop soon, but today is a bad day. The updrafts are too wild, it wouldn't be much of flying anyway. Luckily we're nearly done, he explained. Yes, Harry cheered, day off. I like that. But what can we do? We're stuck inside. Daphne muttered disdainfully. How about a mud fight? Harry offered and wriggled his eyebrows. Daphne shot him a dirty look. I blame you for that. She just said and attacked her strawberries with her fork. We could play Scattergory, he suggested. Or chess. Or I could teach you a Muggle cardboard game, like Ludo. Or we could practice some magic. Or how about you go and see if Rashid needs some help with preparing for our trip? Tom intervened. Both looked at him. And Harry could wait until Bill gets back here and practice with him. You played yesterday. Today you will work. It was more of a final decision than a suggestion. Yeah, sure, both said, though they didn't look quite so happy. When Alice woke up she agreed to help Harry with his spell work. She cast 2 very handy shields above their heads that kept the rain away as they wandered deeper into the jungle around the camp. It's important to fight under different conditions. The rain will take a great part of your view, but you need to adapt to that. The heavy rain still fell through the openings in the canopy of leaves above them. Alice climbed into a tree and strategically placed a dozen tin cans in the branches. All right, I want you to blast the cans with a simple Expelliarmus from the tree. Do not hit the tree, she explained. Harry snorted. That's easy, he said. Alice grinned, jumped from the tree and dragged him several meters back into the cover of the trees. Excuse me, I meant, you start from here, she said smugly. From here? Harry asked disbelievingly. Of course. It's got to be a bit challenging. And realistic. The trees are your cover, but they also hinder you in your aim, so you first have to get close. That is your first challenge. The second is to blast them. My task is it to keep you from doing so. Now, when I say go, you can start. She grinned at him before disappearing between the trees, leaving Harry standing between the trees. All right, you can go, he heard Alice shout after a few seconds. Taking a deep breath, Harry stepped out of the cover of the trees to fire his first spell, but was promptly hit in the by a mild stinging hex. Hey, he shouted. Don't leave the cover of the trees, Harry, or you're dead. Alice shouted from somewhere to him. It was impossible to say where she had hidden from him. The echo of her voice seemed to come from everywhere. Great, he muttered to himself. He hid between the trees again and this time only peeked around the trunk. The tin cans were suddenly very far away, but they glistened in the rain so he could see them fairly well. Keeping himself hidden, he aimed his wand at the first tin can and said forcefully, Expelliarmus. A jet of red light zoomed through the trees but hit the branch the can hung from, instead of the can. Harry growled in frustration. Not bad for the first time, you came close. But that's not good enough. Try again. Try to get closer to the tree, it'll make aiming and hitting easier. Just try not to get stung. Harry yelped when a stinging jinx hit him in the bottom. He swirled around to see where Alice was hiding but saw nothing. Concentrate, Alice's voice said, amused. He saw the next jet of light coming and quickly blocked it with a shield charm. Good. Now try again. Again Harry took aim, but the rain made everything blurry and his spell hit one of the trees in its path. The stinging hex combined with the again were almost expected. Geez woman, I'm glad you're no teacher at Hogwarts. Your teaching methods are brutal, he complained after the 20th time. By now he had only managed to hit 2 tin cans. It was frustrating. Oh, I wouldn't be sure. Pain is a good motivator. Alice's voice floated through the threes towards him. Harry's frustration grew with the passing of the time. By the time Alice said it was time for lunch he had only blasted a total of 4 cans from the tree. Whenever he tried to leave his hiding spot she spotted him and forced him backwards again. The cans were farther than ever. "We'll continue after lunch," Alice said as she appeared next to him. "What good does that do? I'm horrible at this," he complained. "Oh, stop it, Harry. You just never done anything like this before. Just wait until after lunch. But you can't just give up now. Practice is the most important part of magic. Nobody is born with the perfect aim," she said and slung an arm around his shoulders. "I'll show you a little trick after lunch, yes." "Sure," he muttered. "What got your knickers in a twist?" Eric asked when he saw the sour expression on Harry's face as he sat down. Apparently the others had finally returned from decursing the rest of the shield. "Alice training methods," he muttered. Bill sniggered. "How many jinxes did you have to take?" he asked with no sympathy at all. Harry growled at him. "Oh, leave him be, Bill. I'm sure you didn't do better during your first time." Alice said. "Baby, I excelled at every first time," Bill said and wriggled with his eyebrows. "Oh, gross, we didn't need to know that, Bill." Atticus choked. Bill just laughed. Harry wolfed down 3 plates of spaghettis and tomato sauce and drowned at least 6 glasses of orange juice and 2 bowls of fruit salad. He was famished. "I see you worked him good time," Eric muttered, slightly distasteful as he watched Harry eat. "Where do you put all of that?" Rashid asked, slightly horrified. "I'm a growing boy, I need my food," Harry just said with a full mouth. "You were disgusting," Fleur declared dryly. Harry grinned at her with sauce dripping from his chin. Alice just shrugged. "Oh, you know, just the usual. We'll continue after lunch." Harry turned to Daphne, who sat across him a few seats to his right. "And what had Rashid you do?" he asked. "Clean his cauldrons and chop stinkfield roots. And they are called that for a reason," she muttered darkly. Harry grimaced slightly. "And you, Luna?" he asked the who dreamily inspected a grape from her fruit salad. "I dance in the rain. The water and wind spirits were having a party and invited me along. But now my feet hurt. I'll sleep after lunch," she muttered, not looking at him. Harry was taken aback for a moment. "That's great," he finally said. Tom just suppressed a laugh and Chow rolled with his eyes. "Is the shield finally done?" Daphne asked. "Yes. The curses are gone. We stabilized the remaining frame and will take it down tomorrow morning," Eric said. "What frame?" Harry asked. "When you shield an area like this, you cast a basic shield charm like the Protega as a base. Into that shield the spells are woven to strengthen it. Now that we have taken out the curses, only the original shield charm remains. It's the white dome you've seen. That still needs to be cracked. Over the years it has grown string and thick. The good thing is that like any other shield charm it can be broken by force," Bill explained. "Which basically means that tomorrow you can let go of any aggressions you may have by throwing every curse and jinx you know at the shield until it breaks," Eric said gleefully. "It's great fun," he added. "Definitely looking forward to it." Fleur rolled her pretty eyes. "Men," she just said. "Mr. Lovegood, do you have any idea what we might find in those caves? Considering what kind of ancient civilization lived here, what their traditions were and what they believed in?" Tom asked. Mr. Lovegood put his napkin aside and folded his hands. "Well, that is a hard question to answer. People first settled down in Cambodia about 4,200 years ago. But magic wasn't introduced into these parts of the world until the Khmer Empire. Back then, in the time from the years 802 to 1431 AD, Cambodia was a blooming empire, very stable in all aspects and thriving. Magical travelers settled down there. They were descendants of Roman sorcerers. But when the Roman Empire began to fall around the beginning of the 7th century, many saw that it was the beginning of the end and fled. Many went east and ended after a few generations here. They integrated into the society but lay low. They worshipped the local gods with the natives and developed new paths of magic. It is said that they went back to the magic of the elements and tried to live in harmony with their surroundings. That kind of magic, stronger, wilder and more dangerous. When around 1177 Cambodia was first invaded by their neighbors, the Cham from the Champa Empire, and then later on during the 13th and 14th century by different Thai clans, it meant the downfall of this empire too. But in that time the magic users had grown and cultivated a different society. It is said that they found the cure for all illnesses and a way for longevity. News leaked through and the Siam Empire racked secret wars against them through the land. The last king of the Khmer Empire, who was a wizard himself, ordered that all secrets should be buried for all eternity until mankind would have learned to handle such powers and responsibilities, before he was given to the Siam Empire as a prisoner. With that, another civilization went down. It is very possible that ancient secrets and powerful objects such as these cures could lay hidden within these caves. It would explain the heavy warding and the old magic around here. The elements have been protecting this place harshly. What do you mean? Fleur asked. Well, haven't you noticed that the rain only started now that you have deactivated the shield? Remember the vines that attacked us when we first stepped into this force field of pent-up magical powers? And there is little wildlife around here. Alone the fact that the whole surroundings is shrouded by magic so strong it cuts us off from the rest of the world is proof enough that someone or something doesn't want people to find whatever is hidden here. We must act cautiously. These caves will be trapped. Someone who wasn't worthy of these ancient powers was not supposed to find them. Who knows what kind of security measurements they installed? Mr. Lovegood explained. Silence reigned over the table as they all thought about his words. It was true that magical bubble in the middle of the jungle was what had attracted Gringot's attention at first. And Mr. Lovegood was right. Nobody went through so much trouble and work if it wasn't important. Something was here and it was most likely dangerous. But nobody really knew what it was. Well, it is some information at least. Atticus said. We take the shield down tomorrow and on Monday we make our first trip inside. Once we know what we're dealing with we go in deeper. Any questions? They all shook their heads. Then you're dismissed. Okay, just like this morning. But this time remember where you are and use it to your advantage. Like I do. Change your perspective, Alice said mysteriously. Once she was gone Harry frowned. That was supposed to be a helpful tip. Sighing he leaned against his cover tree and waited for the signal. Begin. Alice's voice echoed through the trees towards him. Harry breathed in deeply and wanted to turn around to face his targets when his gaze stopped at the tree opposite of him. He looked left and right. Trees. There were a lot of trees, standing very closely together. How had Alice managed to always hit him? How was it that she always saw him but he didn't see her? Harry face-palmed himself. Of course. She climbed through the trees. Critically he eyed the trees. Until now they had been more of an obstacle than a help. But he wasn't the best climber. He had no problem with heights but climbing. But on the other hand, he would be better hidden from Alice between the leaves. On the other hand, wouldn't all the branches be now in his way? It was worth a shot. Lowering himself to all fours Harry hastily made his way over to the other tree and hid behind it. The bark was rough and the many low-hanging branches were strong enough to hold his weight. Harry pulled himself up and looked around. He could see the tin cans in the tree but he was too far away and too many branches were between him and his goal. Have you fallen asleep over there? I said you could begin. A curse hit where he'd been standing just minutes before. Harry frowned. Hadn't Alice seen him change his position? Apparently not. Harry grinned. He had to use that to his advantage. Up here he could more easily determine where Alice's voice came from. Definitely to his fright this time. And lower than himself. Having an idea he carefully reached for the next branch and balanced across it towards the next tree on his left. The nearest branch of the other tree was too far away to reach out for it but if he jumped. The wood was slippery but Harry was sure he could jump the distance. He just wondered if that wouldn't disturb the branches too much and give away his position. Harry. Alice sounded closer now. Cursing he bent his knees and jumped, reaching out for the branches on front of him. He landed but slipped. But before he could fell to the ground he managed to wrap his arms around the branch and hold on. The trees quivered but when after a few moments still no jinx hit him Harry carefully pulled himself up. This tree was thinner and its branches more flexible. Holding onto one, Harry jumped down on the other side while holding onto one branch. It slowly bent and Harry had a controlled descent downwards. When he let go of the branch it flipped back upwards, but before Alice might notice it, Harry was sprinting towards a thick tree. Pressing himself against it he listened. Sure enough, footsteps approached and he peeked around. Yeah, there was Alice, carefully approaching the tree he had jumped from and looking around. Harry held his breath. "I know you are here, Harry," Alice said loud enough for him to hear it. Looking around, Harry spotted a half-rotten branch on the ground. He carefully picked it up, peeked around, and when he saw that Alice was looking into the opposite direction he threw the branch as hard as he could to his right. It sailed through the air and when it hit the bush, it rustled loudly. Alice swirled around and he saw her smile. She walked towards the bush and Harry took it his opening to slip away between the trees. He saw that he was now very close to the tree with the tin cans. He reeled back and pressed himself against a tree once again. He thought about sprinting from his cover and running for it. It wasn't the best thing to do since he'd be exposed. But on the other hand, he didn't know when Alice would be back. He frowned. Suddenly this exercise was so much more multidimensional, now that he understood what Alice really wanted from him. She wanted strategies. She wanted him to think 10 steps ahead. This wasn't about hitting the tin cans. This was about getting there first. Blasting them was the easy part. Harry chose to run for it. He was fast and could probably fire while running. Nodding to himself, he readied himself and turned around to run for it and ran straight into Alice's body bind charm. He fell like a stone. Alice's face appeared above him. She was smiling. "Well done, Harry. You have understood the exercise. But sadly not good enough. Let's try this again." Alice dismissed him an hour before dinner. Harry was battered and bruised from where he had tripped over stones, fallen from trees, or had cut himself while climbing trees. He was sore, sweaty and dirty from climbing trees and crawling through the break. Above all, he was soaked from the rain and shivering. "You look like a mud monster," Alice sniggered as they walked back towards the camp. The dirt-repelling charm on his cloths had only worked so far. But after Harry had thrown himself into a small bog to escape Alice, even that one didn't work anymore. The rain had found its ways through sleeves and other openings onto his body. And at some point Harry had put his jacket aside so that he could move his arms better, and since his shirt was not waterproof he didn't stand a chance. All in all, Harry looked how he felt. "Thanks," he muttered. "Ask Rashid for something against bruises, cuts and soreness. Tomorrow you'll feel just fine." "I will," he muttered and yawned. They stopped at his tent. "Hey Harry," Alice said warmly. "Yes Alice, you did well. Much better than this morning. You learn fast. You still kicked my butt," Harry said, slightly disbelieving. She nodded cheerfully. "And I will continue to do so, but you will get better too, and one day we might kick each other's butt." "I'll be looking forward to it," he said determinedly. She laughed. "I know. See you at dinner." The shower was so good, it must have been heaven. Harry set his training cloths aside so that they would dry and clean themselves, and instead put on jeans, a black t-shirt and a red sweater. With the rain-repelling charm in place he hurried to the court for dinner. Most of the others were already inside. Bill, Fleur and Rashid were in the kitchen preparing the food. Alice was leaning against the other side of the counter and was talking to them. Eric and Atticus were sitting near the fireplace, talking with Thomas, who was cleaning his broom on the floor. Luna was laying the table with Chow. The only person missing was her father and Daphne. "Ah, there he is. The brave fighter. I already feared you drowned yourself in the shower to escape your misery." Bill greeted him. "Shut up," Harry said, trying not to blush. "I just told them about our training," Alice said casually. Harry groaned. "Great, let the teasing begin." Alice smiled. "Actually, I told them how well you were doing. Yeah, I wish I could have seen that swan dive into the bog." "Will you do it tomorrow for me again?" Eric asked from across the room. Harry buried his face in his hands. "Merlin, you are impossible." "What is it, pick on Harry Potter Day?" he asked. "Just keeping you in place," Atticus assured him with a wide smile. "Maybe next time I come to watch," Bill suggested. Turning towards Alice, Harry asked, groaning, "I thought you said I did good." She just grinned. "And take some pictures for the family back in Britain. What do you say, Harry? Maybe we could make some really big ones and put one in each common room at Hogwarts." Bill went on. Harry's wand was very quickly in his hand. Don't you dare. Your mother would scold me for hours for jumping into unknown waters. Who knows what kind of dangerous animals and germs might have been in there. She'll never let me leave the house again. And at school I'd be known as Harry Potter, the boy who dives into mud. Malfoy would have a field day. They all erupted into roaring laughter. Nice to know you all care so much. Maybe I should leave and find a group of curse breakers that appreciate having me there. Harry said as stuck up as he could. Fleur walked over to him and wrapped her arms around him, and with faux concern she wailed, "Oh but Harry. We do. Please forgive us." He groaned. "Oh Fleur, not you too. You were supposed to be on my side in this. I was relying on you for at least being neutral." More laughter. What's going on here? Harry turned his head and saw through a gap in Fleur's arms Daphne standing there. It's International Pick on Harry Potter Day, apparently. Mark it down in your calendar. Wanna join in? He said. After dinner. Rashid interrupted. Everyone quickly sat down. Harry was squeezed between Alice and Bill. Bill ruffled his hair. I'm sure you did great today, he said silently. Alice told me all about it. Really impressive. Not everyone would jump into a bog to hide. You have a clever brain up there. Harry grinned widely. Thanks. The shield is nothing more than an eggshell now. Hit it with all you've got until it breaks. Don't worry, nothing will happen to you. Bill told the three pre-teens of their team as they walked towards the Great White Dome. It will absorb most of our spells, and at some point its capacity will be exhausted and it will break. Like a balloon when pumped up with too much air. And when it breaks, Daphne asked, what then? You better close your eyes. Atticus advised as he passed them. And cover your ears. And roll up in a tiny little ball on the ground. Thomas suggested. Harry waited for Bill to tell them that they were just joking, but Bill just rolled his eyes and said, yeah, and that. But don't worry, all that will probably happen is a loud boom, and a bright white light. Nothing dangerous. He positioned them between the other older members of the team and gave them encouraging smiles. Let's bring this baby down, guys. And girls. Atticus shouted and everyone cheered. Harry watched as everyone around him started casting spells, aiming them at the White Dome and watching how they exploded loudly. Hesitantly he cast his own spell. A mild stinging hex. It was absorbed by the shield like water by a sponge. Come on Harry, not so hesitant, shouted Alice. Yeah, what happened to the boy who battled living plants? Bill cheered. Yeah, well, they were attacking me too, Harry muttered. But his next jinx was a relatively strong blasting jinx that made a small dent into the shield for a second before it popped back into its original shape. Come on Harry, let off some steam. Sure, there's gotta be something that you have some pent-up aggression about. Daphne said. I sure have, she added with a sideways glare at her brother for whatever reason. Yeah man, let it out, Chow said from where he was watching. This isn't some kind of therapy session, Eric growled. Whatever. Fleur dismissed him and smiled encouragingly at Harry. Come on, you can do these. As she smiled brightly at him, Harry could feel a strange wave of magic coming from her and washing over him, but strangely enough it had no effect. Instead something inside Harry reared up and battered it away. Sure, he muttered, ignoring the baffled look on Fleur's face. He tried to think of something that frustrated him. Well, there were the Dursleys, but somehow Harry didn't want to waste energy on them. Suddenly Sirius' face popped up in his mind. The injustice that had befallen his godfather 12 years ago and how people still had tried to condemn him after he was proven innocent still made him angry. Merlin, he hadn't thought about Sirius in a long time. That alone made him angry. Angry at himself. Since they were cut off any means of communication, be it the Flow Network or owls or magical mirrors really, nothing worked in this goddamn place. Harry still didn't know if his godfather was a free man or not. He doubted that Sirius had been imprisoned again, but with Fudge you never knew. Reducto. The force of his own spell caught Harry by surprise and had him stumbling backwards. Nice one Harry, Atticus complimented. Harry just stared at the dent he had made into the White Dome. It didn't pop back like the other one did. Bobbleus. A streak of white light, like lightning, hit the dent in the dome and deepened it. Bombarda. The sound of explosions was loud all around Harry, and the different colored bolts of light all around him hurt his eyes, but there was a strange euphoric feeling and deep satisfaction coming from inside him as he continued firing spells. From all sides the once so round shield was now dented and misshaped and deformed. In some places it had changed color and Harry could see it trembling. He stopped his spell casting and listened for the hum of magic beyond. And he heard it. It was like the very ground they stood on was shaking. Like a pulsing heart, waves of magic started rippling along the surface of the shield, and Harry held his breath. He wasn't the only one that noticed it. "Hold your fire," Eric shouted. The spell fire ceased. The shield was now positively shaking. "Everyone step back," Atticus ordered. Only he remained standing where he was. "Confringo," Atticus said calmly, and a single bolt of reddish-yellow light sailed through the air and hit the shield. It was like watching ice break under heavy weight. First small tears appeared, which zigzagged through the white dome in all directions. Then the tears became cracks, and the cracks widened, and a sound like air leaving a balloon through a small hole filled the air, only 10,000 times louder. The dome shook. As if the shield had solidified, tiny splinters of it trickled down, and once they touched the ground they dissolved into smoke. Harry backed another step away. "Does anyone else feel bad about this?" he asked silently. Luna next to him looked nauseous. "I do. All the spirits have deserted this place. I don't feel good." Harry grabbed his wand tighter. And then, all of a sudden, the shaking stopped. Warily they watched as one single crack started traveling randomly across the surface of the shield. They followed it with their eyes, and no one dared to move. Until it finally came to a stop. They watched as a single palm-size shred fell to the ground. The whistling sound stopped. That was all the warning they got. Before Atticus could even open his mouth to shout, "Take cover." Harry had erected the strongest shield charm he could manage. Next to him Daphne and Luna did the same, and their shields fused together, becoming even stronger. Harry had no time to see if the others were doing the same because... boom! The shield exploded. Dot, 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 dot. In elementary school Harry had seen a movie about volcanoes. There had been a footage of one exploding, and it had been very impressive. The shield exploding had been equally loud but not as impressive. Still Harry could see the shockwave, or maybe it was a wave of magic, rolling towards them as the dome exploded into millions of white shreds, sending them flying in all directions and thousands of meters high into the air. The shockwave, or magic wave, whatever, knocked the three pre-teens off their feet, but their shield stayed in place. Clouds of dust gathered around them, taking their view of the other team members. Harry's ears were ringing sharply and he couldn't think straight. The dust stung in his eyes. Everything seemed upside down, but he still managed to sit up. Strangely, the first thing that popped into his mind was Atticus telling them that taking down the shield would be totally harmless since all magic should have long drained from it. Newsflash, it didn't. Harry though and looked around. Luna was to his right, slowly propping herself up. "Are you all right?" he asked, but his voice sounded strange to his own ears. She nodded. "Where is Daphne?" she asked and looked around. Harry shook his head to get some clearance and looked around. To his relief, Daphne sat just a few feet away from him, holding her left hand protectively to her. "Daphne," he called out and scrambled over to her, Luna behind him. "Are you all right?" Daphne grimaced. "I think I broke my wrist when I fell," she muttered. Harry looked up and shouted, "Deletrius!" at the heavy dust around them. It dissolves and cleared their sight a little bit. Good enough to see Thomas and Eric helping Atticus and Alice to their feet. Behind Eric, Rashid appeared out of the dust clouds. "Rashid, over here, quick. Daphne is hurt," Harry shouted and ran towards them. Thomas's head snapped around and his eyes fixed on Daphne, who was still sitting in the ground, cradling her injured wrist. He, as well as Rashid, came running towards them. Harry, knowing Daphne would be fine with them, looked around. "Bill, Fleur, Chow, Mr. Lovegood," he shouted. "We're over here," came the distant voice of Chow, and moments later the four missing members of their company appeared next to them. Bill was supporting Fleur, who seemed to have twisted her left ankle. "You all right?" the eldest Weasley asked him, concerned as he gave him a once-over. "Bit dizzy and my ears still hurt and ring, but I'll live," Harry assured him. "But what the hell was that?" he added. Bill snorted dryly. I think we underestimated the power of this place. Someone really doesn't want what's in there to be found. I'm starting to think if we shouldn't just leave it be. Towards the end his voice grew darker and he stared towards the cliffs and the caves. Too late. Now, Atticus said as he stepped up next to them. But I swear this is the last time that we have underestimated this place. He stalked off to Rashid and asked, how are they, nodding at Fleur and Daphne. Rashid shrugged. I fixed both of them, but for at least another day they have to take it easy with their injured limbs. The healer told him as he wrapped Fleur's ankle with gauze he had dipped in some potion. Then take the two of them and Harry and Luna back to camp. The rest of us will take a first look at those caves. Harry jumped to his feet from where he had knelt down next to Daphne. I want to come too, he shouted. Please, he added quickly when he saw Bill raise an eyebrow at him. But Atticus shook his head. No, Harry, we don't know what to expect and we can't have someone inexperienced as you accidentally setting off traps or something alike. Harry tried not to pout. How was he supposed to learn anything about curse breaking if he always got left out on the interesting parts? Besides, Rashid will need your help flying these two back to camp. Atticus added. Harry looked at Bill for help, but the older man just shook his head. Do as he says, Harry. He's right. But don't worry, we all are going inside together to search for whatever is hidden in there, he said calmly. Harry tried not to hide his disappointment. Fine, he muttered and turned back to Rashid and the others. Harry paced the common tent up and down. He was alone. Rashid had taken care of Daphne and Fleur and had left to join the others back at the cliffs. Luna was keeping the two girls company while their bones healed. Harry would have done the same, but he felt restless, like a trapped tiger. His magic core tingled and filled him with uneasiness. Something was wrong. Something would happen. He stretched and slightly twisted his neck to the side, trying to release some of the tension, and forced his clenched fists to unclench. Outside it had started to rain again. Actually, it had never stopped. It had just lessened before. Now the all too familiar sound of rain hitting the ground and the canvas of the tent filled the air. Harry knew he was being paranoid and it probably meant nothing, but ever since he'd stumbled into the force field shield he felt tense, uneasy, and felt as if he needed to do something urgently that he couldn't quite remember. The answer was there, just a millimeter out of reach. Something screamed, wrong, danger, beware, and, do it, at the same time. Harry rubbed his neck and sat down at the table. There at his place lay his journal. It was a gift from Ginny when he had decided to go with Bill to Cambodia. It was a great idea and Harry documented every day in it, together with pictures Luna had taken with her magical camera that just seconds later spit out the finished moving picture. He had put sketches into it too, as well as bewitched flowers and other keepsakes so that they would never wither and stick to the pages. But the journal also was there for him to write down his inner turmoil. The journal also contained 4 letters to Sirius and some to his friends and others that he never been able to send. And didn't intend to send. He grabbed his quill, dunked it in the ink pot and continued writing the paragraph about his bad feelings. He finished the entry with the words, "Maybe being cautious isn't so stupid. This place is unusual, everyone said so. But I don't understand why it makes me so nervous, so on edge. I feel as if big things have yet to happen. And I feel that their impact will be grave. I should become an author. I'm good at being dramatic and ominous," he thought as he read over the entry once again. He closed the journal and walked to the tent opening, planning on catching a few hours of sleep while he could. He stopped at the infirmary and checked up on the girls. They were talking merrily, but not in English but in French. It took Harry a few moments to understand that they were speaking in a different language. When Fleur spotted him she smiled and waved him over. "Ari, comment vas tu?" she asked him. The other two snickered. Harry grinned and responded smoothly, "Cava, et toi." All 3 looked at him baffled until Daphne asked, "You speak French?" Harry shook his head ruefully. "Not really, but my old babysitter, our neighbor Mrs. Fig, spoke French and she taught me a little bit whenever I was forced to spend time with her, but that's a few years ago now and I don't remember half of it," he admitted. "And actually I wanted to see how you all are," he added. "We're fine, Harry," Daphne said with a smile. "Come, join us." He sat down on one of Rashid's chairs with spools on the feet and started bobbing his left knee up and down, a tic he had developed over 3 years sitting in a very boring history of magic class. "Are you all right, Harry?" Luna asked with a frown. "You are so restless, the Nargles love it." Harry smiled slightly. "It's nothing, I just wish I could have come with them." Fleur scooted closer to him. "Don't worry, Ari. They won't go without us. They just want to secure the place so that nobody else but us can enter." "I know, but I feel so useless on this trip." He sighed. "Hey, you found the place, didn't you?" Daphne said. "And nearly got killed doing so. Anybody else would have found it sooner or later." Harry huffed. "Ari, there has to be work done before the fun comes. And you are still a novice." Fleur explained gently. "I know. Sorry. It's just, don't you feel uneasy as well?" he asked. They looked at each other. "Well, it is strange here. The magical dome that encloses this whole area, the attacking plants, the unbelievable force behind the shield, something big is here." Daphne admitted. "I have spoken with the spirits and they are skittish. Ever since the earthquake a few months ago when Gringotts got first readings, the animals have been slowly leaving this place. Spirits hide. It's like a negative vibe is coming from this place." Ignoring the "talk to spirits" part, Harry had to admit he felt the same. "But we saw wild elephants, there are lots of birds everywhere and so on," Daphne said. Luna shook her head. "I'm not talking about those animals. They have no connection to this place. I'm talking about the SS." All of them looked at Luna as if she had just announced she would be the next Minister of Magic. "What?" Fleur asked, confused. "The SS. Don't you think it's strange we haven't seen one yet? Here, in the middle of the jungle. I thought we were just lucky." "I don't like SS so much," Daphne said. Harry frowned. "But, you're a Slytherin. So what? They are still creeps. When you talked to that one in second year I nearly fainted then and there." Harry just let it drop for the time being and turned back to Luna. "What do SS have to do with this all?" "Well, whereas in many cultures SS are viewed as dangerous and evil animals, like in the Bible for instance, the SS are sacred animals to the indigenes here. S's are a symbol for wisdom and it is said that eating SS doesn't just make you wise but also keeps you young and healthy. If you were bitten by a poisonous S and survived, you were viewed as a chosen one by them and earned a lot of respect amongst your people." "And if you died?" Daphne asked. "Then you gave your life in service to the Greta S." "Who?" Harry asked. "The Great S. Father of all SS. He has different names. The Vikings called him Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent. The Egyptians call him Apophis, Chaos S. Here they just call him the Great S. They are sacred animals and when they flee a place T usually means danger. S's are no great fighters. They are good at stalking up on their prey and ambushing it, thus winning any fight. But they know when to preserve their lives. And here is not one single S. It worries me," Luna explained. She really looked worried and spoke with such conviction that Harry couldn't contradict her. Daphne obviously felt the same but they exchanged looks. "I am not crazy," Luna said calmly. Harry blushed. "Sorry Luna. It's just hard for me, for us, to wrap our minds around such things." "That's okay Harry." They were all silent for a few seconds. Then Fleur clapped her hands together, startling Harry. "Enough doomsday talk. Let's freshen up Harry's French a little bit." Harry groaned. The others returned shortly before dusk. They were talking in hushed voices and discussing something. Mr. Lovegood shook his head and said loudly as they walked towards the CT, "No, I will need my book to properly translate what the inscription says. I can make out the general information but I rather know exactly what it means so we can avoid nasty surprises." Harry, glad for the distraction, rushed out of the infirmary and to Bill's side. "What did you find? More curses? Did something happen? What are our next steps? Do we go inside? Will that be dangerous? What will be inside? Do we all get to go?" he asked. Bill raised his arms and said, "Woo-ho, calm your horses Harry. Take a breath. We tell you over dinner all right. Together with the others, okay." Harry sighed. "Okay." Bill smiled. "And how have things been here? Anything happen?" Harry made a sour face. "Fleur is determined to teach me French." Bill smiled. "It's never bad to know another language," he said. "Still, I feel useless." he complained. I know it can get a little slow every now and then, but now that we cracked the hard outer shell, the soft insides are ours. Bill tried to cheer him up. Okay, one more night. You'll see. Atticus will announce it over dinner. Harry forced himself to smile. Okay, let's go. Bill laughed. Yeah, let's go. ... I think a toast is in order, Atticus announced and got up. Immediately all attention turned to him. We have successfully breached the outer wall, we have done the first step, in other words, we are one step closer to our goal. That is all thanks to this amazing team. Hear, hear, Eric muttered. The competence, the skill, the discipline and the stamina have made this possible. Hooray to that. Everyone raised their glasses and shouted, hooray. But it also means that now the world of the unknown lies before us. I'll be totally honest with you men, there was a cough from Fleur, and women, Atticus added quickly, this is new territory for all of us. A huge part of this land is clouded in ancient magic that cuts us off from any help. A shield, unusual and powerful, guarded these caves. Finding this place was hard enough. The magic is strong here and we know not much about what could lie underneath those cliffs. I need my team on high alert and ready for everything. He looked each of them in the eyes. Can I count on you? As a response, Bill started banging his cup on the table and soon everyone followed. Atticus grinned. Great. We leave with the first light. Pack lightly. We don't know what we'll need. And with those words they were dismissed. Bill mentioned for Harry to follow him to his tent. Harry had been inside Bill's tent a few times before. It was similar to his own but had more of a homey feeling to it thanks to the many years Bill had used it for his expeditions. There were pictures on the wall, an Asian rug on the floor, the walls of his bedroom were covered with maps, pictures and paintings. Mostly of Egyptian origin and many more little details. This is it, Harry, the great moment we have been working for. What happens next is why I love this job so much. Danger and mystery, adrenaline running through your body, magic all around you, it is what I was born to do, and no matter how often I do it, it still feels amazing. Bill romanticized and sighed contently. People sometimes think that we are nothing but common thieves and tomb raiders. But the truth is we find the things lost and make them available for everyone again. Then why does Gringotts get all the treasure? Harry asked. They don't get everything, and lots of the facts they get are sold again. They don't bunker it or sit on their money. And someone has to finance these trips and pay us after all. Bill said in a matter of fact. Anyway, this is your first mission. As a potential apprentice and future curse breaker, you must be warned by your master, that's me by the way, of the potential risk you're getting yourself into. Harry smirked. Why don't they do that before one gets on the trip at all? He asked. Bill looked at him seriously. Because many people don't know what they sign up for. They think it's fun, a little bit of adventure. And sometimes only when they are confronted with the reality they realize what they have gotten into. And by then it's usually too late. That is why I ask you again, do you want to step down? Do you want to continue? Because once you've set foot into that cave, turning around could be impossible. Harry stared back seriously and nodded. I understand, he said. You have come face to face with dangers of this place already, Harry. You were exposed to them. Do you think you can manage more of that? Bill asked him seriously. I think I can, Harry said as calmly and evenly as he could. Good. Because more will come. They were silent for a few moments, then Bill added with a slight smile, you know, when this is over and was a success and Atticus puts in a good word for you or a recommendation, Gringotts might offer you a place in their junior Cursebreaker program. It's where they specialize to promote promising talents from an early age on. It's worth thinking about it. Harry smiled. Let's cross that bridge when we get there, he said. Bill nodded. Oh, that reminds me, you need to add this to your bag when you pack, he suddenly said and turned around and started rummaging through one of the drawers in his dresser. He pulled out a cylindrical object, about the length of Harry's arm and about 1 inch thick. It was a white tube and looked pretty nondescript. Bill handed it to Harry. Wow, thanks, he said. Bill looked at him. You have no clue what that is, right? Not the faintest, Harry said truthfully. This is glow stick, and no, don't ask. It's not the real name, but it sums up what the thing does. We carry them for extra light. Just flex it strongly in the middle and shake it and it will start glowing. The glow stays for about 2 hours, then it needs to recharge itself for another hour and then you can use it again. Harry took it. No offense, but we are wizards. Can't we just use Lumos? Of course we could. And we will. But what if we are attacked by mummies in a dark underground cavern? As soon as we use another spell, the light is gone and casting in total darkens is stupid as well as useless. So we need an extra light source in such events. Harry raised an eyebrow. Mummies? He asked. It all happened before. Bill just said and grinned. Thanks, Bill. Go and pack. And sleep early. Who know when we get another full night of sleep in comfortable beds. ... Harry stepped out of his small bathroom, already dressed for bed with his toothbrush sticking out of his mouth. In the tent opening stood Daphne. She blushed when she saw him. Sorry for intruding. Can I come in? Sure, Harry said around his toothbrush. As a result, saliva mixed with toothpaste ran from his mouth down his chin. He held up his index finger as if to say, "One moment please," and disappeared in the bathroom to clean his face. He returned to find her still standing in the tent opening, looking nervous and uncomfortable. Come in, sit down. What can I do for you? He asked, pleasant surprised to see her. She shook her head. No, I just wanted to stop by really quickly. Okay, Harry said slowly. Was Daphne Greengrass blushing? Harry, what I meant to say for quite some time now is, you are a great friend, she blurted out but didn't look at him. And, I'm really glad I got to know you so well. It's like I have known you for longer than a few weeks. Harry smiled. Yeah, I know what you mean. You were a great friend, Daphne. You were different than all my other friends, in a good way of course. He added quickly and blushed too. Yeah, friend, listen Harry. I really like you. As in more than a friend. Harry stood there as if struck by lightning. What had she just said? She blushed deeper. Look, I know it seems ridiculous but it's true, and I'm scared of tomorrow and what the next days might bring, so I just wanted to tell you. She looked shyly at him from below her eyelashes. Harry had no clue what to say because he was 13, going 14. Sure, he had hormones raging in his body and Daphne was very pretty and had an awesome character and he would be lying if he denied any attraction towards her, but he had never been in love. The general concept of love was hard for him. He had never received love from Ev Dursleys. Only when he got to Hogwarts he learned what it meant to have people that care for you and how that feels. But that was not love. Not that kind of love anyway. So he just stared at Daphne like a simpleton. I hope I haven't made things awkward between us, she muttered. Finally Harry got a grip on himself. No, not awkward. I'm just surprised, I guess. Girl, never. I mean I'm honored, actually, but I mean I like you. I really like you, it's just new. He ended lamely. I just wanted you to know, she muttered. Then, really quickly she planted a small on Harry's left cheek before leaving in a hurry. Harry just stood there. When Bill came to check if he was all packed and settled, Harry was still in a daze, rubbing his left cheek every so often. Bill took one look at his glazed-over eyes and asked concerned, what happened? Harry looked at him and said silently, Daphne just told me she likes me. Bill snorted. Of course she likes you, I don't think she would put up with you otherwise. Harry shook his head. No, she likes me as in she likes me. Like you like Fleur, no, don't deny it, it's obvious, and I mean, what do you say in such a situation? Harry said in a quivering voice. Bill gaped and then he grinned. She likes you, Not funny, Bill, concentrate. Harry growled. What did you say? Bill asked. A lot of stupid stuff probably. I can't remember. Bill had a hard time suppressing his laughter. You love. I remember my first crush. Annie Brixton, a Ravenclaw in my year. She was amazing, but sadly she had no patience for stupid guys like me and didn't like dragons one bit. He sighed wistfully. Harry snapped his fingers on front of the older many eyes. Bill, I said concentrate. I need help. What do I do? Bill folded his arms and grinned. Well, that depends, he said. Do you like her too in that way or not? Yes, maybe, I think so, I don't know. Harry squeaked. Bill laughed again. You do. He grinned. Ah, they grow up so fast. Next thing we know you are getting married and have kids of your own. Can you please take this seriously? She kinda blindsided me with those news. Bill smiled again, but this time it was kindly, and he put his hand on Harry's shoulder. Let me give you the same brotherly advice I have given all my siblings. Try it. If it's good, great. If not, well, then that's fine too. Harry just stared at him. And how'd I try it? You'll know. Just promise me not to impregnate her. That would be really inappropriate and hard to explain, and Mum would kill you. Bill. Yes, shutting up. Now, have you packed? Yes. Good. Want me to go away? Yes. Please. Okay. See you tomorrow, lover boy. Stay together. Atticus ordered and lit up the tip of his wand. Anything can happen. Keep your guard up at all times. Harry clung to his wand, nervousness shaking his very core, and sweat was running down his back. The cave opening didn't seem so harmless anymore up close. The darkness ahead was like a mouth, ready to swallow them whole. Harry immediately banished that image from his head. The jagged edges around the cave opening already looked a lot like teeth. Behind him the sun was just about to rise, and Harry wondered when he would see it again. Maybe never again, a small voice whispered in his head. Shut up, said the other, bigger part. Bill had shaken him awake at an ungodly hour, had checked his backpack, before under the light of torches the whole group had assembled in the middle of the camp. As they left, Eric pulled up another protective barrier around it, and that had been it. They had said goodbye to Chow. He, as a squib, was for one not allowed to enter the caves, and for another could, at least magically, not contribute anything to their group, which was why Gringotts had forbidden him from coming with them. But that was fine. He would look after the camp and his elephants. He had instructions that if they weren't back in 1 week he was to abandon camp and inform someone. They had mounted their brooms and flown to the cliffs. And that had been it. Eric and Atticus had dismantled the protective wards and put them back up again once they were inside the new perimeter. From there on it had been only a short walk towards the cave opening the others had explored yesterday, and now here they were, entering the darkness. It had something final to it. They walked straight ahead for about 15 minutes before they finally neared a corner, and beyond that corner lay an even more oppressing darkness. We walked until here yesterday. Bill muttered. What is beyond is something even we don't know. Harry paled ever so slightly, but even in the gloom of their wands Bill saw it. Are you ready for this? He asked silently. I don't know, Harry said, his voice higher than he would have liked. It'll be fine. I'm with you. I won't let anything happen to you. And neither will anyone else. You understand? Harry nodded. Try to relax, Bill suggested, and smiled reassuringly. Harry closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and nodded. All right, let's go find a treasure, he said determinedly. As it turned out, they didn't have to wander far for their first challenge. At first Harry thought it was a dead end because in front of them rose a stone wall. But then he saw the edges around the wall and the inscription in the stone. Mr. Lovegood leant forward to read them. Heed careful, stranger, for you are about to enter the caves of death, he said. Be you of greedy heart and dishonest desires, may you find your end in here and travel to hell's fires. But be you of good mind and worthy heart, you shall find what is hidden, and in peace we let you depart. Sounds nice, Alice muttered and looked around warily. So this isn't just about keeping their secrets safe, but also determining who is worth of these riches, secrets, whatever. Eric muttered. We can expect challenges then, Atticus added. Lots of challenges, Bill corrected and sighed. What else does it say, Xenophilius? Atticus asked. Any clue on how to open is? Indeed there is, Mr. Lovegood said, and studied another inscription, further down the vault door. The powers hidden in here are none for simple mortals to wield. For only those who already know power, know how tempting it is, know how it can devour with one single. Our doors open for those who know, but stay closed for those who don't, he read to them. A riddle. Oh goody, Tom groaned. But Luna looked actually delighted. It's just like the door to our common room. It only opens if you can answer the riddle it gives you. She squealed and skipped closer to the door and her father. He smiled at her. And do you have the answer yet, my dear? He asked her. She nodded brightly and pressed her flat hand on the wall. Only those who know magic understand the power and the responsibility that comes with it. Mere mortals do not understand that magic relies on the concept of balance. For every action there is an equal opposite reaction. A mortal, even if he used his power for good, would create a disturbance in the great balance. A wizard on the other hand knows in his very heart that he can't do that. It is our job to keep the balance between everything. Which is why only those of magical blood can enter these caves. She said dead seriously. Upon her last word the wall door quivered and slowly rose upwards. Everyone, including Harry, stared at Luna flabbergasted. But she just smiled serenely and said in her sweet voice, "After you, to Atticus." Atticus composed himself, nodded his thanks to Luna and stepped forward into the cave. Everyone followed suit and stopped about 10 meters into the corridor when behind them, with a low rumble, the stone door closed again. Harry's breath hitched. "Is that supposed to happen?" he asked. "Don't worry. In Egyptian tombs this happens all the time, and hey, I'm still here," Bill said and grinned at him. It helped Harry's nerves a little bit. "Let's risk some more light," Eric muttered, but before he could cast a spell a torch on the wall to their right emblazed, and as if triggering a chain reaction more followed suit, following the path down into the inside of the cliff and disappearing into the darkness. The flames were green and cast ominous shadows on the walls. Harry blinked and slowly his eyes adjusted to the new light. "Wow," he heard Fleur breathe, and only when Bill nudged him and pointed at it he understood. Along the entire right wall was adorned with the most detailed carving Harry had ever seen in his life. The colors had faded over the millennia, but the details, the accuracy and the unique style made up for it. Carefully Harry trailed a finger over the carving of a tree and thought he could actually hear the rusting of leaves in a soft breeze. Mr. Lovegood studied it closer and nodded as if he'd been suspecting it. "It's from the time of the last kings, back when the wizards were fighting each other forcefully and the last king decided to hide all those secret weapons and treasures to keep them from their enemies' hands. It tells the story of how it all came to be. It begins with the first invasion of a wizard village by Muggles. Since the wizards had sworn to protect the Muggles and keep their powers secret and safe, the wizards resisted, little thinking they could reason with the Muggles. But they couldn't, which led to a separation inside the wizards' ranks. Some, tired of hiding and protecting the Muggles without getting any recognition, were shouting for war, to show the Muggles who held the real power. The others, intent on keeping balance, opposed that idea. But it still came to war. The angry wizards attacked the Muggles, who in turn attacked the wizards back. The remaining wizards tried to help the Muggles, fighting their own brothers, while the Muggles saw no difference between them and continued slaughtering all of magic. Then one day happened what the good wizards had always dreaded. The Muggles found a magical weapon that helped them bring the demise over thousands of wizards in an instant. Seeing the horror they were capable of, the wizards reunited and battled to get the weapon back. They managed it and ended the war with the Muggles, but afterwards they descended into fights again when they tried to decide what to do with the weapon. The good wizards didn't want the others to have the weapon after they had lost it to the Muggles once before. The Muggles used their distraction to hunt them to the brink of extinction. The wizards went underground once again, leaving the Muggles in belief they had been erased from the face of the earth. In reality the wizards lay in hiding, debating what to do. They had the weapon to kill all of the Muggles, but to what cost? One night some rough magicians stole the weapon and wanted to use it against the Muggles, but in doing so also killed hundreds of their own. Seeing the slaughter and the destruction, the magicians decided to bury it deep where no one would ever find it again. The last king decided that nobody was ready for such powers yet, but maybe in the future people would be able to harness such powers for the use of something good, rather than something bad. Silence reigned in the cave. "Wow, no wonder they didn't want Muggles in here," Daphne muttered. "Do you think this is where this weapon is buried?" Harry asked silently. Atticus looked grim, but it was Thomas who answered. "It's more than likely. It would explain the energy of this place, the hostile surroundings, the strange occurrences and whatnot. If this weapon really is that powerful, it's unimaginable what it could do in the wrong hands. We need to recover it and keep it safe in one of Gringotts' vaults." Harry rubbed his sweaty hands along his pant legs. "Can you think of anything that could be remotely that powerful?" he asked. "No," Rashid said, and Harry knew he spoke for all of them. The light of the green flames were nauseating for Harry. The color reminded him of the green flashes he had seen so often in his nightmares. He wasn't the only uneasy person. Everyone had their wands up and they moved in formation, Atticus leading them ahead while Thomas and Eric brought up the rear. Harry, Daphne and Luna were herded in the middle of the group. Not for the first time Harry wondered again why they allowed kids on these expeditions, even if they were future curse breakers. Even though he had enjoyed the trip so far, he couldn't help but think of him as a liability. What good was he if things went south? Would Alice training help him help the others? What if Bill hadn't taught him enough and he accidentally triggered a trap or something? He silently voiced that question to Daphne. Because it's tradition, she whispered back. A few hundred years ago the two of us would have already been married and you would have a job. It's normal to integrate children from an early age on. Sure, it is dangerous, but this is how you learn, how our society works. Astoria is hell-bent on herbology and helps out in the apothecary and the greenhouses in our surrounding neighborhood. It's normal. Not mandatory anymore, but still normal. She muttered. Harry nodded. This was the first words they had exchanged all day. After her rather surprising declaration last night, he hadn't known what to say. He had now nearly forgotten about the incident, and talking to her, asking her questions just felt so natural. They continued walking. The walls to both sides continued showing the story of the fall of the last great wizard empire. It showed the stories of kings and knights, of soldiers, of wizards, of heroes and of villains. The ground was smooth and slightly uneven, the ceiling low and oppressing. With every step they took a new torch came to live on the walls, but that also meant that two behind them would die down. There was an impenetrable darkness ahead as well as behind them. They moved in a bubble of light. Their steps disrupted the heavy dust on the ground, swirling it upward and tickling their noses. There was little to no talking. It was so eerily quiet. Where do you think this tunnel leads us? Daphne asked loudly, startling Harry, who was still musing on some deep thoughts. There was little conversation all around them because everyone was wary of their surroundings, unsure what to expect. Hopefully to the weapon, Thomas said. Daphne rolled with her eyes. Yes, I got that. But I doubt after going through so much trouble with the shield they would just carve a tunnel and leave it lying somewhere inside. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. But the inscriptions at the door stated clearly that we would be tested to see if we are worthy. What if we fail a test? Luna asked. Well, then we either can't move forward and this all was a waste of time, or we could all die. Eric finished for Atticus. Way to ruin the mood, Eric. Alice said. They had walked for over an hour when the path made a gentle curve to the left and Atticus faltered. What is it? Rashid asked. Harry peeked past Bill and saw that in front of them the cave walls had been carved to look like two columns supporting the roof of the cave. The torches around them faded, but before anyone could say, Lumos, something else started to glow. It started at the top left column and traveled down before it started at the right column, traveling down there too. They were words, glowing like fluorescent algae. Mr. Lovegood stepped forward, a book in hand, and after consulting it and looking at the glowing words he nodded and read, left is right and right is left. Wrong is right and right is wrong. Up can be down, down can be sideways, and sideways is up. A circle with an end and two parallels that cross. Nothing is like it seems. Light is darkness and darkness stays darkness. Being fast won't get you far. Heed careful stranger and remember, opposites come in pairs. Is it always going to be like this? Rashid asked. One mystery after another. What is that supposed to mean? I don't know, but this must be the right way. Atticus, it's the only way. Eric growled. Atticus stepped through between the columns and raised his wand. Lumos, he said. Nothing happened. Lumos, he said again, a bit more forcefully. Harry frowned. This was a very basic spell. Surely Atticus had no problems casting it. Eric stepped next to him. Lumos, he said, and Harry saw him wave his wand in the dim light of the glowing words. Still nothing happened. Harry frowned and raised his own wand where he stood. Lumos, he said. The tip of his wand started to glow brightly. All looked confused between him to Atticus and Eric. Suddenly Daphne took a sharp intake of breath and hurried over to the other two curse breakers. She raised her wand and said clearly, Nox. Immediately the tip of her wand exploded with light. What was that? Bill asked confused. Xenophilius Lovegood on the other hand seemed to have understood as well. Aguamenti, he stated clearly. A column of fire shot from his wand. Incendio. Water started dripping from the tip of his wand down onto the ground, forming a miniature stream. It seems, my dear colleagues, that some spell here turned everything around. Just as the riddle said. We want light, we must ask for darkness. We want water, we ask for fire. He explained with a gesture at his wand. Like opposite day, Harry blurted out and then blushed when all looked at him confused. In elementary school we had this stupid game. Every third Wednesday was opposite day. When someone asked you, "How are you?" and you felt good, you had to say, "I'm terrible." When the kitchen lady asked if you wanted more, you had to say yes for no and no for yes. That sounds terrible confusing, Fleur said skeptically. It didn't always work out. Harry admitted. So, we have to do the exact opposite of what we would usually do. Rashid asked. I don't know if every spell has an opposite. Eric said doubtfully. I don't think this is about spells. Not just at least. Bill said slowly. What do you mean? Thomas asked. I think this isn't only about magic, I think it's a question of thinking our way out of this. Don't use magic. But why? They didn't want muggles to get this weapon of whatever it is. So naturally they must have built traps that can only be overcome by magical means. Alice protested. The others muttered confused. But Harry, understanding where Bill went with that, said, logic. They don't want us to laze around. They want us to think our way out. To prove our worth. They don't want us to rely on simple common magic. To appreciate something you first must live without it. This is supposed to teach magicians so that only those worthy of this weapon will have it. He hesitated. I agree with Bill, he continued. Hermione once said that wizards rely too much on magic and often lack simple logic. Sometimes just using magic won't get you any farther. This isn't about magic. Atticus took a deep breath. Sounds logically. I say we start walking and see what the way has planned for us. They nodded and one after another they walked through the portal. They must have walked half an hour. Time was strange down here. Harry Swatch had stopped shortly after entering the cave. He didn't dare casting a Tempest Charm. Who knew what opposite reaction that would trigger? They walked on through the blackness, their wands, now alight with light, raised high. They walked and nothing happened. They just walked through blackness, walls passing them left and right but never once changed the way its direction, nor did anything else happen. Suddenly Daphne stopped. Has anyone else the feeling that we're walking on the spot? Harry stopped too. What do you mean? He asked. The carvings in the wall. They started repeating after a while. And the floor, it never changes. I must have walked over the same bump at least 100 times. Daphne said. That just this place messing with your eyes. Rashid tried to explain. No, it's not. Daphne is right. Turn around. Luna said. They did. There, about 30 meters behind them they could still make out the faintly glowing outline of the two stone columns. Impossible. We've walked for more than an hour. Fleur said. Must be the spell. Bill observed. They fell silent, thinking about that. So we can't walk forward. What should we try? Atticus asked. Run. Alice suggested. She started running but she stayed on the same spot. No, that's not it. Eric said. Maybe crawl. Rashid suggested. Hesitantly they all dropped down but that as well wasn't the solution. Maybe we need to jump. Daphne offered as she dusted off her clothes. I don't think so. Atticus said doubtfully. Maybe walk on our hands. Mr. Lovegood suggested. Seems fitting. Normally we walk on our feet. The opposite would be to use our hands. I can't walk on my hands. Bill protested. Luna dropped into a handstand and walked a few steps but two wasn't the solution. Harry shook his head. What did they miss? Luna next to him looked just as pensive. We want to move ahead. She said slowly. Suddenly she turned around and started walking backwards. And she actually moved. Moved ahead. Luna. That's brilliant. He exclaimed. All heads turned and they watched as Luna slowly advanced with the back to the blackness, smiling at them. She shrugged and said, It just suddenly occurred to me we want to move forwards and the opposite of forwards is backwards. So I just turned around and, well, it worked. she said modestly. I take everything I've ever said and heard about that girl back. She's bloody brilliant. Maybe not in the academic sense but still brilliant. Daphne whispered in Harry's ear. He jumped, surprised. Never thought to hear that kind of language form your mouth. He teased. Shut up. It's true, Daphne said and turned around and started walking backwards. As they walked, Harry could actually see the glowing columns disappear. They moved awkwardly through the blackness. Often some of them would bump into each other of a wall or stumble and fall. It was a slow process, but it was process. Harry kept glancing over his shoulder, but for one he couldn't see anything, and for another he noticed that whenever he turned his head the feeling of walking on the spot overcame him again. So he kept looking into the direction they had come from. His heart was beating wildly. Anything could be in that darkens and attack their unprotected backs any time. There was no obvious sign that the path was ending, but Harry could feel it. His magical core tingled. Slowly he turned around. In front of them was a chasm, about 30 feet wide with a bridge hanging across it. It didn't look very stable, and the footholds were a foot or two apart, and the ropes looks as if they could snap any moment. Was that it? Rashid asked, surprised, looking back at the mouth of the tunnel where they had come from. Atticus shrugged. Maybe. Remember, this is only the beginning. The tasks will probably grow more difficult the farther we get. He put his left foot on the first wooden plank and his hands on the ropes and promptly tipped forward, hands flailing through the air, and only Eric's and Thomas's quick reflexes kept him from falling. Bloody hell, he exclaimed. What? Did the wood no hold your weight? Alice asked, concerned. No, that's not it. Look, the wood is still there. Indeed it was. Again, this time slower, and with Eric and Thomas hovering next to him, Atticus put his foot on the wood again. But it passed right through. There's nothing there, Alice said, astonished, and knelt down. Harry watched as her hand seemed to pass right through the wood. Jay's aim goes for J ropes. G are illusions, Fleur announced. Do the opposite of what we usually would do, Harry thought. Normally we would step on the wood and hold on to the ropes. If we do the opposite, we need to step on the air. Try the empty space between the wooden illusions, he suggested. Daphne nodded. That's what I thought, she agreed. Hesitantly, Atticus put his foot on the seemingly empty space between two wooden planks. His face morphed into an expression of surprise. There is something there, he said, and shifted more of his weight onto the something. And it seems to be quite stable. But where do we hold on? If I'd to guess, air, Alice suggested. Atticus started searching the air around the rope illusions, and quickly his hands brushed against something. Got it, he said, and made the first step. Harry held his breath, but everything was fine. The invisible bridge held. Once Atticus was halfway across the chasm, Eric followed, then Fleur, then Daphne, then Luna, then Alice, then Harry, then Bill, then Rashid, and then Mr. Lovegood, quickly followed by Eric, and lastly Thomas. It was nerve-wracking walking on something invisible and holding on to something invisible. Harry didn't want to look down, but he had to. Below him was just darkness and a long deep fall. His knees shook when he finally reached the other side. You okay? Bill asked in a hushed whisper once he made it over. Harry nodded mutely. Get a grip on you, Potter, he told himself. It was just a bridge. So, was that it with this stupid spell? Eric asked with his hands on his hips. I'm not sure. Let's keep going, Atticus mumbled. They walked for another half an hour at least. Harry's eyes, who had by now adapted to the low light they got, started to make out more and more details in the walls and in the darkness ahead. He also noticed that the pictures on the walls changed their style. They became smoother and rounder, more detailed and realistic. Mr. Lovegood, what are these pictures about? He asked when he spotted a picture that sent chills down his spine for some reason. It was the figure of a man standing on the top of a mountain holding what seemed to be a rock that glowed high above his head, while at the feet of the mountain trees bowed their tops, animals fell to their knees, and humans worshipped along their sides. Mr. Lovegood studied the picture and the runes and hieroglyphs around it. It talks about the nature of the weapon, he said silently. Everybody stopped. Does it say what it is? Atticus asked, eager. No, but it's described as a curse and as a blessing, a gift of the sky and hell, a force of good and evil. It says that it could heal and that it could destroy. It could give a man the powers of a god, but just as fast it could drag him into the nothingness of the void. Mr. Lovegood explained. That didn't improve the mood. Harry walked on, next to Bill. You seem awfully quiet, Bill muttered after they had walked for a while in silence. I'm just thinking of what Luna said at the door and how it relates to what Mr. Lovegood read from the pictures. About balance and that we wizards and witches have our powers to keep the great balance and all that. He muttered. Bill nodded. You have questions? Harry nodded. I can't help but feel that we're not doing a good job at it. I mean, Death Eaters don't really balance things out, do they? And not just them, there are so many bad people out there. How do you keep balance? The reason wizards have power and fight about it and fought with muggles seems to show that we're not the ideal peacekeepers, don't you agree? I feel like we are the disruptions. Bill nodded. It would seem that way, wouldn't it? But Harry, life is not black and white, life is not Slytherin and Gryffindor. It's a world of shades of black and white and gray. For every bad person, you have at least one good person countering the bad person. But every once and then the scales tip, like during the war with Grindelwald or when you know who first rose. It's the way of nature. If there is an overpopulation of bunnies, the foxes have enough to eat and reproduce a lot. When there are many foxes, the numbers of the bunnies dwindle strongly, and after a while there is not enough food for the foxes anymore and many die and they don't reproduce so much again, giving the bunnies a chance to recover. Between those two extremes you have a golden balance, at least for some time, until fate decides in which direction it should fall again. Are you comparing us with rodents and Death Eaters with bush-tailed predators? He asked, amused. Yes, and now listen, because it's not so different with magic. Every time the scales tip into one extreme, someone magical, powerful, tips the scales again back into balance. That way there is no stagnation in nature. There is movement and improvement, even if it doesn't seem like that at times. After the war with you-know-who, security was tightened, certain areas for magic became forbidden or restricted, the whole ministry was changed and improved. Harry suppressed a snort there, more or less. You two are an example for tipping the scales back again. Me. You stopped the Dark Lord, didn't you? Harry's face turned sour. He looked around but the others weren't listening as far as he could tell. I don't think it was anything I did, Bill. I was a 15-month-old baby. I couldn't even talk. I couldn't really walk. And yet there was something about you that killed you-know-who. The great balance? Harry asked. Bill nodded. Maybe it ensured your protection. He guessed. Maybe. Harry muttered. But what I still don't get is why we must hide from the muggles and still protect them. They are advanced enough to live without us, he added after a while. Many ask the same question. It is true that wizards do a lot for muggles. Most of their medicine comes from us. Magicians were the first chemists in the world. We shared our knowledge of magical and non-magical plants with them. We protected them in the early ages from all sorts of dangers like guardian angels. Today we keep their environment as clean and safe as we can, we predict earthquakes and tsunamis for them, and we live among them, like miracle workers. We are the voices of peace among them. Don't tell anyone, but many of the Muggles' most famous singers, actors and politicians are magicians. They influence and move the people in the right directions. Isn't that manipulation? Harry asked. We don't force them to do anything. They are not made to obey our commands. We show them what is right and most of the time they decide to follow that direction. But once we see they got it right we step back until we are needed again. Still sounds like manipulation to me. Better to be open about it. Harry mumbled dryly. Just think, Harry, if we were to go out into the open once again, what do you think will happen? Bill didn't give him any time to respond. The same that happened between black and white people, between Christians and Jews, the same thing that led to us tracking right now through these caves. War. There would be those that would accept us. But most of the Muggles would be suspicious, frightened and would go for violence at some point. If magic would be used against them, even just as a defense mechanism, it would be frowned upon. We would be hunted, looked down at, hated, feared and controlled. Muggles would want magic to be the answer to all their problems. But we can't cure cancer, we can't cure AIDS, we can't make food out of nothing, we can't resurrect the dead, there are rules for magic too. They would turn on us eventually. And the many wizards and witches would call for a rebellion. There would be bloody wars and confrontations. We might be able to regain some sort of independence after a while. But there would always be barriers. There would always be fear and hate. The balance would be permanently ruptured. We tried so many times to reconnect with the Muggles. Every single time we burned. So we keep to ourselves and stay in the shadows. It has worked well for the past centuries. Why not for another few? The world is just not ready yet. Harry thought about that. You were probably right, he admitted after a while. Bill smiled and ruffled Harry's hair, something the teen still didn't like. Annoyed, he swatted the older man's hat away. Hey, lay off the hair, he complained. Bill just laughed silently. Just then Atticus, who walked ahead of them, raised his fist, signaling for all of them to stop. What is it? Rashid asked. I'm not sure, Atticus said. Harry peeked past him. The path continued, but it seemed to get thinner and narrower. Then, suddenly his ears picked up a very faint bristling sound. He looked around and saw the dust to Atticus' feet move. A thin line raced through the dust, running all the way around them, and Harry could only think that the line was too precise to be natural before the ground under feet exploded and they went tumbling down. Something hard banged against his head. A rock, maybe. Someone's foot. All went dark around him and he could only faintly make out the hole above them. Then nothing. Harry dreamt about his first year at Hogwarts. But it was no smooth dream. It was a rapid session of pictures. More often than anything he saw himself in the mirror of Arised, pulling out the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort's face on the back of Quirrell's head, then the back of his first chocolate frog card, Hermione talking. He saw the dungeon where the mirror had stood. He felt the heat of the flames around him. He felt something inside struggling, winding and moving, as if in pain of great discomfort. He felt the familiar ache when he saw his parents' faces in the mirror. No spell can bring back the dead Harry. Then came images he wasn't familiar with but still echoed deep within him, as if forgotten memories. He saw a sprawling city below him as he stood in the crest of a hill. The scene shook and Harry saw the same city, this time burning and in ruins. The first, save the first, destroy the first. The words echoed through his head as if spoken by hundreds of people at once, and again he felt something squirm inside him. He felt longing and dread inside him at once. As the world around him dimmed once again, he could feel something in his hand but couldn't see what it was. It felt heavy and smooth. He ran a finger along its edges and an electric current ran through him. Save me, it seemed to scream. When Harry came to, he first got aware that he was lying on something wet and that his head was bedded in someone's lap. His strange dreams were all but forgotten. He had a splitting headache. His eyes felt as if glued shut. Slowly his other senses returned. He smelled water. The rushing sound in his ears cleared into voices talking. No, arguing. I don't care. Until he wakes up, and if coherent and fine, we're not moving from this spot. That was Bill. Were they talking about him? I have to back Bill up on that. Until I can be sure of the damage, he'll have to stay here. That was Rashid. He could feel the man's hand move over his head. Rashid's hands always smelled like potion ingredients. It's probably not more than a bump to the head, but we need to be sure. He should come around soon. Daphne's voice spoke up. We can spare these few minutes, Eric. We all need to recover from this tumble. That was Atticus. We shouldn't linger. Who knows what traps we trigger otherwise. That was Eric's gruff voice. Harry forced his eyes to open and blinked into the dim light of a Lumos charm somewhere to his right. Or rather a reverse Nox charm. Ow, he muttered when another blow of pain ran through his head. Harry. Bill's face appeared upside down above him. Are you awake? I can feel pain, so I think yes. Harry coaxed. Bill's face became more worried. I'm fine through. Harry sat and tried to sit up. Bill looked ready to protest and tried to push him down, but Rashid beat him to it. He too appeared in Harry's line of sight. Harry, how many fingers do you see? He held up 4 fingers, but they split into 8, then 6, and then morphed back into 4. Something between 4 and 8. He guessed. He saw Bill pale, but Rashid stayed calm. Follow my wand only with your eyes. I'm fine, Harry said again. Follow it with your eyes. Harry sighed and did. His eyes and pupils react normal. Rashid muttered. That's good. Bill looked relieved. What's your last name? Rashid asked. You know that. Humor me. Potter. Your birthday. July 31st. Where are you? Somewhere wet and dark apparently. No, I mean in general. Some underground cave system in Cambodia looking for an ancient magical weapon. Who am I? You or Rashid? What do I do? Annoy the heck out of me. Harry sighed. Honestly, it's just a bump to the head. I'll be fine. Give me a headache potion or something like that and I'll be golden. He pushed their hands away and sat up. He didn't even feel very dizzy. He climbed to his feet, swayed a little bit, found his balance, dusted himself off and looked around. They were sitting at the shores of a vast underground lake. It was at least a mile to the other side, and other than that the lake expanded to his left and right into the endless darkness. The water was deathly still and calm and pitch black. The sand on which they stood was black as well, and the wall behind him had a hole about 6 feet above the ground. Harry took it that was where they had come from when the ground had given out from under their feet. He was sure it had been deliberate. Also, there was no other way out as far as he could see. And climbing back up probably wasn't possible. He turned to face his team. They were all up on their feet, a bit scratched and bruised, wet and dirty but otherwise fine. How long was I out? He asked Bill. Not long. 15 minutes maybe, since we fell and slid all the way until we landed here. And where is here? Harry asked. No clue. But we have to keep going. Does our magic work normal again? Harry asked next. No, Bill said darkly. Great. Harry muttered and stretched. Despite his tumble and injury he felt, well, not rested per se but different. He wasn't calm. No, there was anticipation inside him, but he felt strangely in control of it all. Do you feel well enough to keep going, Harry? Atticus asked as he approached him. Well, I don't see what else I could do anyway, Harry stated dryly. But I feel fine. Really, Eric is right, we should keep going. Eric grunted. Charming. If you are sure, Atticus said. I am. Call it. What's our plan? Harry said firmly. The other stepped closer. Well, I guess we have to cross this lake. So, swimming? Luna asked. I'm not that good at swimming, she added. Atticus shook his head firmly. No, no swimming. We don't know what could be in there. Swimming leaves us exposed to threats from underneath. Harry had to remember the trailer of one of those shark movies he had seen on the TV the one time he had been allowed to stay at the Dursleys alone. He wished he hadn't. So, what then? Daphne asked. Brooms. It's worth a try, Atticus agreed. He took out his broom and tipped it, unshrinking it in the process. He mounted it and kicked off, but immediately dropped back down like a stone. Reverse magic, remember, Mr. Lovegood said. I say we go for something that floats, Alice suggested. And what? A boat? I don't know any spells for that, Thomas asked. Not quite. Alice moved to the shore and tipped the water surface with her wand. Harry watched the ripples spread over the whole lake. She said something Harry couldn't make out, but he watched with childish glee as ice started to appear at Alice's feet and watch it spread for a good 5 feet. Alice put on foot on the ice, testing it. She nodded satisfied. I think we could build a bridge like that, she said. That is brilliant. What spell did you use? Daphne asked. I asked for the water to melt and instead it froze. It's thick enough to hold us, I think. Harry remembered vividly the last winter when a Hufflepuff had went out onto the frozen Black Lake and to skate and had broken through the ice. The poor girl had been in the infirmary for 3 days to recover from the shock and the cold. The solution was brilliant but didn't instill confidence in Harry. This should do nicely. Good work, Alice, Thomas said. Just doing my job, she replied with a blush. Atticus took the lead after Alice told him which spell she had used and continued making the path. They walked with about 3 meters distance between each other, not wanting to strain the ice too much at once. Alice said it was thick enough, but their magic was hemmed down here. Better safe than sorry. Harry had nearly reached the middle when the water first rippled. His progress was slow, for ice was slippery and every so often he would nearly fall over. The bridge was only 3 feet wide and Harry was glad his boots had a strong profile under the sole and gave him a lot of hold in the ice. Still, it was not easy. The rippling in the water came suddenly. He first thought it came from their bridge and their movement on it, but then he noticed that the rings started too far away to be their fault. I knew it, he thought, there is some ruddy beast in here after all. The others hadn't noticed, and it was at least another 40 meters to the other shore. Harry gripped his wand tighter. The strange feeling of something twisting and turning inside of his came back. It was nearly painful. Had he had the strange urge to start casting hexes and curses into the water and run to the end of the bridge, jump and swim the last meters to the shore. He felt scarily exposed on the bridge. Again the water rippled, this time strong enough to send small waves splash into the bridge before Harry's feet. He took a deep breath. Panicking was not an option. He wouldn't have noticed the swell of water if he hadn't been looking for it. It came towards him and Harry braced himself. But it disappeared under the water again and Harry's head whipped around to look at the water on the other side. And indeed, there the swell appeared again, disappearing quickly in the gloom. It had dived right through under their feet. Harry shuddered. He had to warn the others. Atticus. He didn't have to speak loudly. No one else was talking and his voice carried through the cave. "What is it, Harry? I don't want to sound like a brat, but could you hurry? We're not alone. Something's in the water. Are you sure?" Atticus asked, his voice now tight and concerned. Harry's eyes scanned the water and he saw it again, the swell of water, only this time something actually broke the surface. He couldn't make out much, only that it was something dark and probably huge and nasty. "Yes, very sure. On your 8. Everyone stopped and Harry would have loved to scream for them to keep walking. "He's right, I saw it too, something's moving in there." Eric's voice was just as tense as Atticus's. "How big are the chances that it's just a friendly fish?" Bill asked. "Not big," Alice said tonelessly. "Atticus, please keep walking and casting the spell," Harry begged. "It's too far to swim. We keep an eye out for it, but please don't stop moving." Atticus nodded. He began to cast quicker and they all, though gently and without causing the bridge to move more than necessary, shortened the distance between each other. Still, the thing in the water must have felt their intentions. Because it wasn't 30 seconds later that the swell returned, bigger now and heading right for the part of the bridge where Daphne and Rashid were walking close together. It headed right for the bridge. "Run!" Harry shouted. The swell bumped right into the ice. Harry could feel the tremors and they made him lose his balance, but they knocked Daphne and Rashid off the ice and into the water. "Daphne!" Thomas shouted and Eric could only just keep him from jumping in after them. "Let me go. You bastard, she needs me." "Both of them," Thomas yelled. But Eric had seen what Thomas hadn't seen. While Daphne and Rashid resurfaced, both dazed but unharmed, the swell in the water had changed directions and was now heading for Thomas himself. Eric hauled the taller man just in time away so that when the thing bumped into the ice, keeping Thomas from falling backwards into the water and into the thing's path. Daphne and Rashid meanwhile had swum back to the bridge, but Harry detected the thing heading for them yet again. "Get away from there," he shouted. "It's coming back." They weren't fast enough. This time the thing hit the ice with such a force the bridge burst and a 7-foot gap separated the two halves. The flying ice rained down upon Daphne and Rashid and Daphne screamed. That was too much for Thomas and he jumped into the water. Harry, forgetting the slippery ice, ran forward. He didn't know how he had ended up last on the bridge, but it served him well now. It gave him a good overview over the now very chaotic scene. The thing turned back around and without thinking much further Harry cast a cushioning charm at it. Instead of the soft yellow light that usually came with this smell, an angry red bolt of lightning jagged through the air and struck the swell of water in the dead center. It recoiled and stopped advancing on Daphne and Rashid, who paddled back to the bridge, now with Thomas supporting Daphne. Harry saw that Atticus had nearly finished the bridge. The last few meters he had not done yet, but he still came sprinting back. Not that they had to worry about the thing because it had decided that Harry's spell should not go unpunished. Harry watched it approach, not sure where to run. Forwards or backwards? He decided against backwards. He just would have to run fast enough before the thing collided with his part of the bridge and cut him off from the others. Ignoring the shouts around him, he started to sprint, losing his footing more than once but somehow still staying on his feet. With rising panic he realized he wouldn't make it. The thing would reach him quicker than anticipated. He hurled another charm at the water. He didn't know what his tickling charm was transformed into, but he instantly knew that it had been a bad move. Strange deep vibrations suddenly made the bridge sway and Harry collapsed to his knees. Like a geyser the water exploded. The beast emerged. It looked like something only Hagrid would have been able to love. It looked like an alligator, but instead of its usual 4 legs it had 8 tentacles, 4 on each side. Very much like a squid. It had spikes on its back and from its mouth darted a long 3-forged tongue. Harry could see bright red blood, much brighter than human blood, gush from a cut where, Harry guessed, used to be one of its eyes. Ups! It screeched like a banshee. Harry felt adrenaline rushing through him, felt how most of his blood rushed into his legs and how his body changed into autopilot. He ran before he realized what his body was doing. He saw that Alice and Bill had managed to pull the other 3 back on the bridge and that Thomas was herding them to the other side while Bill, Atticus and Eric rushed towards Harry, curses already leaving their wands. Harry had managed to run past the raging monster, but now it was behind him, catching up quickly and destroying the ice while doing so. The bridge shuddered and groaned, and Harry didn't like those sounds. Especially when he saw that ahead of him, between Bill and him, another huge gap had opened in the ice from one of the previous attacks. 6 feet separated him from the others. Not much, but still, jumping on ice. Never such a good idea. Nox. He heard Atticus shout furiously and a blinding ball of light exploded from his wand, shooting up to the monster. Its long snout snapped at the light, but it was distracted long enough for Harry to gain a bit more distance. "Keep running, Harry," Bill shouted. Harry wanted to shout that he wasn't planning on doing anything else, but he figured this wasn't the time for smart comments. He could feel the monster's lingering gaze in the back of his neck. He could feel the vengeance emitting from it. Harry had taken its eye. Harry would pay. Harry was close to the gap that separated him from Bill and the others and got ready to jump when the monster crashed purposely on top of the remaining ice bridge behind him. The ice cracked, and to Harry's horror the part of the bridge he was on was catapulted in the air and Harry went flying high up in the air. The monster, now right under him, opened its jaws wide. Harry could think of no spell. Luckily he didn't have to. Ascendio. He heard Daphne's high-pitched voice shout from the other side of the cavern. The spell would normally have resolved in Harry shooting up in the air, but with the reverse magic spell I had a similar effect like the Levi Corpus spell. Harry stopped falling, just out of reach of the jaws that clapped shut. He felt himself be dragged back from the monster towards where he now saw Daphne. She stood on the end of the ice bridge, Thomas next to her. Alice, Rashid and the Lovegoods had made it already onto dry land, waiting anxiously for them. There wasn't much they could do. But Harry saw also that, in its rage, the monster started to follow Harry's floating body. It passed under him, heading for Daphne and Thomas. "Daphne, look out, it's coming for you," he shouted. "Cancel the spell. Then you will cross into the water. You need to defend yourself. Do it." "I'll be fine, I can swim," Harry shouted furiously. With a sudden jerk, gravity took over again and Harry shot towards the water, arms stretched in front so he drove smoothly into the black water. He couldn't see his own hands, so black was it. He started to paddle for the surface and broke the surface, gasping for air. "Harry," he heard Bill shout. He, Atticus and Eric were now running to aid the greengrass, but Bill had stopped on the part of the bridge closest to Harry. "Go, help them, I'll be fine," he shouted back. Bill looked torn, but then he nodded. "Hurry up," he commanded for following his comrades. With quick strokes Harry made it to the bridge and heaved himself on top. His cloth hung heavy on his skinny frame. So much for being waterproof. Then again, this didn't count as rain, he guessed. Despite his protesting body he pushed himself to start running. The sooner he got off the bridge onto real dry land, the sooner they could leave. The battle ahead was intense. Bolts of different colored light swarmed the beats and the curse breakers didn't give it time to recover from the constant spell fire. "Run for the tunnel," Atticus instructed them. Harry looked ahead and saw that there was indeed a tunnel leading further underground. He grabbed Daphne's hand and together they raced towards Alice, Rashid and the Lovegoods, who waited impatiently in the opening of the tunnel while Thomas joined the other 3 in keeping the monster away. Harry knew the monster couldn't pursue them from there on. They reached the edge of the bridge. From here it was a 10-meter swim to the shore and to safety. Harry jumped first, and when he resurfaced for the second time he heard Daphne hit the water behind him. He turned his head mid-swim and looked back. Daphne was only paces behind him and the other 3 men of their team were now retreating as well, but not without maintaining their spell fire. They tried to keep the monster at bay, but with a mighty roar it dived under the water again. Very agitated now, Harry began swimming quicker. His knees suddenly scraped over rock and he noticed that he had nearly made it. He stumbled onto dry land, turning back around and extending his hand to Daphne, who stumbled through the shallow water behind him. She reached out for his hand when behind her 2 tentacles shot from the water and wrapped around her waist and torso. Harry's eyes widened in panic, his eyes caught Daphne's. She was terrified. Their fingertips touched briefly, but before Harry could take a hold of her she was yanked back and disappeared underwater with a sharp yell. "No!" he shouted. He saw Thomas starting running towards them and heard footsteps on the stone behind them. But none of them could make it in time. But he could. His hand flew to the left side of his belt where the knife with the phoenix hilt was sheathed in its scabbard. He drew it and dived in one motion under the water. With his wand tip alight he searched the darkness and caught a glance of Daphne's blonde hair that shone like a beacon in the darkness beneath him. He kicked wildly with his feet, diving behind her. She must have seen him because she reached out for him, her eyes desperate. She must have been running out of air. The monster hadn't noticed him, it kept diving, dragging Daphne behind it. Like it was hauling in its prey. Harry's ears hurt and popped over and over with the rising pressure. He managed to grasp Daphne's hand and pulled himself closer. Raising his knife high, he brought it down in one sweeping motion on the first tentacle. It cut clean through and the monster jerked violently. A sound went through the water, high-pitched and rattling. The monster reeled around. Not wasting any time, Harry cut the second tentacle, grabbed Daphne and shot a powerful cushioning charm at the monster. The red light that hit the monster seemed to cut right through the water and pushed the monstrosity away. Blood seeped through the water. Harry didn't stay around to find out if it was dead or just badly wounded. Daphne and he kicked with their feet, rising back towards the surface. He wasn't the strongest swimmer through and it felt as if they weren't moving at all. His lungs burned and he was sure Daphne wasn't faring much better. He thought he was starting to hallucinate from the low oxygen, when he saw 2 glowing points race through the water down towards them. It took him a second to recognize Bill and Thomas, shooting like torpedoes through the water, coming for their rescue. Bill gently pulled him close. Harry's hand let go of Daphne's as he hung semi-limp in Bill's embrace. And then they were racing upwards and within a second they broke through the water and landed heavily on the stony beach. Well, Bill landed heavily. He cushioned Harry's fall. Harry coughed water and had trouble breathing through all the water he expelled from his lungs and stomach. Bill patted him between his shoulder blades, talking soothingly. Once Harry was sure he could breathe normally again and heart wasn't pounding like crazy anymore, he sat back on his hackles and breathed deeply. Only to be then engulfed in a bone-crushing hug from Bill. "Don't do anything like that ever. Again," he shouted in his ear and Harry winced. "Sorry," he whispered, his voice rough. His head hurt. He peeked over Bill's shoulder and saw Daphne in a similar position in Thomas' arms. She smiled weakly. "Thanks," she mouthed. The gratitude in her eyes was undeniable. "You'd do it too," he mouthed back with a tired smile. Finally Bill let Harry get up and they stumbled into the new tunnel. Both Daphne and he were ready to collapse and the other seemed to be in similar conditions. They were all wet and hungry and shaken. Finally when the tunnel widened and curved slightly Atticus stopped. "Let's rest for a few hours. I think we all need it." Not even Eric disagreed. Rashid gave them all a quick check but nobody was gravely wounded. They dried their cloths by using an incantation that was usually used to water plants. The reverse magic was still active. Harry wondered if it was everywhere. Now dry and fed he put his head on his rucksack to take a quick nap. He fell asleep to the sound of the hushed voices of his friends and teammates around him. "You could have told me that getting out of prison would mean so much paperwork." Sirius groaned and his head hit the desk table with a loud thud. Remus, who was sitting in an armchair in front of the fireplace, closed his book and smiled. "Does that mean you'd rather go back to prison?" he asked innocently. "No, but this is nearly as bad as reliving all your bad memories. Merlin, have you read this letter from this Lord McGill? A total up, who asks for an alliance of our houses. Says he has a daughter who he'd like to marry off and thought I might be interested. For starters, the poof girl is 14. I could never do that. Second, the old slim bag is only after my money because I had my account manager look into this guy and he is broke as hell. Sirius complained and waved a letter through the air. Remus pretended to gag. And that's not the first one I got. And probably won't be that last. Sirius whined. You poor thing. Remus agreed, but his mouth was twisted in a smile. Don't mock me. Sirius grumbled, his head still on the tabletop. I can hear you smile. Traitor. He sat back up and leaned back in his high-back desk chair. And all that drilling and hammering is giving me a headache. He continued complaining. That's your fault. You told the workers if they finished the job in 3 weeks instead of 6 you'd pay them a juicy bonus. Should have known it would mean they'd work day and night to get it done. But do they have to be so loud? I placed 3 silencing charms over the office and my room. And they don't keep out all the noises. Look on the bright side, Remus said, completely ignoring the dirty look Sirius shot him. When Harry gets back you can't only present him with your freed ugly face but also with a home. Sirius seemed to contemplate whether to say something to the ugly face comment but decided against it and instead said, while picking up a new envelope. And hopefully with his guardianship assigned to me, he whispered and showed the sealed envelope to Remus. The werewolf sat up straight in his armchair and asked breathlessly, they replied. Sirius nodded and with shaking hands he broke the Gringotts seal and took out the letter. Remus watched his friend as his eyes flew over the lines. Sirius' brow creased, then he looked angry, then shocked, and then he looked up and asked, what day is it? Remus, taken aback by the question, answered, Sunday. Why? Sirius, what do they say? Will you be granted the guardianship? I don't know. Sirius said hollowly and rubbed his eyes with his hands. The letter said that they recognize me as a potential guardian, but apparently there are other interested parties that would like a claim in this matter. They have set a hearing for Tuesday at Gringotts to determine the matter. Other interested parties? Remus asked, confused and slightly worried. Who? Sirius shrugged. The Weasleys maybe, he suggested. They would have told us if. Remus said, shaking his head. They know how much Harry means to you. And that Harry would love to live with you. Then who else? Sirius challenged. Nobody but us. The Weasleys and Dumbledore should know about the change in Harry's legal status. I never told anyone my plans considering Harry. Most people don't even know he's my godson. Pettigrew told them, remember. At the end of the trial. Remus said silently. Sirius' face turned red. I know. But that doesn't explain why suddenly someone would be so interested in taking Harry in. Remus got up and took the letter, scanning the lines himself. I think we'll find that out Tuesday morning at 8. He said grimly. Tuesday came faster than Sirius would have liked. Dressed in his newest set of robes with the black family crest sprouting from the left, he strolled calmly down Diagon Alley with Remus at his side. The early morning crowd parted like the Red Sea before him and he had to suppress the urge to roll his eyes. Even after being announced innocent under a sheer amount of proof, the people still eyed him suspiciously. Go figure, he thought grimly, despite Poppy's potions and fast-working diet and my visit at the barber's shop and Madame Malkin's, I still look like a scarecrow, only dressed up now. It was true, while he had gained a lot of weight in the short time since he'd gone into custody nearly a month ago, he was still thin, gaunt even. The bags under his eyes and the haunted look inside of them were slowly disappearing. His hair had been cut and his face shaven. The robes were meant to fit his skinny frame and he had a new wand. He was still far from healthy. He guessed it scared the people to see the actual effect Azkaban had. The looming front of Gringotts appeared before him and he hurried the stairs up to the entrance. This was the second time since his trial that he set foot in the bank and he still felt in awe of seeing it all again. The polished stone floor and columns, the mahogany counters, the brass scales, the sound of quills scratching on paper, the giant chandelier hanging above, goblins everywhere, as well as customers and guards. It was like seeing it again for the first time. He stopped in the entrance and surveyed the entry hall. You ready? Remus asked next to him. I think so. All I know is that I will fight with everything I have to get Harry to live with me. The kid needs and deserves it. I'm just glad he is not here to witness this madness. Remus muttered, agreeing with him. Sirius nodded. It's been crazy these last weeks. The reporters are already suspecting his involvement in all of this. If they saw us together in public or got wind of the guardianship thing, he'd be targeted as well. We can't allow that, he said grimly. Remus nodded mutely. Swiftly Sirius approached the closest free goblin. Good day, Master Goblin. I am here for a custody hearing with Master Frenjar. Could you tell me where I find him? He asked as politely as possible. But truth be told, he didn't like goblins much. Most of them were to hell-bent on making profit for his liking, and they were generally nasty to deal with. Still, that didn't mean he had to provoke them unnecessarily. The goblin hardly looked up from his book. Name? He asked. Sirius Orion Black, Sirius said calmly. He hoped it would get any reaction out of the creature, but the goblin merely glanced up before taking the small bell that rested on his desk and shook it while calling, Humboldt. Come here. A smaller, younger-looking goblin appeared at his side. Yes, Master Pinkree, he asked with a bow. Take Lord Black and his friend to Master Frenjar on the 6th floor for the hearing, he said with a waving motion of his hand. Of course, Master Pinkree, the younger goblin said, and then addressed Sirius. If you'd follow me, Lord Black, it's this way. Thank you, Master Pinkree. Please, lead the way, Master Humboldt, Sirius said, and followed the goblin out of the foyer. It's just Humboldt, sir. I am not a master yet. I'm too young, the goblin said as he let them along. I apologize, Sirius said. No need. A common mistake. This way, gentlemen. They climbed many stairs, rode in an elevator, and walked endlessly long corridors until they reached their destination. Humboldt knocked on a door and waited until Form inside a gruff voice asked, What? Master Frenjar, this is Humboldt. Master Pinkree sends me with Lord Black for a custody hearing, sir. Well, send them in already, the gruff voice said. Humboldt opened the door and let them enter. The office was fairly large, with huge glass windows along one wall, overlooking Diagon Alley rather spectacularly. There was a huge oak desk behind which a goblin sat. In front of the desk stood 2 separate tables with 2 chairs each. In the back there was a fireplace with an assortment of armchairs around it, as well as many cabinets and bookshelves. The goblin in question had gotten up and held out his hand. Good morning, Lord Black. Good morning, Mr. Lupin. Please sit down. You were the first to arrive. Sirius shook the goblin's hand, careful to avoid the claw-like fingernails. Good morning, Master Frenjar. Thank you for answering so quickly. The goblin shrugged. I just hope we have this cleared quickly. Me too, Sirius agreed. They sat in silence for 5 minutes, then the door opened again and a goblin let in a familiar woman. Madam Bones, Sirius exclaimed, surprised and bewildered. He rose to shake the woman's hand. Lord Black, Mr. Lupin, a pleasure to see you again, she said. The pleasure is all ours, but what are you doing here? Sirius asked, baffled. Madam Bones is here as a delegation from the Ministry of Magic to aid in this matter, Master Frenjar said. Sirius frowned, but Madam Bones said, It will be explained all in good time. My colleague should arrive any minute now. She was right. Just moments after she had finished, the door opened again and a pompous-looking man with short oily hair and goatee entered. Good, Madam Bones, you are here, he said in a voice just as pompous as his outer appearance. All about his screamed, ministry official that loves his job, and probably a pure-blood judging by his behavior. To Sirius's delight, he detected a scowl on the goblin's face. Let's get this started then. The man sat down at the other table without a word of greeting. I'm afraid, Mr. Donovan, that we are still missing one member, Master Frenjar said with gritted teeth. It is almost 8. I do not like to be kept waiting. The newly baptized Mr. Donovan said, irritated. Nearly 8 means that my colleague has another 2 minutes to appear before he is late, the goblin said coolly. Then he turned to Madam Bones and offered her a chair close to his desk. Shortly after, the door opened and another goblin entered. He was smaller than Master Frenjar, but a lot more muscular, and a lot of scars ran over his face. He was also not dressed in the finery of the bank officials, but in goblin armor. Sirius detected the sign of the cure breakers on his plate. He wondered what he was doing here. Good morning, he said gruffly. Good morning, Master Raknok. Have a seat, please, Master Frenjar said, and pointed at a chair to his left. The other goblin nodded curtly and sat down. Now that we are complete, we may begin, Frenjar said. We are here today to discuss the legal status of one Harry James Potter, he said calmly while scanning a few papers in front of him. He has been without a legal guardian for half a month now. Should this reach the 1-month mark, Mr. Potter will be made a ward to the Ministry of Magic. As potential candidates you have been gathered here today. Up until now Gringotts holds the guardianship over Mr. Potter. Why does Gringotts hold his guardianship in the first place? Sirius asked. Gringotts is not only in charge of your finances, Mr. Black. We handle successions, last wills, inheritances and other family businesses as such because they are keyed into the finances. As such, the guardianship of underage customers also falls into our hands. The ministry has never really bothered themselves with these matters and is quite happy to leave this up to us. The goblin said briskly. When Mr. Potter's prior guardians forsake him his home and he cut his ties with them as well, his magical legal status changed and he became our ward. This cannot continue as such though, which is why Gringotts would have contacted you soon, had you not contacted us first. He continued explaining. Sirius nodded. It made some sort of sense. Because of potential money claims, Gringotts has a better overview over family ties and relations and is thus can determine in cases like this any potential candidates for a guardianship. Until then the person in question is a ward to Gringotts Bank. Mr. Potter's current guardian is also his handler on the Cursebreaking program, Master Racknock here. So that was why he was here. Sirius studied the goblin closer. How is Harry? He asked, hoping the goblin had heard something from the mission. The goblin shook his head. I am not allowed to share any information with you. Should the guardianship be handed to you I will be able, but for now I cannot tell you anything. He said. But Sirius saw something in the creature's eyes. Uneasiness. He swallowed hardly, but he was interrupted by Mr. Donovan, who asked, What are you talking about? What curse-breaking program? Mr. Potter has entered the curse-breaking program for promising talents this summer that is sponsored by Gringotts. Master Frenjar explained shortly. Donovan shook his head disapprovingly. That will have to stop, of course. We can't have a figurehead like the boy who lived running around with barbarians, raiding tombs and living like a lowlife servant. He stated. All eyes were on him and not only Sirius was staring at him with disbelief. The goblins looked especially affronted. Didn't the guy realize that he was shooting himself by stating such things in front of one of the creatures that would decide whether or not he would have custody of Harry? But Frenjar collected himself and chose to ignore the man's comment for now. This, he continued, is this standard procedure. If Gringotts can't find a suitable guardian after a month, the ward in question is given to the ministry officials who take the case to their responsible department. Now, I, as Mr. Potter's case manager, have looked into this deeply and found Lord Black to be a potential candidate. I already explained my presence. Madam Bones is here to discuss and determine with me who will be granted the guardianship, and Mr. Donovan is here as a representative of the Ministry of Magic, who in turn have shown similar interests as Lord Black. Now, will that settle all questions for now? He growled. I have one. Sirius said. Why is the ministry interested in my godson? He put the emphasis on, my godson. Mr. Donovan leaned back and said, with narrowed eyes. Not accounting the fact that Mr. Potter is the boy who lived and is such an important face of today's society. The boy is an heir of an ancient and noble family and one of great influence in the media and among the people. The boy has great potential. The ministry would give him proper education and training early in life to ensure a great career with lots of profit and befitting someone of his standing. We can provide him with tutors and higher education after he has finished his studies at Hogwarts. We will be able to break him into his duties as the head of his house once he reaches majority and make him a fine member of our society. He explained, though most it was more directed at Madam Bones and Frenjar than at Sirius. Sirius snorted. And what would you get from doing that? What do you demand in return? He challenged. We want nothing in return. Harry Potter is a child to every wizard and witch in the magical world of Britain. It is the right thing to do in the eyes of the ministry. Donovan said with a shrug, but Sirius could see his true intentions. Or rather the ministry's true intentions. Donovan was just a pawn. 12 years in Azkaban hadn't made Sirius stupid. He knew politics and politicians. He knew they never did anything just because it was the right thing to do. There was always a back thought to everything they did and said. He'd be your puppet in the media, the Wizengamot, and generally in our society, he growled back. We won't deny that havening the boy who lived as an ally wouldn't hurt our image. But that's not what we're after, Donovan said. Sirius turned to Madam Bones. Madam Bones, do you hear that? They intend on using Harry. But Madam Bones stayed neutral, observing them all, making notes and not commenting. Sirius turned back to the ministry official. What about his friends? Would he be able to grow up normally in your plan? Where would he live? And with whom? All valid questions. To answer them, of course will Mr. Potter be able to see his friends and to spend part of his holidays with them. Of course we will give him the necessary space and time he needs for himself. We will take care of him as best as we can. As to answer your last two questions, Mr. Potter wouldn't be the only ward of the ministry. We have a few more, one or two in his age and some older ones. He would live together with them under the supervision of someone who used to be a ward to us and is now bound in our services. He'd be surrounded by people in the same situation as he is and be able to learn what his future will look like. We are sure that he'd be very content. Sirius snorted again. Sound to me like you want to form him into your little pawn. Because I know for certain that one of Harry's fears is to be shipped off to an orphanage. What you describe sounds suspiciously like one. Well, Mr. Black, what do you have to offer then? The man asked in reply. Where are you going with this, you little bastard? Sirius thought. You may have been pardoned, but you are still at the beginning of remerging with our society. You have no home to call your own, or for Mr. Potter, you have no work. Your name, although cleared, still attracts suspicion and your life will not settle in the next months. You must pick up your responsibilities as the head of your own house. Much work is there for you to do and not much time of yours would be spent at home to look after your ward. Is that the right environment for a teenager? Sirius would have liked nothing more but to punch the slim sack's smiling face. A quick glance at Madam Bones showed him that she still wasn't giving any reactions. Good, he thought. He straightened up. You were wrong, Mr. Donovan. I do have a house. I admit that we're still doing some final touches to the wallpapers, but the company I hired assured me they'd be done within the next 2 weeks or so. Just in time when Harry gets home. As for the job problem you managed, here he scoffed, I do not mean to brag, but even before the ministry compensated me I was filthy rich. Money is not a problem and, as you so fitting mentioned, I already have a lot to do and sort out. A job just would take away my precious time. As for me being the head of my house, I have to say that there isn't actually that much to do for me. My house nowadays mostly consists of me and an old house elf. My cousin Andromeda Black married and is as such no longer considered a primary member of the Black family. My other cousin Narcissa Black is married as well, to Lucius Malfoy, as you might very well know, so the same thing goes for her. Both of them are not my responsibility. Not at the moment at last, and while their children could have a potential claim to enter my family should they not wish to be a member of theirs any longer, I sincerely doubt that will happen. As for my third cousin, well, Bellatrix is in Azkaban and hopefully will die there. But she too is married, to that doesn't make her my responsibility either. My brother is dead, as are my parents and any other relation I might had once. I did my reading and research and came up quite empty-handed. There are no people in my house that would need leading, so I'm pretty free in that aspect. As to my responsibilities as a head of house outside my family, I must say that my seat in the Wizengamot has not been reinstated yet and won't be until the next election in 6 months. I am not on the board of governors, nor do I hold any other positions from prior my imprisonment. I was an Auror, but on a junior one. Seeing that those are the major responsibilities of a head of house, I don't see where you see the problems with my time. Also, Harry will be returning to Hogwarts come fall, so there wouldn't be need of me until Christmas. I dare say that, counting from today onwards, I will have dealt with all pressing matters by then, don't you agree? Sirius took a breath before continuing. He quite liked how everybody was looking at him, either angry or dumbfounded. As for your comment about Harry's education and what you can offer him, well, there is nothing money can't buy. I too can provide him with all the education he wants and needs. I am sure that Gringotts would love to keep Harry in their junior program and could provide him with the necessary education in that aspect, as well as with a career should he decide for it. I think we'd be able to work out an agreement." He looked meaningfully at Master Racknock, who smiled. Suddenly Sirius didn't mind goblins as much as before. Turning back to Mr. Donovan, he continued, "Above all, I can offer him a loving home. I knew his parents, I grew up with his father. They made me his godfather for a reason. I can give Harry what he deserves. Living with me, he will be able to find out what it feels like to be loved and wanted. He will be able to see his friends whenever he likes. I will take him on holidays and weekend trips. I will help and be there for him like any parent. That is the environment a teenager needs. Harry wants to live with me, that he's told me many times. As for my name still attracting unwanted attention and anger, so what? I can protect Harry. I would lay down my life for him. And Harry can deal with that sort of thing. He got a lot of shit thrown at him last year." Quote. Sirius took deep breaths, trying to calm his heart down. He'd gotten about more caught up in this than he'd wanted. "And what about your mental stability, Mr. Black?" Mr. Donovan asked innocently. "After all, 12 years in Azkaban are strenuous. Who can say that you are not damaged from your time? People have gone crazy after shorter amounts of time there. Who is to say that you won't snap someday? That you won't be a danger to Mr. Potter? That you are not just a ticking time bomb waiting to get off? We think you might not be fit to raise a child." It was a low blow to Sirius, but a valid point. He did have nightmares from his time there, of course. Yes, the years had taken its toll on him, but he was fine. Having Harry back gave him the purpose he needed to keep going, to get better. "I'm fine," he growled. He knew that wasn't very convincing. "What do you say, Madam Bones?" Mr. Frenjar, Donovan asked. The goblin scowled. "It's Master Frenjar to you, wizard," he said. Donovan looked as if he was going to make a comment, but seeing the sharp weapons Racknock carried, he decided against it. Instead he turned to Madam Bones. The woman considered both parties. The eye behind her monocle twitched slightly. "While you do mention an important point, Aster," she said to Donovan, "we had a psychological examination of Mr. Black ordered in the time he was in ministry custody, and while he does have a trauma from his experience at Azkaban as well as sleeping problems, his examination was surprisingly positive. I think," she looked at Frenjar, "that the task of raising Mr. Potter would not be a problem for him. I think both parties could profit from it. Furthermore, I knew James and Lily Potter, Mr. Potter's parents. Mr. Black was their first choice, together with Alice Longbottom. Since the latter is not able to perform her duties, I don't think it is right to go against the Potter's last will. Don't you agree, Aster?" She gave him a sharp look. "I only want what is the best for Mr. Potter, and that is," Donovan began, but Frenjar interrupted him. "Be continuing for him, respecting his parents, heroes to our world, last wish." "Yes, I quite agree, Madam Bones. I think there is no need to take this before the ministry. I am the DMLF agrees with Gringotts' decision if we hand Mr. Potter's guardianship to Lord Black." Sirius' heart beat wildly. Madam Bones smiled. "Though you don't need my approval, I will give it anyway," she said. "Very well." Frenjar dipped his quill in the richly decorated inkpot and scribbled something on the papers in front of him. "Lord Black, if you'd please come here and sign the papers to make it official," he asked Sirius, waving with the quill. Sirius leapt to his feet and approached the desk, but faltered mid-step when Donovan called out, "You cannot do this. Leaving the boy who lived with an ex-convict. The minister will hear about this. And the media." "Of course I can do this," Frenjar said coolly. "This is Gringotts' jurisdiction. We operate independently from the ministry. The handling of guardianships and such things has been our field of work for hundreds of years now, not that of the ministry. If you'd listened to what I said in the beginning, then you'd know that we consult the ministry after a month if there are no suitable matches. Since the month hasn't passed and we found a match, this is outside of the minister's influence. So stop babbling like an inarticulate idiot." The goblin's tone had grown icy cold. "As you said, Lord Black is an ex-convict, meaning an innocent victim," Madam Bones piped up. "I'm pretty sure the media would love the story of the caring godfather. who broke out of prison for his godson when he realized his godson was in danger and stopped caring for his own well-being. And now the two of them are reunited, just like it was the dead parent's wish. With your consent I could owl the prophet Sirius. She added. He knew she didn't really mean it, but he played along, rubbing his chin and saying, I'll consider it. I'd need to talk to Harry first, of course. It's his decision as well. After all, he pointedly looked at Donovan. Of course, Sirius. Lord Black, your signature, if you please, Frenjar said again. Sirius quickly scribbled his name onto the dotted line that the goblin pointed at. The ink glowed and Sirius felt the rush of magic go through as the magical binding contract activated itself. Congratulations, Lord Black, to your new member to the House of Black. I will give you a copy of the contract to read at home. Should there be any questions, feel free to contact me. For now you are Mr. Potter's guardian until he reaches majority. Mr. Potter vaults will stay his and inaccessible by you unless the young heir wishes to change that. I think you can imagine your duties. The goblin said and gave him a slight predatory smile. I will leave you and Master Raknok to discuss whatever you want to discuss. I will bid my farewell, I have other matters to attend to. As do I. Good day, gentlemen, Madam Bones said. Good day, Madam Bones. And thank you, Sirius said, shaking her hand. I only did my job, she said and left the room. If you'd follow me, Lord Black, I think my office will suffice for this meeting. Raknok said. Then with a side glance at Remus, who had sat through all this quietly, knowing he had no say in these things, the goblin added apologetic, I'm afraid Mr. Lupin will have to wait outside. Though I know you will tell him everything I will tell you, the house rules forbid him from attending. Remus waved it aside. It's no bother. I will wait at the ice cream parlor for you, Sirius. He said. Thank you, Remus. It won't take long. Raknok's office was littered with weapons, maps, scrolls and charts, books, treasures like amulets and gems and a lot of other stuff. The desk nearly disappeared under all the papers. From somewhere he produced a second chair for Sirius to sit in while he sat down behind his desk. Excuse the chaos, but I'm afraid lately there has been so much going on with all the troops we have in the field that I'm a bit behind the paperwork. Sirius nodded. Now, I can imagine that you have a lot of questions concerning your new ward. Raknok said. That's an understatement. When I got home from my trial I was expecting Harry to be there. Instead I learn he's halfway around the world on a curse-breaking mission with that eldest Weasley son. I've tried writing him but the birds always come back. The Weasleys as well haven't heard from their son. So we're all a bit worried. Sirius said. Well, I will tell you what I know. Mr. Potter has developed a sudden interest in curse-breaking and shown a great talent for it as well. Good enough for us to accept him as Mr. Weasley's novice and take him in on our summer program for promising upstarts. When Mr. Dumbledore approached us if we could allow the boy to come with Weasley on the expedition, we were skeptical at first, but after Weasley sent in a report about the boy and we examined some of his work as well as school records, we deemed it acceptable to allow him to go along. We believe in learning on the job, which is why we send many of our novices early out into the field to weed out those that can't deal with this job. The goblin explained matter-of-factly. Now, as for your godson's mission, he's left England with a big group of experienced curse breakers and 2 other novices, though none of them are Gringotts apprentices. Anyway, a few months ago there was a massive earthquake in the deep jungle of Cambodia which resulted in a magical white spot. That means that an entire area is shielded from powerful magic and that it doesn't allow us to pinpoint its source. We put a team together deal with this problem. Harry Potter among them. Sirius shifted in his chair. I sense a big, but, coming. He said. But, the goblin said, because of this magical bubble they are cut off from the rest of the world. We have no way of contacting them and they have no way of reaching us. We monitor the area as best as we can, but the area is huge and we don't know where they are, what they found and how everything is going. Sirius opened his mouth to protest, but Raknok quickly continued. We do know though that they are alive. All of our people are submitted to monitor charms. They are still intact. He waved his hand and a holographic image appeared in front of Sirius. In alphabetical order, pictures and names together with medical information appeared in a neat table. He quickly scanned the names and close to the bottom he found Hotter, Harry James, pulse, 60 beat per minute, blood pressure, 60/80ths body temperature, 37 degrees Celsius, repertory, normal oxygen levels, stable brain activity, low current status, asleep. There was more information, like age, height, weight, blood type and allergy information, and there were diagrams and charts with each name. Sirius stared at the picture that came with Harry's name. Harry's hair was still messy, but in a strange orderly sort of way. His round glasses were gone. Instead he had thicker square glasses that suited him much better. He was smiling in the camera, and since it was a magical picture he moved slightly, glanced beyond the camera before returning to smile again. Sirius' heart soared at the sight of the boy. God, he missed the little promslet. As you can see, the whole team is fine. None of them was majorly hurt or killed. I know this isn't much information, but it is something, Rachnoc said, eyeing the table as well. As they watched, Sirius saw how Harry's pulse and blood pressure, and not just his but those of the others too, slowly rose. And suddenly the current status switched from asleep to awake. Mr. Potter will be fine. He's in good company. There is nothing these men and women haven't seen before. Sirius nodded and sighed. Thank you. I appreciate it. Please keep me updated if anything happens. I see what I can do. Sirius nodded, stood up, shook the goblin's hand and left. Sirius met Remus in the back of the ice cream parlor. Remus looked at him questioningly, and Sirius told him what he'd learned from Rachnoc. Remus frowned. Well, at least he's fine so far. And Bill too. We can tell the Weasleys that it will lessen their worry, he said, though he sounded a bit distracted. What is it, Remus? Sirius asked. I don't know if I imaged too much or interpreted it all wrong, but the meeting we just had, I don't know, Sirius, but don't you think it was a bit easy? Quick. What do you mean? I thought Harry's custody hearing would last longer and be far more complicated. Why? I don't know. Maybe because with Harry things are always a bit more complicated. I am worried as well that the Ministry wanted him. But we won, so it's okay now, Sirius said. If they really wanted Harry, then why send someone as incompetent as Donovan to represent them? Maybe they don't know how bad he is. Or this was never about the custody. Sirius frowned. What are you saying, Remus? Nothing per se, but something doesn't seem right about all of this. Remus answered seriously. You were right, the boy is not there. Then where is he? On a curse-breaking mission operated by Gringotts. Where Donovan? I don't know. The wards on the Goblin's office were too strong. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I know, but they wouldn't tell me. You are no longer of use to us. No, please. Avada Kedavra. Sirius and Remus were back in the study of Sirius' new house. The sound of working people and machines was still there. With a tub of ice cream. Each they settled down in the armchairs in front of the fireplace, but Sirius didn't even have 2 spoonfuls of the delicious frozen food when the fire turned green, and with a small cloud of soot and ash Albus Dumbledore stepped out of the fireplace. Sirius regretted giving the headmaster access to the house, but it had been unavoidable. The man looked grim, and Sirius dreaded the upcoming conversation already. Albus, what is it? Remus asked, getting up. I heard about you being made Harry's guardian, Sirius. Congratulations, but I had hoped you'd talk to me about it first. I don't need your permission. Lily and James wanted me as his godfather. It's my duty to care for him if they cannot. Sirius said stiffly. That's not what I meant, Sirius. I could have helped. Yeah, well, your help wasn't needed. Thanks though, Sirius muttered. Though that is not why you are here, or? He asked, and with a flick of his wand he conjured a chair for the headmaster to sit down in. I'm afraid that it's not. Dumbledore said. I have bad news. What happened? Remus asked, worried. I was just told that Peter Pettigrew escaped. Silence. What? Sirius asked sharply, fury already rising in his. How did he escape? Remus asked, also red-faced. Well, he never really reached Azkaban. The boat that transported him was raided. The crew as well as half of the prisoners on board were killed. The rest were taken, Pettigrew among them. The professor said darkly. You mean to tell me the rat has been free for a week and we only learn about it now? Sirius hissed. I am as angry about this as you are, Sirius, believe me. And what will they do about it? Remus asked. Well, a handful of Aurors have been put on the case, but I don't expect much. They have no leads whatsoever. What could they possibly want with Pettigrew? He's a failure in all aspects. He still betrayed Lily and James and framed you and managed to stay undetected for 12 years. We don't know what he was to the Dark Lord's old circle, but what Sybil saw was true, and if the Death Eaters do get active again, I fear for the worst. But Voldemort is dead, Remus said, swallowing when he said the name. I'm afraid, Remus, that we do not know that 100%. In fact, I have reason to believe that he's still alive. Not a full power yet, but alive nonetheless. Remus and Sirius paled. Sirius sat down heavily. I am really happy Harry is not here at the moment, he whispered. ... In the dark of the jungle, 4 spots of light hovered through the air, moved down the side of a gorge and traveled over flat ground. Fools! A voice growled. No guards, no alarms, no protection at all. Fools, the lot of them. 3 more voices murmured their consent. Well, the better for us. A second raspy-sounding voice said with a light laugh. Could it be a trap? Another voice asked. He didn't sound overly concerned. The first voice snorted. I doubt it very much. He said. And it's in there, you're sure? Asked the fourth voice. Where else could it be? Snarled the second voice impatiently. Well, if we are wrong, all of this will be for nothing and we will risk the Master wrath, said the third voice. This is the place, don't you worry. Now come on, growled the first voice. The 4 bulbs of light approached the cave entrance. They'll never know what hit them. Fools, they are all fools for thinking they'd ever be saved. Not for the first time since arriving in Cambodia were Harry's dreams troubled. At first he saw that strange dark mansion on the top of a hill, far, far, far away from where he stood. He saw the outline of a small village at its feet. Then the dream seemed to shatter into a million little pieces and he felt as if he was free falling through space before another dream snatched him up. This time he saw the face of a small stout man who had a great resemblance to a rat. Wormtail, or Peter Pettigrew as his birth name was. Harry couldn't quite comprehend what he saw, but his scar was stinging slightly and uncomfortably. Wormtail was doing something. Then Harry saw faces of people he didn't know. Grim, dark faces. Dirty faces with sneers and hateful expression on them. They were all dressed in black. A group of 4 flashed before his eyes and he saw them striding through lush greenery, their wands ready in their hands. The entrance to the caves flashed before him and he flinched in his dream. And then the strange voice echoed through his head again for the 3rd time in just as many nights. Destroy the first. It's the only way. Destroy. Save us. There was a deafening bang inside his head and Harry bolted upwards, gasping for air. He was back in the tunnel with the others. It was dark except for some of the green torches that burned on the walls. The even breathing of the others filled the silence around him. And yet he felt as if the after echoes of that explosion were lingering in the air around him. Was he imagining it, or was the ground vibrating ever so slightly? Bad dreams. Harry nearly yelped and turned quick as as. Gods above Daphne, he whispered furiously and put one hand over his wildly beating heart. Don't do that again. I nearly had a heart attack. She smiled. Sorry, but you seemed to have some pretty nasty dreams there. Harry shrugged. Then he froze. Were you watching me sleep, Greengrass? He asked with raised eyebrows. Daphne blushed and tried to hide it. Of course not. You disturbed me with your muttering and trashing. It's a miracle nobody else woke up. She snapped, still embarrassed. Harry looked around concerned. Sorry for waking you, he said. Daphne shook her head. You didn't. You're not the only one having trouble sleeping, she said. Wrapping his blanket around his shoulders, Harry slowly got up and walked over to her. He sat down next to her, leaning against the smooth stone, staring blankly at the sleeping forms of the others. Thinking about what happened today? He asked silently. She nodded. They sat in silence for a while. It's not quite what you thought it would be, right? He asked. No, I thought I knew what I was signing up for, she stated dryly. Then she sighed heavily and stared moodily at the opposite wall. Why are healers in training required to come along on curse-breaking missions anyway? Harry asked. 2 reasons actually. 1, if field experience. All healers have to have some kind of work experience in different types of work or surroundings to learn to adapt and react quickly and precisely. The other reason is that my apprenticeship to Rashid is supervised by Gringotts. I want to be a healer for the Cursebreaker Guild mainly once I am done. I'd love to travel the world and have some adventures. But my family frowns upon these plans. If I do it, I will be a lot on the road, constantly moving from one mission to another. They think I might not fulfill my role as head of house sufficiently enough. And now that I've gotten my first real taste of adventure, I'm starting to doubt my decision too. She explained hesitantly. Harry nodded. He could understand that. Yeah, I know what you mean. When I first met Bill and talked with him about curse breaking, he told me that most people think of curse breakers as irresponsible adventurers. But the job isn't all fun and games. It is dangerous and taxing, and that people get injured or killed. Bill once said that we're messing with forces bigger than us, and he's right. These places that we willing go to and explore are very dangerous, but we do it anyway because we know it's a threat to our fellow people and we want to protect them from it. Most people though are ungrateful for what we do because they can see no real results. We are a shield, but we're only as strong as our weakest member. And that's where you healers come in. You make sure that there will be people to uphold that shield. You are part of them. And aren't healing and protecting two principles that your family values? They should be proud that you want to do this. You were meant to be a healer in my eyes, Daphne. You are not only good at it and passionate about it, it's also what you want. Don't let your family's opinion dishearten you. You really think so? She asked. I know so. As for the adventure part, this is the first time in your life you have been stuck in a magical cave full of challenges and monsters, right? So it is for me. Most of the time I don't know what I am doing and usually just follow and try not to be in the way. But that's why we're here. To learn. You said healers need to know different work situations. Here you have one. Take your fear and uncertainty, embrace them and turn them into something productive. He smiled at her. How can you be so calm? Daphne asked and studied his face. I'm not, Harry said with a smile, but these past 3 years have helped me learn to keep my cool and head leveled. Mostly. There is nothing like looking death into the eye to help clear your mind and sort out your priorities. You know, 13-year-olds shouldn't say things like you so calmly and deadly serious. She stated. Harry for some reason laughed slightly, and then he looked around, scooted a bit closer to her and whispered, 14. Excuse me, she asked confused. Actually I'm 14. Don't tell anyone, but my birthday was a few days ago. Daphne's eyes widened. And you didn't tell anyone? She hissed. Well, to be honest, I'd forgotten myself. I only noticed it a day later. She shook her head. Only you, Harry. Happy birthday. This must be, not the ideal birthday, I take it. Are you kidding me? That was the best birthday I ever had. It still is, he said happily. She looked at him funnily. Your birthdays usually must really then. She concluded. He scoffed. You don't even know half of it. Obviously noticing the change of tone, Daphne went to change the topic. Do you mean to say that it's already August? She asked. It was August 1st we entered the cave. Don't know how much time has passed. I wasn't able to cast a Tempest charm, Harry said with a shrug. Daphne sighed. Still, it's crazy how fast time flies, she said. She added a bit saddened as she looked towards the ceiling. I miss the sky. I know we haven't been here for long, but I really detest underground places. Me too, Harry confessed. I love being up by the air on a broom. It's the most amazing feeling ever. But underground I feel trapped. Because it reminds me of the cupboard under the stairs back in Surrey. He added bitterly in his thoughts. I like flying, but I like having both my feet on the ground more. She said lightly. And I love swimming and sailing. Last summer my father took us on a trip to our family island in the Caribbean. It was amazing. Harry raised his eyebrows. Your family owns an island? She smirked at him. Yeah, many old families own islands. Envious? She asked slyly. He shook his head and replied dryly. No, but it explains the posh behavior. I give you posh behavior, she told him and cuffed him in the side. They laughed lowly and Harry asked, better? Her eyes were alight with new fire. Yeah, a lot actually, she replied. Think you will be able to sleep a bit more? Will you be? Maybe, she smiled. "Good night, Harry," she said warmly and put a hand on his shoulder. Then she stood up and walked back to her bedroll. "Good night, Daphne," he whispered, and he too returned to his bed. Dot, dot, dot. Later that day, or night, nobody was really sure. Bill shook him awake and said, "Time to get up, Harry. We're moving again." Harry nodded, sat up, stretched, and then went to pack his things together. Breakfast was protein bars and water. They continued walking in the same fashion as before. The glow sticks had recharged during their break and glowed brighter than ever in the oppressing darkness. Harry walked close to the walls. He wanted to see the pictures, the fainted colors, the details. He wanted to understand what had happened here. What the reason was they were in here right now. Fleur tried to distract Daphne, Luna and him with some French exercises, but somehow Harry wasn't in the mood. Fleur noticed this and stopped trying after a while. There was again only little conversation, and those who talked spoke silently. Nobody knew what lay ahead. And nobody wanted to disturb what might lay ahead. At some point, Daphne walked next to him. "Did you sleep well after last night?" he asked her. She nodded. "I did, thank you for asking. I was more exhausted than I had realized," she said. "Me too. If Bill hadn't woken me, I could have slept for another day." The path got narrower and they had to walk in a single line to pass through. He walked behind Daphne. The ceiling was low too. Bill, Thomas, Atticus and Mr. Lovegood had to tuck in their heads. "I'm just glad that there are no spiders here. Or bats," Harry muttered. Daphne snorted. "But magical water monsters are okay?" she asked. "They at least can't crawl under your clothes or make disgusting sticky webs that you can run into," Harry replied. "Or flap around your head unannounced. Someone has his priorities straight," she replied dryly. "Sarcasm doesn't suit you. But you, Daphne, I am 5 feet 4 inches and weigh a bit more than 100 pounds. Sarcasm is the only weapon I have. I can't believe you are afraid of spiders and bats," Daphne whispered, shaking her head. "I am not afraid of bats. And I only strongly dislike spiders. You would too if you had been chased by hundreds of acromantulas through the forbidden forest," he whispered in her ear. "When did that happen?" she asked. "Second year, when people nearly got turned to stone because of a free-roaming basilisk," she asked. "Yes. Spiders fear basilisks. Ron and I saw them leave the castle in their thousands. And then Hagrid said that we should follow the spiders if we wanted answers." He couldn't explain what he meant with that because they were in the process of arresting him. "Ron and I still went and found a nest of these beasts. Their king was gigantic. At first we thought he was relatively friendly because we were friends of Hagrid's, but then it told us we were food for his children. Luckily the Ron's family's car saved us." "Oh, I heard that story," Daphne interrupted him. "You damaged the Whomping Willow." Professor Snape was livid that evening. "Scared the first years senseless." "Yeah, anyway, that's why I don't like spiders," Harry concluded. Daphne shook her head, but he couldn't see her face because he was still walking behind her. "Unbelievable," she finally said. "You really get away with everything." Harry spluttered indignantly. "Tell that to the many detentions I had to serve," he said. "Scrubbing cauldron bottoms and the ceiling of the potions classrooms. Or write autographs with Gilderoy Lockhart. Ugh, that was the worst. Or the many points we got deducted for smuggling a baby dragon out of Hogwarts." She turned. "You did what?" she asked, disbelieving. Harry blushed. "Nothing. But Bill, who walked behind him, piped up. "Oh, Charlie told me about that. Someone at Hogwarts illegally hatched a dragon." Harry was glad Bill didn't mention Hagrid's name. "And Harry, my brother Ron and their friend Hermione Granger found out about it. They knew it was forbidden, so they contacted my brother Charlie. He's a dragon master in Romania, and he came with some friends in the middle of the night to pick up the dragon and take it to the dragon enclosure they work at. Ron told me in secret that they weren't caught at the actual exchange, but afterwards when they went back to the Gryffindor common room." Daphne was giggling, and most of the others had either disbelieving or shook their heads smiling. "Hogwarts seems to be a lot more interesting than it was at my time," Atticus said with a sad smile. "It's mostly Harry's fault. He attracts trouble like magnet." Daphne said. "Guilty," Harry muttered. "Bobattens is nosing like that. Everything is proper and in its place. No adventures." Fleur said. Yeah, well, I haven't given up on a quiet year at Hogwarts yet. Harry sighed. And he jinxed it, Rashid said dramatically. You were doomed. Thomas laughed. Thanks, this is friendship. Harry muttered dryly, making everybody laugh. We have nothing if we don't believe in something. Luna said softly from somewhere behind Harry. He smiled. Thanks, Luna. That's what I was thinking. You're welcome, Harry. ... Harry's feet were starting to hurt. How long had they been walking? 5 hours, maybe 6. Nothing had happened. Eric was the first to voice his discomfort. I don't like this, he growled. This has to be a trick. So we let our guards down and then, bam. Something strikes. Are you sure you and Mad Eyes aren't related? Thomas breathed silently. Eric gave him the one-finger salute. Alice spoke up. Guys, look at the walls. All had turned to the walls and the carvings. Except there were no carvings anymore. Hang on, Mr. Lovegood said and walked a few steps backwards. Here is the last picture, he exclaimed. They gathered around him. The carving was bigger than the others. It showed a figure in long robes standing on a hilltop. The left hand was raised high above the head, and from the fist that seemed to hold something, came long rays of light. And to the feet of the hill lay a town, half in ruins. One of the rays of light from the figure's raised fist was heading right towards the untouched part of the city. The message was clear. It's destruction, Mr. Lovegood said with a sad look on his face. The walls are blank because afterwards, there was nothing there anymore. But what about when they built these caves and hid the weapon here? Harry asked. That still happened. Why didn't they show it here? He asked. A good question. Maybe we'll find out, maybe we won't. Mr. Lovegood said with a shrug. Does it give an hint as to what that weapon might be? A spell maybe, Atticus asked. Something worse than the killing curse. Daphne asked. There are a lot of things worse than the killing curse. The killing curse is quick and painless. It ends your life in a second. And although it is horrible to use, it is not the worst spell out there. The Cruciatus curse, for instance. Horrible that one. Drove many wizards insane. Or even killed them because their hearts couldn't take the stain. Eric muttered. Eric. Enough. Bill hissed. Harry knew about the killing curse, of course. He was after all the only survivor. The Cruciatus curse, though, he thought he remembered hearing about it. But he couldn't quite put it anywhere. Let's continue walking, Atticus said. I have the strong feeling that we will have our fair share of trouble soon enough. Let's enjoy while we still can. ... Harry, Daphne, Luna, and Fleur were walking in the back of the group. They weren't talking much, but they were all closest in age to each other, more or less, and enjoyed each other's company. Look at this, Daddy, Luna suddenly said and stopped. Everyone turned around. Luna had stopped and was looking up at the top of the left tunnel wall. Harry thought at first it was a crack in the wall. A very oddly shaped crack. Then realized it was a carving. A tiny carving. Very fine and delicate. Mr. Lovegood stood on tiptoes and examined it closer in the light of this green glow stick. Interesting, he said. What does it say? Atticus asked. The words are very old. But I think they say, destroy the first. Harry shivered violently, but nobody noticed. And I think there is a lightning rune next to it. Mr. Lovegood observed. Make way. Eric muttered and looked at the carving himself. That's a lightning bolt, all right. And if it does say, destroy, then the analogy isn't so far off. Lightning stands for untamable energy that strikes down from the heavens. It's a force older than anything else and marks the end of something. Lightning is seen as the gods' favorite weapon of choice and is seen as a messenger from the gods at the same time. People struck by lightning used to be considered as blessed or enlightened. But it also stands for fertility. As life-giving. Eric scratched his scruffy chin. So the rune is either supposed to underline the need to destroy this first thing, or it is meant as something that comes after the destruction. After everything is gone, lightning will strike down for new life. Harry felt his throat closing up. His lightning scar prickled. His parents had been killed. His life virtually destroyed, but he had lived through Voldemort's killing curse. Life had followed destruction. There could be no coincidence that his scar was shaped like a lightning bolt. And how does that help us? Rashid asked. I don't know. But we should keep it in mind, I guess. Eric said gruffly. Yes, we defiantly should, Harry thought. They only stopped for short breaks in which they would eat something or drink some water. Harry's feet felt like they were one giant blister. Rashid looked at them, murmured some spells and put a tincture on them, and afterwards it was better, but the general aching wouldn't leave his body. The path had become more difficult. It went up and down, sometimes they had to scale walls up and down to continue their path or rob on their bellies along the floor because it was so narrow. Other times they walked through tunnels as big and wide as Hogwarts' Great Hall. All through the walls remained blank, and only every few meters a torch burning with green fire would lighten their path. Their magic still worked backwards. They tried in regular intervals, but so far nothing. It was after their lunch break that Harry began to think something was off. And only when they continued walking it became clearer and clearer that something wasn't right. It only appeared to Harry when he turned to Daphne to ask her something and her braided play hovered in the air above her head. He stared at it stunned. "What is it, Harry?" Daphne asked, noticing his look. "Your hair," Harry muttered. "What about it? Please tell me there's nothing in it like a spider or a beetle." She asked, horrified with a shudder. "No, it's flying." She stared at him. "Come again," she asked. "It's flying. And it's not just yours. Look at Fleur's hair." Fleur, how had her hair in a simple ponytail, hadn't noticed yet that it had taken on an independent life of itself and was happily flying through the air behind her. And hair wasn't the only thing flying. Hoods, strips, ropes, everything began to float gently. Upwards. Harry looked down at himself and noticed that the ends of his shoe ties were pointing straight upwards. The straps of his backpack floated horizontally next to him, and when he touched his hair it too pointed upwards as if electrified. Guys," Daphne said loudly, "something's going on." They all turned to look and their eyes widened when they saw the floating elements. "What the?" Bill breathed and looked down to see the arms of the jacket he had tied around his waist float happily in the air. "Look, it's not just our stuff," Alice called out and pointed at the ground. Small pebbles and specks of dust hung centimeters above the ground and floated around, bumping into each other and knocking each other, of course. "Where did the gravity go?" Harry asked. "It flew away," Bill suggested with a grin. "Let's go and find out," Atticus mumbled. As they progressed, the more and more the gravity seemed to dwindle. Soon enough they had to move flying stones out of their path as they walked, and things really got tricky when Luna, the smallest and lightest person among them, suddenly lifted off the ground and rose giggling under the ceiling. Luckily it was low so that they could grab her ankle and pull her back down. But like a balloon filled with helium she kept drifting upwards. And she wasn't the only one. Harry felt that he had problems taking steps soon after her. Once he jumped over a crevice in the ground and sailed at least 5 meters straight through the air before gently and slowly touching down again. Bill. You might wanna hold on to me," Harry said, a bit panicked when he started drifting upwards and there was absolutely nothing he could do to get back down. In front of them the tunnel widened once again and Harry was afraid he might drift out of reach. It was an unreal sensation drifting completely weightless in the air. Bill's reassuring grip on his shoulder was comforting, but he now all but dragged Harry because walking in the air didn't get Harry forwards. Soon Alice grabbed his other shoulder and pushed down. Thomas did the same with Luna. Daphne, who walked next to Alice, kept eyeing Harry critically. "Should I feel offended that apparently I am heavier than you?" she asked after a while. "Hey, if you want we can switch places." Harry mumbled, irritated. She smirked. "Nah, I think it's all fine the way it is." "Heads up," Eric called from ahead of them. The tunnel stopped abruptly and they found themselves in the entrance to a dome-like cavern. The entire Quidditch stadium at Hogwarts would have fitted in here nicely, Harry thought as they walked on. There was nothing in the dome-like cavern but smooth gray walls and floor. At least so it seemed on the first gaze. Daphne gave a sudden yelp and Harry turned his head to see what was wrong. Daphne was rapidly gaining altitude. Thomas reached out to grab her, but in doing so he let go of Luna and Mr. Lovegood, who wasn't expecting that, lost hold of his daughter too. Now both girls drifted rapidly upwards towards the tall ceiling. Horrified they all stared after them, frozen. And as Harry stared at the ceiling, he noticed that there seemed to float something underneath it. Not just one something, lots of something. They were long and heavy looking, but they weren't rocks. Harry swallowed when one of the things turned in mid-flight and he saw what it was. It was a corpse. Daphne and Luna, who were drifting closer to them, recognized them too and started screaming. That seemed to wake everyone up. Quickly, what do we do? Alice shouted. I don't know, we can't really use magic, remember? Thomas countered, still staring upwards to where his niece was disappearing. And our brooms don't work either. Rashid reminded them. Maybe. If the reverse magic is still active, we could try a feather light charm. Bill suggested. And what, aim it at the girls so they drop from up there to down here with no secure means of catching them? Thomas asked. No thanks. He added. Well, we could use the Ascendio, or Alert Ascendere. Bill suggested. On a hunch I'm not going to risk my niece's life, and I doubt so would Xenophilius. Thomas growled. Bill narrowed his eyes but didn't say anything else. How about I drift up there and grab them? Harry asked. And how do we get you down again? Atticus asked with a raised eyebrow. Easy. Does anyone have a really long rope? Harry asked. Eric did indeed have his magical rope that grew more, the more you needed. It was very strong and easy to handle. They tied one end securely to Harry's feet, before huddling around to hold onto the rope together to form some sort of anchor, so nobody else would randomly start to drift off. They would have loved to use magic, but with the reverse spell still intact there was no way of knowing what consequences that might have or how their spells would turn out. So once they were sure Harry was secure, they let him go off in the general direction of the girls. As Harry slowly rose up, he tried to find out what the situation up there was. The girls had been shouting in fright a lot as they had drifted upwards between the corpses. They had reached the ceiling by the time Harry and the others had formulated their plan and now hung under the ceiling, trying to crawl it along, away from the lifeless bodies of maybe a dozen men and women. What was so unnerving was that the bodies were decaying or skeletons but looked as if their former occupants only had died hours or maybe a few days ago. Their faces were slack, their hair formed halos around their faces and their limbs were sprawled in all directions. Daphne and Luna managed to grab hands and hold onto each other. Whenever a corpse would drift too close they would kick it away or crawl away. But it was difficult and exhausting. The dead people around them were unsettling and sent cold shivers down the girls' backs. This isn't right. Luna mumbled and clung to Daphne's arm, looking around with big round eyes. They shouldn't be here. You know else shouldn't be here. Daphne whispered back. Us. They are trapped here. They can't move on. Luna said with remorse. And we can't help them. What are you talking about? Daphne asked in a slightly high-pitched voice. Their souls. They are traveled inside their bodies. They can't move on. I still don't get it. Daphne muttered. There is a reason why we bury or burn our dead. We set their soul free from their mortal bindings, so they can join the afterworld. But these souls, they are trapped. Something preserves their bodies, keeps them trapped. Luna was close to tears now. They are screaming in there. She whispered. Daphne wasn't sure how to react to it, so she grabbed Luna closer and softly turned the younger girl's head away. Then she saw Harry slowly drifting up to them, tied to a rope-like bait on a string, and she smiled. Look, Luna, Harry is coming to save us, she said excitedly. Harry was now within easy talking distance. Hey girls, what's up? He asked with a cocky smile. You know, we're just hanging around. Daphne replied lightly. Harry smiled back. Sounds nice, he commented. It's pretty boring actually. I'd rather do more lucrative things with my time than stare holes in the air. Daphne admitted with a shrug. You seem pretty down to earth, Harry remarked. We can't all be such airheads like Draco Malfoy, Daphne said firmly. Yeah, that guy really has his head in the clouds. He so needs to come back down to earth. She agreed. Agreed, Harry said with a smirk. Okay, enough with the bad puns, Daphne said. Get us down from here, Potter. I assume you have a plan, right? You assume too much, Harry said gravely, then had added quickly, but not today. We have a plan. Good, Daphne said. I would have killed you otherwise. Or cut that rope so that you would hang here us, she threatened. I don't have to save you, you know, he answered somewhat piqued. She smiled back at him. We both know that's a lie, she said sweetly. Just get going so we can get back down. he said. Afraid of heights, she teased. I wouldn't play Quidditch if that was the case. True. Daphne concentrated and pushed herself and Luna off from the ceiling. They slowly sailed towards Harry, who had both hands outstretched, ready to catch them. Luna got one hand, Daphne the other. I got them, Harry shouted down. Daphne saw how the rope on Harry's ankles slowly dragged them down, but they had only gotten a few meters down when from downstairs came the loud shout from Atticus, "You guys are too heavy. You start dragging all of us up." "How is that possible?" Daphne asked. "It shouldn't be," Luna said shakily. "It's magic, not physics." Harry muttered. "Well, it doesn't change that fact that we are too heavy." Luna sighed. "Well, it can't be my fault. Daphne is the heaviest of us three after all." Harry immediately shouted. Daphne sent him a murderous glare. "What, you said it yourself," he said defensively with a slight smirk. "Just get Luna down. She can't stay up here any longer." "The bodies upset her," she said. "And they don't freak you out?" Harry asked as he took hold of Luna. "Of course not. I recall 2 people screaming up here." "Shut up and get her down." "Yes, milady." With that, Daphne let go and drifted back up against the ceiling. Harry tugged at the rope and shouted, "Try it how." This time they were able to pull them down. Once Luna was safely down and secure, Harry went back up to collect Daphne. "How's the air up here treating you?" "A bit stale, to be honest." A corpse sailed by. "I wonder how they got up here," she wondered. "Probably the same way you did. Except they didn't have an awesome friend like me to pull them back down." "You got a pretty high opinion of yourself. At least I'm not the one dangling helplessly like balloon under the ceiling." She rolled her eyes and reached out to grab his hand. "I swear, Potter, once we get down there again and are out of here, I'm gonna kick your ass." "You think you could do that?" "Yes." "Wow, you're quite the high flyer, are you not?" "What did I say about bad puns?" Harry laughed and grabbed her hand tightly and pulled her closer. 2 corpses collided soundlessly a few meters away and then sat off in different directions again. "Seriously though, who are they? How did they get here? Is there maybe another way in?" Daphne asked silently. "Don't know. Maybe," Harry replied. "I don't like it," Daphne said darkly. "Neither do I." Back down with the others, they found out that Luna had already told the others of the body drifting under the ceiling. "Well, it is possible that they had heard the same legends as we haven't found this place some other way. Maybe they were tomb raiders. Or archaeologists. Or adventurers. Whatever they were, they got carried up there and probably died of dehydration." Rashid reasoned. "Do you think we will find more bodies in here?" Fleur asked. "Maybe. I don't care as long as none of us gets added to their numbers." Eric growled. Getting out of the dome was difficult as well. They had to cross the entire cavern, even though they could start drifting upwards any second. In the end they huddled close together around Atticus, Eric and Bill, the heaviest people on their team, and all linked together so that they weighed down on the 3 men, who kept them all anchored, and at the same time they kept them from taking off for a flight. This arrangement required for them to move together as one and time everything correctly. They all were exhausted when they finally reached the safety of the next tunnel and gravity came back in one blow. Still, Atticus made them walk another mile or 2 before letting them rest for a while. After their little space adventure, the adults of their group kept a close eye on their young fledglings. Through Eric kept muttering about how it's always the young and inexperienced that die first. Harry tried to ignore him. They ate while they walked on. The incident had cost them time apparently. Harry wasn't quite aware they were on a tight schedule, but he wasn't going to ask about it. The walls remained blank, the path uneven and tricky, and Harry got bored. He let him wander far away, back to Britain. What the others might be doing right now. Then again, Harry had no clue what day it was or what time, so he could hardly imagine what might be going on in England. Ron was probably avoiding any of his remaining schoolwork. He was probably playing Quidditch against Ginny in the backyard of the burrow. And Hermione was either on holiday with her parents or working on some extra credits for her schoolwork. No doubt she had long finished their homework. Harry wondered if anyone had told her that he was on a mission and that was the reason why he wasn't answering her letters. He was sure Ron would have told her at some point. Sirius, well, Harry was sure that Sirius was by now a free man. How could he not be? The burden of proof was crushing. Even the most stupid person must have seen that he was innocent. So if Sirius was free, that probably meant that he was adjusting back to his old life. Harry wondered if he was looking for a place to live or a job. He tried to imagine that job interview. Frankly, he couldn't without grinning bitterly. And the thought of Sirius looking for a place to live filled him with excitement. Because any place Sirius chose would, hopefully, be the new home for him too. Harry wondered if Sirius was very angry with him. Sure, Remus Lupin would have explained everything, as would the Weasleys and Professor Dumbledore have, but still, Sirius had a temper and could be quite stubborn if he wanted to. This summer was really messed up, Harry concluded. A sudden hand on his shoulder brought him back to reality. To the reality of a dingy, dark, narrow tunnel deep underground somewhere in Cambodia. Oh joy, it was Fleur who had grabbed him. The French witch was pointing at Bill, who had been walking in front of the group. Bill was holding one arm up and scanning the tunnel before them with a critical eye. "What's wrong?" Atticus asked. As an answer, Bill rolled up the sleeves of his right arm and showed them a dark blue pulsing tattoo on the inside of his lower arm. It was a Gaelic rune and it symbolized danger. It was a warning rune. Harry was pleased with himself that he recognized it. Runes were hard. "I didn't know you had a tattoo, William," Fleur said, and something was off about her voice, Harry thought. She spoke deeper and it sounded like a cat purring. What was up with that? "It's not a tattoo," Bill said, his ears a bit red around the edges. "It's a rune I bewitched and the burned into my arm. It warns me if any potentially harmful warding is around." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Like a detector. Then why didn't it warn us when I ran into the shield?" "Because I have to literally stand right in front of the warding for the rune to detect it. I'm still working on its efficiency," Bill explained. "So there is danger somewhere here?" Atticus asked. "I don't see anything," Rashid mumbled. "That's the point," Bill explained and knelt down. He carefully swept the dust away. "Thought so," he said, and continued swiping the dust away. As he did, lines suddenly appeared on the ground. It took him a few minutes, but by the time he had swept away most of the dust, they all could see what it was. Touching the walls on both sides, lay before them a perfect circle of tiny runes. No, not a circle. It was a spiral. It began on the right cave wall and continued in perfect circles until it ended in the exact center of the circle with one single word. It was beautiful to look at, but Harry felt also a chill of fear running down his spine. "A runic circle. I can't believe my eyes," Eric muttered with big eyes. "See that word in the middle? That's Pyr, it's the Greek word for fire. It's an elemental circle," he added. "What does that mean?" Atticus asked. "It means that if we had set as much as 1 foot inside that circle, we would have been burned to ashes." Bill muttered darkly. "Oh," Alice muttered. "Can't we jump across it?" Daphne asked. "Stepping into or over it, it doesn't matter. The runes will register movement and activate." "We'd still die," Bill said. "Oh," said Daphne. "Can you disable it?" Atticus asked Bill and Eric. Eric shook his head. "I know how to use its power, but I never learned how to break its power. It's not part of a rune master's curriculum." "I can, I think," Bill said. "It has the similar structures of offensive protective warding. It shouldn't take long." Bill set to work. Harry watched as he carved the rune for power before the spiral and tapped it. Immediately the whole spiral started glowing in a deep orange light that reminded Harry of fire. "Figures, it is a fire circle," Harry thought. Bill then slowly and carefully started carving his own runes in strategic places around and inside the spiral. Different sections of the long line of runes started glowing in different colors before it faded away. Smoke curled up and something smelled burned. He noticed that he wasn't the only one looking interested. "Why can't you disable the circle? You had no problem decursing the shield," Harry asked Eric after a while. "There is a significant difference between curse breaking, what we did with the shield, warding, what Bill does for a living, and runic magic, what I do," Eric said gruffly. "Warding is the use of runes, symbols, signs and words of power to ensure protection in all kinds of forms. It's about weaving their different powers together into one. Decursing, curse breaking, on the other hand, follows warding. It's about undoing what you put up before. But it's a different kind of magic than weaving magic together. Now you have, in reverse order, undo the connections between the different sets of powers and drain the power from their sources, for example the runes. To drain them of their power we use counter spells or runes, depending on what you have to counter. Eric explained slowly. Harry nodded. That he'd known before. Runic magic, what I am a master in, is different though. While I know the same runes as any man who has studied wards, I use them differently. I have learned to tap into a rune's power and use it for my own. That means, if I paint a rune for strength for example and tap into its power, I can increase my own strength. Wow, that is seriously cool, Harry said with wide eyes. Eric nodded, looking somewhat pleased, pointed at Bill and continued, now, I know the significance of my runes and I can diffuse simple warding and alone standing runes, but things like a runic circle, the epitome of knowledge in warding and weaving magic together, is above my expertise. I had help with the decursing of the shield. Atticus and my wife, who does the translation of spell rolls for Gringotts, helped me figure out what spells were used in my section of the shield and which counter spells would be most effective. Once I knew that it was only a matter of casting the right spells in the right order. That is something any idiot can do. Are you calling yourself an idiot? Thomas asked amused. Eric flipped him the finger and crossed his arms before his massive. Whatever the case, now you see why I don't destroy such epic works. He told Harry and pointed with his chin at Bill. Hey, I don't like this either, but do you know what I like even less? Being turned to ashes. Bill growled. What could you do if you tip into the circle's power? Harry asked. Different things, Eric said with a shrug. I could harness the fire power and wield and bend it the way I want to use it. I could make myself fireproof or simply absorb and save the power for later and transform it into a different kind of energy. There are different options, as I said. Harry nodded. That sounds awesome. Yeah, well, it's not easy and risky. Many wizards who have tapped into the power for runes and symbols have misjudged their power and as a result killed themselves. Eric said dryly. Really? Harry asked. Every symbol has power. They stand for something very realistic. Drawing, carving, saying it is like summoning it to you. It will be there, and if done wrongly, it can unleash its powers in the most horrible ways known to the world. So you always have to be careful with what you draw and doodle and make sure you do not infuse your magic in it. Harry nodded. I see. Done, Bill declared in that moment. He stepped back and nodded. That should do it. Should? Alice asked. There is a way to test it. Anyone got a rock or something they're not too attached to? Bill asked. Mr. Lovegood handed him a handkerchief. Bill threw it into the spiral. They watched as it slowly floated towards the ground and gently touched down. They held their breaths. Nothing happened. There, you see, safe. Bill said proudly. Eric raised a hand. I vote Weasley goes first, just to ensure it really is safe. He said. Bill pulled a face at him and then stepped into the spiral. And through. Nothing happened. They cheered and one after another crossed the circle. Can you show me some of your runic magic? Harry asked Eric as they continued their way. Maybe once we're out of here, or if the reverse magic thing stops. I don't know if it affects runes too, and I'd hate to die just because of a simple demonstration gone wrong. Eric muttered. Harry nodded. Later then, he said. He found himself along Luna's and Daphne's sides. How are you, Luna? He asked her kindly. She had been pretty shaken after the whole floating with corpses thing. Better. Thank you for coming to our rescue, she said dreamily and squeezed his hand. Always. You're my friend, Luna. Really? That's nice, she whispered, before her eyes seemed to get lost somewhere in a distance Harry couldn't see. Daphne smiled. A knight in shining armor. So Gryffindor, she said cheekily and threw her hair back. Harry shrugged. You're just jealous because you had to play the part of the damsel in distress. She shoved him with her shoulder. Whatever, she said. Guys, check this out. Atticus called out joyfully some time later. In front of them rose two stone columns, forming an arch inside the relatively straight tunnel. The air inside the arch glimmered and glistened. And as if written by an invisible hand, words appeared on the ground before them. Welcome those that have wandered in fear but still managed to come here. Your bravery and skill shall be rewarded. But caution, for you are not yet at journey's end. Are you worthy, are you not? The trail shall decide if you are, or not. Mr. Lovegood read out. Poetry was not their strongest skill. Daphne remarked. Harry suppressed a snort. You think it's safe to go through that? Eric asked skeptically. I think so. Luna piped up and skipped without any further word through the arch. As she crossed the swell she seemed to glow for a second. The she was on the other side and turned around with a bright smile on her face. Oh how wonderful. You have to feel this. I feel so alive suddenly. So much stronger. She shouted happily, looking at each other and then shrugging. One by one followed her. As Harry stepped through the arch, he gasped. A dazzling light seemed to come from under his skin and he felt as if something was slowly and carefully caressing his magic. It felt as if his core was joyfully jumping up and down inside of him and a voice seemed to whisper, "Welcome." And then it was gone and Harry stepped through and onto the other side. Bewildered he stared back at the arch. Did you feel that? Did you hear that? He asked Daphne. What? She asked confused. That prickling sensation inside of you, like when you were very happy. That feeling of safety. He asked, trying to find the right words. She frowned. I feel different, yes, but nothing like that. This place still gives me the creeps and I feel anything but safe. Harry shook his head. It was strange. He muttered, more to himself this time. Hey look. Came suddenly the joyous shout from Alice. She held up our wand and said, Lumos. And to everybody's amazement and relief, the tip of her wand ignited. I think the reverse magic is over. She said happily. Maybe that's the reward. Atticus suggested. I don't know about you, but I feel a lot better right now. Rashid said. They continued walking but it was with a new sort of energy and purpose. They had their magic back, they were one step closer to their goal, whatever it was, and they were all still alive. Another surprise came a short while later, when suddenly Mr. Lovegood exclaimed, I don't believe this. What is it, Zeno? Bill asked and stepped up to his neighbor. Look at this. This is truly amazing. Mr. Lovegood said in awe. It truly was. The walls were once again covered in carvings and paintings. It started all of a sudden in the middle of the blank walls. Harry couldn't understand the meaning behind the pictures but he felt happy to see them again. What do they mean, Zeno? Bill asked. I thought after the destruction the only thing that happened was that they hid the weapon. He asked. So I thought, my dear friend, and indeed, the Cambodian magical culture stood still for there were nearly no magic users left and the land was half destroyed and half of the Muggles were dead too or had left like the wizards. In Cambodia there wasn't much going on. But in other parts of the world the time didn't stand still. The pictures show the fate of those that fled from the war in their homeland. Most of them landed in China but a lot ran on and got further until they reached Europe and Russia. These pictures, my dear friends, date back to the beginning of the late Middle Ages, around the year 1250. The eccentric wizards exclaimed delighted. Wow, the group exclaimed. But, how did they get here? Alice asked. Good question. There should have been no one here to carve and paint them. How would they have? How could they have known in the first place about what happened on the other side of the world? Mr. Lovegood suggested. Magic then, Rashid said. That seems to be the answer and explanation to everything, and yet it is not a very satisfying one. There is so much that we don't know yet about the power we can use, philosophized Mr. Lovegood thoughtfully. So this is going to be a stroll through history then? Eric asked. I hate history, Harry muttered. Binns is insufferable. You shouldn't be too quick to judge Mr. Potter. History teaches us valuable lessons. It tells us what to do and what not to do. Mr. Lovegood said kindly. Harry blushed. But in this case it is not the general history of what happened in the world, but rather the tale of the descendants of Cambodia and how they lived on. Mr. Lovegood continued as he tailed a few carvings with his right index finger. In the focus seems to be this family here. He pointed at 5 figures, painted from the front. They appear in almost every picture. He pointed the 5 out in different sections of the wall. Any clue who they are? Atticus asked. Magicians. They fled the war and after years on the road they found themselves in what today would be Germany. But from there on they split apart yet again. What their fates are I cannot tell at this point, but I'm sure that if we continue we'll learn more. The others continues moving, but Harry remained a second longer to look at the 5 figures. Although they were only painted from the front, Harry had to admit that it was done in great detail. They all looked a lot alike with their dark hair and darkish skin and Asian faces. There was only one woman though, and she was holding a sword. Harry shivered again. What was wrong with him? He quickly went to catch up with the others. That night dinner was an entirely different matter. Thanks to their now once again normal magic, they could prepare the magical food they had packed correctly and feast on the most delicious things. Harry ate 3 pieces of treacle tart alone. And he felt great afterwards. His dreams weren't great though. It was mostly dark and sometimes lightning would crack around him and wind would tear at his cloths. He could feel his was holding something hard and smooth in his right hand, and for some reason he felt remorse and grief. He raised his arm and threw whatever he was holding down, and down it went, deep, deep, deep down, and even deeper, to where no sunlight would ever reach it and to where no man should ever have access to it again. He woke with a start and a wild beating heart. Harry woke to Alice gently shaking his shoulder. She was smiling at him broadly and said, "Morning, sleepyhead. Get up. We leave in 15 minutes. Harry cursed and jumped to his feet. "Why do you only wake me now?" he asked as he slipped into his waistcoat and fastened the buckles. He put his glasses so with one hand while rushing a comb through his hair with the other hand. He laced up his boots as quickly as he could and turned around again. "Is there any breakfast left?" He stopped abruptly when he saw that he was the only one up and standing and completely dressed. Everybody else was either still in the process of getting up and getting dressed or were only staring to rise. "Oh, very funny, Alice." He spat and folded high arms. "On the bright side, you can help me with breakfast since you are already ready." Alice giggled and waved him over to the portable fireplace Eric had brought along. "You were so easily fooled." Eric sneered smugly. Harry shot him his best, shut it, glare, and moved towards Alice. Still grumbling, he began to unfold the pots and pans they would need for breakfast. They were magical and ingenious. Every pot, plate, frying pan and other cooking utensil was jinxed so that it could be folded or rolled up to the size of Harry's palm. Normally people would prefer shrinking charms, but this was just as effective and amazed Harry every time. Again, Alice dished up a typical English breakfast with Harry's help. Scrambled eggs with bacon, beans, tomatoes and pickles. Peppermint tea and orange juice were served along with the food. "Now that our magic is back to normal," Atticus began, "except for the brooms." Bill interrupted him promptly. "Except for the brooms," Atticus agreed with an exasperated look. "I think we should try and see if we can anticipate any further challenges." "How?" Luna asked. "Well, there is a spell that, when performed, can detect paths and project them for the caster onto a map." "Neat," Harry remarked while shoving another sausage down his throat. "Ever heard of chewing?" Daphne asked, slightly disgusted. "I have, but it takes too much time away," Harry replied. "Anyway," Eric continued, "it's worth a try. If it works, will we be able to see how much further it is?" Daphne asked. "If it works, then yes," Atticus said confidently. "Is it accurate?" Harry asked. "Depends. It will show us the general outline and way of the path. If you mean to ask if it will warn us about challenges, then no, I doubt it will be able to do that," Eric replied this time. "What day is it anyway?" Alice asked. Bill cast a Tempest charm. "It's the 3rd of August and it's currently 3 a.m., he pronounced. "Wow," Harry muttered. "You can say that twice. It feels longer than 3 days. Thomas agreed. "It doesn't matter. Pack up everybody and be ready in 15, Atticus ordered. And with a side glance at Harry he added, "For real this time." As soon as they all had packed up and gathered around Atticus, Eric bent down and placed an empty sheet of parchment down on the ground. Atticus, facing the tunnel the way they were going, started chanting lowly and concentrated while waving his wand in smaller turning circles. He then crossed through it with his wand and then jabbed his wand as if he was stabbing someone. A stream of purple light left his wand and flew down the tunnel, disappearing in the tunnel. There was silence for a few seconds and Harry was tempted to ask if that was all, when the purple light returned with a loud whistling noise. With reflexes faster than any seeker, Atticus snatched the light with his bare hand, hastily knelt down and slammed the hand with the light flat down onto the parchment. The parchment started glowing, and when Atticus pulled back his hand, Harry could see how fine black lines started to spread over the paper and then took on different colors. Lastly, a small green dot appeared on the map. "That's us," Atticus explained and pointed at the dot. Looking closer at the dot, Harry saw that it wasn't 1 but 10, all clustered together. Harry had to think of the Marauders map Fred and George had given him last winter. "Which one is me?" he asked. "How about the oddly shaped one right there?" Daphne suggested. "Very funny," Harry said dryly. "Knock it off, you two," Thomas said. The two teens shut up but still rolled their eyes at each other and then grinned. "I said knock it off," Thomas said without looking at them. They suppressed their snickers. Thomas sighed and went to study the map with Atticus, Eric and Bill. "All right, so the path seems pretty continuously. There seem to be a lot of caves along the way and all around us, and there seems to be an underground river, but other than that, seems pretty ordinary," Atticus mumbled. "Nonetheless, this quest is anything but ordinary," Eric growled. "We keep both eyes open. As usual. Now let's get going." The map didn't turn out to be as accurate as they had hoped. The tunnel they had been following for a while now opened up, and they stepped out onto a small plateau that dangled so high up in the air that below them, just like the deep black gullet of the earth itself. Harry shivered. That thought was not particularly comforting. Above them the walls rose steep upwards like the insides of a volcano, just without a mouth at the top. And about 40 meters below them on the other side, approximately 60 meters away, was another plateau from where the tunnel continued. But there was no way across. "Seems like the map couldn't have warned us about that," Harry muttered. "What would you have done if it had? Dug a new tunnel somewhere else?" Bill asked him with raised eyebrows. "Just saying," Harry muttered. Shaking his head, Bill turned away with a smile and instead addressed the others. "Our magic works normal again, let's try and use brooms," Bill suggested. "You really think they work all of a sudden?" Alice asked him skeptically. "No," Bill said with a smile. He took out his clean sweep 7. "But it's worth a try." He jumped in the air but promptly came back down again. "Okay, no brooms then," Fleur said dryly as Bill put the broom away again. "I have an idea. I have my magical rope. Let's stick it to the walls with a strong sticking charm and skive it down to the other side," Eric suggested. "The angle isn't too steep. Around 60 degrees I'd say. With enough momentum behind it, every one of us should make it across." Harry was impressed by the scientific approach Eric had chosen, for he had come to the same conclusion. "It might be a problem for Luna. She's pretty light and slim. She would have to go with someone across," he offered. Eric looked a bit surprised but then nodded. Fleur peeked over the edge. "Across that?" she asked and shuddered. "I feel safer with the broom idea. It's the best idea we have," Atticus said. "And I can think of nothing else or better." So Eric bewitched both ends of the magical rope and stuck one end to the inside of the tunnel, where it held strongly, and then propelled the rest of the rope with a short spell to the other side. The sticky end there latched onto the cave wall just above the tunnel entrance, and then the rope went taut. Bill skeptically plucked at the rope, now strong and hard as if made from steel, and said, "I say Eric goes first. In case this doesn't hold." Eric gave him the one-finger salute and produced a second rope from the depth of his backpack. "Not without safety, you idiot." He attached one end of the rope to the cave walls but wrapped the rest around him. "That way, should I fall down, you can still pull me back up," he explained with a scowl. "We could just use magic," Daphne suggested. "And what if the cave suddenly decides that we can't use magic again?" Eric growled back. "I'm not taking any chances, Missy." With these last words he threw his belt over the rope, holding it with his hands on both sides, and jumped off the ledge, gliding along the rope across the chasm and towards the other side. They cheered as they saw that the rope was holding and followed Eric's rapid progress. Sadly, none of the people present was a real physics genius. The angle between the two platforms was relatively steep and caused Eric to pick up a lot of speed. And nobody had thought about how to or when to slow down. Eric was now heading directly for the tunnel in the wall, and there was no way of stopping him. Sure, it was better than actually crashing into real solid rock, but still. They tried to cast spells to reduce his speed, but it was too late. Meanwhile, having seen his predicament, Eric had come to the only logical conclusion. He let go of his belt as soon as he was above the platform, and instead of crashing into the wall, he went flying down the tunnel and out of sight. There were a couple of crashes and yells, more crashed and banging noises, before it went still. The group winced, collectively every time there was a crash. But now they froze, listening and searching for a sign that their rune master was all right. After a few seconds a hoarse, "I'm all right," came from the dark tunnel opening. They began cheering again. Eric emerged a few moments later, stiff and limping but otherwise fine. He cast a few quick spells so that the entire platform was coated in soft thick air mattresses to break the others' fall. Good thing he went first. Bill grinned. "I heard that, Weasley," Eric shouted from the other side. Bill pouted. "Okay, who is next?" Atticus asked with a smirk and turned around to face the gathered team. "Oh, me," Harry shouted and raised his hand. Bill looked at him with raised eyebrows. Harry shrugged. "What? It looks like fun," he said and stepped up next to Atticus. He grabbed the belt and took a deep breath, while bouncing slightly up and down on the balls of his feet. Once Atticus had tightened the security rope around him, he went a few steps back to get a good start. With 3 quick steps he was at the ledge and jumped off. "Witness me," he shouted joyfully, his hands clutching the leather belt as he dashed downwards. He whooped with joy as the headwind tore at his hair, and with the feeling of flying the adrenaline kicked in and everything seemed to slow down and become clearer. He could feel his heart beat, his blood rushing through his veins, and Harry had never felt more alive. Below him there was nothing and above him was nothing. It was amazing. The actual ride only took a few seconds, if at all. But it felt longer. Just above the platform Harry let go and his momentum carried him the rest of the way. He made an unwilling somersault in the air before crashing heavily into the soft air mattresses. He bounced twice before lying still. Blood rushed through his body and he felt lightheaded. He giggled. He could dimly hear the cheering and whistling from the others. He gave them a thumbs up from where lay. The laughter and cheers grew louder. Eric appeared above him and extended one hand. Harry grabbed it and the rune master pulled him up. "You got guts, Potter. I gotta admit that," he said gruffly. "Now make room for the next one." Harry staggered into the inside of the tunnel and waited. The next one was Daphne. She gave him a high five once he helped her get to her feet after landing less than gracefully on her behind. "We rock. That was awesome," she declared. "I know, right?" he agreed and smiled widely. Rashid, how landed next to them that moment, just looked at them and shook his head. "Teenagers. I will never understand them." Luna and her father were next and they came together. The landing was a bit awkward but they managed. That was fun," Luna said. She said it with usual calm and dreamy voice, but her cheeks were flushed and her eyes seemed brighter. Mr. Lovegood brushed off his robes, a particular vivid purple today, and rearranged his long hair. "Quiet the adventure. Not what I had expected when I offered my knowledge for this mission. No magical creatures down here. A pity, really, but we can't change that," he muttered. Daphne and Harry exchanged short glances, unsure what or if at all to respond. So instead they returned to await the others' arrival. Thomas jumped to his feet as they turned around and shouldered his backpack anew. "You all right?" he asked. They nodded. "All right then," he said and made way for Atticus. Fleur was next. Harry didn't know what she did or if it was something she had done, but for some reason she suddenly stopped midway, dangling precautious from the rope, panic clear on her face. Harry knew that she was secured by the second rope, but nonetheless, if she did fall and hit the walls while swinging from the rope, she could get seriously hurt. Bill was the only other person on the other side, and to Harry's horror, for some reason he was about to set off down the rope himself. What was he thinking? Fleur was quite obviously hanging on the rope. And Bill himself wasn't secured by a second rope. So what was he doing? The answer became quite obvious when Bill jumped off the ledge and skived down the rope towards the panicking Fleur. Then everything went really fast. "Fleur, brace yourself," Bill shouted. Fleur had about a second to look up and understand, before Bill crashed into her. His momentum was strong enough to knock her free, send them both down the line. Bill wrapped his legs around her, as she held onto him. Above the platform, Bill let go, wrapping his arms around Fleur, absorbing the impact with the mattresses and protecting her. They rolled a few feet, coming to a stop at the tunnel entrance with Bill on top of Fleur. Both were breathing heavily, their faces only inches apart. "Are you all right?" Bill panted, and Harry could hear his worry and panic. Fleur could only nod and swallowed. "Thank Merlin." Bill groaned. "You saved me," Fleur whispered, slightly teary-eyed. Bill blushed to the tip of his ears. "It was nothing," he mumbled humbly. Fleur leaned upwards and eyed him quickly on the cheek. "It wasn't nothing," she disagreed. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Bill said. They stared at each other for a few more seconds. Wand would have continued to do so had Thomas not cleared his throat in amusement and asked, slightly taunting, "If you two are done." Only then the two seemed to realize their slightly compromising position. Now Fleur blushed too, and Bill hastily got to his feet. Sorry, I didn't meant to. I mean, yes. I'm sorry," Bill stammered. Fleur too seemed slightly flustered. "It's all right, you had to." Harry suppressed a laugh. Finally the two of them had gotten to their feet. "Onwards then," Atticus said. "What about the ropes?" Harry asked, suddenly uneasy. "What about them?" Atticus asked. "Are we gonna leave them here?" Harry asked. "I've got more," Eric supplied helpfully. "No, should we really leave them here?" "Why not? If this is our way back, we save time if we leave them here." "What could happen? Someone else could cross the chasm," Harry muttered. Where had that thought come from? They were alone in here. "Harry, we're alone. I doubt there is any human being in a 10-kilometer radius." Bill echoed his thoughts. Harry's memory flashed back to when he thought he had seen the flickering of a campfire in the darkness a few days ago. "Are we?" he whispered so silently nobody else heard it as they continued to follow the path. He suddenly had a very nasty feeling in the pit of his stomach, and with uneasiness he looked. Harry had thought that crossing the chasm had been the next challenge, but apparently it wasn't difficult enough yet. Not by large. They kept walking down the seemingly endless tunnel, and by late morning, according to their Tempest charm, they reached the entrance to a new cavern. It wasn't overly large. To be honestly, Harry wasn't quite able to tell how big it was. Why, easy. Hundreds of thousands of stalagmites and stalactites grew from all directions into their path. Some were as thick as Harry, others only as wide as his pinky fingers. But they all were extremely long, they grew all over the place, and they had wickedly pointy tips. Harry felt reminded of the fairy tale of Princess Aurora and how Maleficent grew a wall of thorns around the sleeping kingdom to prevent anyone from entering and undoing the curse. Just like that wall, a dome-like structure loomed in before them, with the cavern's ceiling somewhere dozens of meters above them. He swallowed. "We have to go through that?" he asked nervously. There was a faint trail visible on the ground, sneaking through the maze of pointy needles and disappearing somewhere inside. "Apparently," Rashid muttered, not sounding any happier than Harry. "Don't sweat it," Thomas said confidently and stepped forward. "I am sure we can just blast our way through." He raised his wand to say, "Bombarda," but Mr. Lovegood's quick shout of, "Hold!" stopped him. "Look up," the newspaper owner said. His voice echoed through the open space above them. They all looked up. From between the wildly growing stalagmites they could make out the ceiling of the cavern somewhat above them. And from it hung hundreds of stalagmites more. And they were moving. Loud noises can be enough to make those come loose. Imagine the disruption bombing would cause. You would bring down the whole ceiling on top of us and impale us. "No, we have to find a different way through there," Mr. Lovegood whispered while waving his hands around dramatically. "Couldn't we hide out in the tunnel while bombing our way free?" Thomas asked while analyzing the cavern. "And risk bringing the whole cavern down? Or make the way even more difficult to pass?" Good Merlin, no, Mr. Lovegood disagreed. "All right, so no bombing," Thomas muttered, disappointed. Above the pointy stone needles trembled. "Keep your voices down," Mr. Lovegood hissed. "If what you say is true, Zeno, then I think we should make our way through there as quiet and as careful as we can do." Atticus whispered tensely. "I say we shrink our backpacks. Looks tight in there," Eric muttered while peeking through the forest of spikes. Said, done. Harry's backpack was now safely in his trouser pocket. "Lose your jackets, anything that's too loose and could get caught somewhere." Rashid suggested. It wasn't really cold down here, so Harry put off his jacket but preferred to keep his dragonhide waistcoat on. It would protect his torso should the need arise. One by one, all now considerable lighter and easier underway, slipped between the stone thorns, following the faint path on the ground. For the first, and probably last time ever, Harry thanked the Dursleys for all the meals they had forsaken him and all the chores they had made him do. He thanked Wood for the hard Quidditch training and that Hogwarts consisted of so many stairs. Thanks to his small and rather thin body, he had less or a problem squeezing himself through along and past the pointy tips of the stone needles. He had far less problems than other members of his team. Where Luna, Daphne and he could squeeze past, the other usually had to crawl underneath or climb over the obstacle. The three of them had more room to maneuver and in Luna's case were very flexible when it came to bending your body out of danger. But even they had to tuck in their stomachs sometimes or drop low to avoid being pierced. And yet still they didn't manage to go through the field of stalagmites without scratches. Many times something pointy would poke Harry from more than one side and he had to move slowly, keep an eye out for any pointy tips he might have overlooked. Twice he nearly ran head first into one while turning around. The grown-ups of the team had it much worse. This space simply was too small and tight for them. Harry winced when he saw the many deep scratches on their backs, arms, legs and faces. Although they wore mostly protective gear, there were always some parts of your body that were left unprotected. Also, if a spike pressed hard in your back it hurt, without breaking your skin and making you bleed. Eric's face was deep red. Following the path was a difficult and taxing work, even though they moved slowly. Bill was struggling too. He was tall as well as bored. Rashid's wild hair had gotten caught in a lot of tips already. Harry shook his head and concentrated on the path again. It was silent. Nobody wanted to get distracted while climbing through his maze. Also the slightest noises made the stalagmites under the ceiling move and clink. Small ones already had come down. Whenever that happened they all froze and waited until it was silent again. Luna, who was walking in front of them, suddenly stopped. The three teenagers were a couple of meters ahead of everyone else and the others were too distracted to notice them hesitating. "What is it, Luna?" Daphne whispered. "The path, it's gone," Luna breathed back. Harry's eyes widened. He hastily looked back to the others and then back at his two friends. "Are you sure? Maybe you just missed it." Above them the stalagmite tingled. He quickly lowered his voice. "Are you sure?" Luna shook her head. "I am sure. Look, here is our path," she pointed down at their feet. Indeed, there was the slightly darker colored stone that had marked their path through this maze of spikes. "But look, from there on, it's gone," she continued while pointed a few feet ahead. Indeed the ground there was the same color as the rest of it. "Damn it," Daphne cursed. "What do we do?" Luna asked. "Tell the others," Harry suggested. "Find the path ourselves," Daphne added. "How?" Harry asked. Suddenly Luna's face lit up. "I know how," she whispered excitedly. "Professor Flitwick taught me this spell after my first few months at Hogwarts, when I kept getting lost in the castle after sleepwalking or between lessons." She took out her wand, laid it flat in her palm and whispered, "Point me, the next exit." The wand rose a few inches into the air and started spinning in circles until it slowed down and pointed ahead of them. "Luna, that's brilliant," Harry cheered silently. "Let's go," Daphne said. With Luna's wand floating slowly ahead they continued their climb. Luna's spell turned out to be their lifesaver because within minutes Harry could see through the forest of pointy stones a wall and in that wall a tunnel leading onwards. "Daphne, look," he whispered. "Oh thank Merlin." She groaned and carefully leaned her upper body away from a nasty think stalagmite that grew right through their way. The three of them managed to reach safety before the others. They had nearly reached safety. Harry was slowly squeezing his body through the final gap between two horizontally growing and rather thin-looking stone needles, when he heard it. It was a low rumble going through the entire room. Everybody froze. The stalagmites under the ceiling were jittering and trembling. From his bent position between the two stalagmites, Harry's gaze was glued to the ceiling. As was everybody else's. Harry's seeker eyes quickly spotted it. One tiny stalagmite, about the size of Harry's and not wider than two of his fingers, was moving quicker and wilder than its brothers and sisters. "Oh please, please whatever god or gods there are, please do not let that thing fall down," Harry prayed feverishly. They didn't hear him, if they were out there, those gods and goddesses. The stone spear came loose and fell down. The sound it made wasn't that loud. But it echoed through the hall, growing stronger each time it was thrown back. The whole ceiling seemed to tremble. There was a short moment of silence. A short moment or stillness. And then, one by one, the stalagmites started falling. Like a deadly rain they fell upon the Cursebreaker. Instinctively Harry pulled himself out of the gap and stood up to his full height and had his wand in his hand and hissed, "Protega." The stalagmites that hit his shield turned to fine sand, but those that fell down around them hit the stone spears that grew crisscross in their way, starting a chain reaction with the small and fragile parts. And Harry knew one thing for sure as he looked around him. The louder it would get, the bigger were the pointy tips that would came loose. And the bigger ones would cause even bigger ones to break. It would be a vicious circle. And then something strange happened. He remembered his second year. More specific, he remembered his first defense against the dark arts lesson that year with the fraud Gilderoy Lockhart. He remembered the Cornish pixies, flying wildly through the room, dragging Neville up to the chandelier and wreaking havoc in the classroom, destroying whatever got in their way. And he remembered Hermione's spell. Immobilis. He chanted, just as Daphne and Luna called out together, Arresto momentum Wingardium Leviosa. Harry recognized the first spell vaguely. Hermione had mentioned that it was the one Dumbledore had used to catch him during the Quidditch game that the Dementors had interrupted last year. Luna's spell was all too familiar. All the falling stones froze or slowed down. The remaining members of their team, who hadn't had the chance to react, looked up in wonder as the impending doom was stopped. Or at least slowed it down. Thomas, who was closest to the trio, turned around and whispered as loudly as he dared, "It's the kids. They are holding the spell. Let's hurry." He was right. Holding a spell, any spell over hundreds of different objects at once, was unlike anything Harry had ever done. Sure, there had been other, more complex, spells he had performed, but this was a different kind of magic. None of them could let their concentration waver for a second, since each of them was keeping dozens of objects aloft at the same time was not easy. Slowly, agonizingly slow, the others fought their way towards them. Sometimes their movements would cause more stalagmites to loosen. They would fall onto the barrier of spells the 310s had erected, and they knew that they added more weight and strain on them with each. Thomas was the first out. Harry nearly didn't notice. So fixed was he on his spell. He poured his magic into the shield. His brow was covered in sweat and his arm trembled. Can't let a single one get loose, he thought. Not until they are all safe. Atticus was the next. He stared with amazement first at the floating stalagmites and then at the 3 teens, who all had their gazes fixed on the ceiling. The magical energy around them sent shivers down his spine. There was a lot of power in each of these children. Harry's shirt was drenched in sweat by the time Mr. Lovegood made it out. That left Eric, Bill, Rashid, Alice and Fleur. He clenched his teeth. Suddenly there was a hand on his shoulder. His concentration nearly wavered. And then Bill's voice made its way through to him. "You're doing great, Harry. We can't aid you, we might disrupt your spells. But we can do this." Eric. There was a second hand on Harry's other shoulder, and suddenly he felt as if he'd been given a short electric shock. His nerves stood on end, his thoughts raced through his brain, and his magical core gave a strong push and more energy flowed into his spell. "There, that's enough," he heard Eric mutter and then move away. "You're doing fantastic, Harry. Rashid is almost out. That leaves Alice and Fleur," Bill said steadily next to him. Only a small part of Harry's brain took the words in and processed their information. He gave no sign of acknowledge, but he didn't have to. The spell Harry used to hold his part of the falling stalagmites felt as if Harry's hands were holding onto a giant pile of thin slippery sticks. While standing at the edge of a cliff with wild winds pushing and pulling at him, and he had to stay absolutely still because even a slight tremor from his side would result in making the pieces move and fall off the sides of his hands. Like balancing a bowl of soup filled to the brim, while standing with one foot on a giant bouncing ball on top of a pole, while being careful not to spill anything on Aunt Petunia's precious carpet. It was hard work. And then Harry felt something slip. A single stalagmite, bigger and longer and sharper than most, was staring to slip from his grasp. No, he thought, horrified. The stalagmite in question was slowly, as if in slow motion, falling right towards where Fleur was crawling through the final part of the dangerous forest of stone needles. Fear swelled up in Harry, and with it came a push of magic, different than his usual magic. He hadn't felt this sort of magic in a long time. The last time he had felt it rear up, the glass of the boa constrictor terrarium had vanished and Dudley and Pierce nearly had fallen in, and the S that had inhabited said terrarium was released. Accidental magic, fueled by Harry's fear for Fleur's life. If she was to die because he couldn't hold a stupid stone aloft, he would never forgive himself. This powerful emotion was enough. Harry pushed his wand-free hand forward and yelled. The others must have finally realized the danger because there were shouts all around him, but before any of them could do something, a shockwave, coming from Harry's hand, hit the falling stone, and upon impact it vaporized the stone. Harry's concentration wavered, but Bill saw it and reacted. He dashed forward, grabbed Fleur and pulled her back into the tunnel. Alice was dragging Harry, who then lost all control over his spell. Hundreds of stalagmites crashed down and more followed as Daphne and Luna let go of their spells too. The cavern, the tunnel, the ground, everything was shaking. Stumbling they ran from the collapsing cavern and further into the darkness. They ran into walls, didn't see upcoming turns, ran into each other, stumbled, were pulled back onto their feet by their friends and colleagues and kept running. An especially vicious tremble sent them all to their knees, and then a giant dust cloud shot from the direction of the cave and towards them, covering them with a thin layer of white dust. And then finally, the rumbling stopped. And it was quiet again. Coughing they got to their knees and feet again. Around them the fine dust hung in the air and got into their lungs with every breath they took. Scourgify. Rashid rasped and the dust vanished. Merlin's beard, gasped Thomas, what the hell happened in there? All eyes turned to the three youngsters, of whom two in return looked at the third. Harry looked down with uneasiness. Let's worry about that later. I need to attend to your wounds, Rashid said, stepping up and between them. Daphne nodded. I help you. I know how to mend cuts. Rashid nodded. And so the rest of them were ordered to sit down and wait, as the healer and his apprentice went around. Harry leaned his head back against the wall. He was exhausted. When Daphne got to him she fixed his few cuts with low murmurs of "Apisky." When she was done she leaned back on her hackles and asked excitedly, was that wandless magic? I didn't know if bigger spells were possible to perform without a wand. I mean sure, I know smaller ones like putting a candle on and out are possible, and even bigger ones like levitation. But an offensive spell like that? Did you say the incantation in your head? Harry, that was so cool. Her talking had attracted the attention of everyone else. That couldn't have been wandless magic, argued Eric. It was. Way too advanced, even for him. Why not? Bill argued. Harry is exceptionally powerful for his age. I could imagine that with the proper emotional backup he'd be able to pull off wandless magic. Harry sighed. Correct on the emotional part. Incorrect about the rest. It wasn't wandless magic. It was accidental magic, he said silently. But, accidental magic is supposed to stop as soon as we go to Hogwarts and learn to control our powers properly. Daphne argued. Harry shook his head. I felt it. It felt like the time I set a boa constrictor loose and it nearly attacked my cousin, Harry argued, and the adding at the questioning looks, long story. I guess it is possible, Rashid said slowly. It certainly isn't unheard of. Rare but possible. In extreme situations wizards and witches, even grown ones, are known to sometimes let out spontaneous busts of magic. Atticus added. What triggered it for you, Harry? Luna asked curiously. Harry blushed. Seeing Fleur about to be hit by the spike. I knew it would be my fault. I couldn't hold my spell. I was desperate, I guess, he said. Fleur let out a sob and went hug him. Merci. Merci, Ari. Merci beaucoup, she whispered. He patted her back awkwardly. No biggie, he muttered back. Rashid finished patching up Mr. Lovegood. Speaking of spells, what you three did was amazing. All of you. The way you held those spells until the last of us was safe, that is something none of us will ever forget. Atticus said seriously. The others mumbled, agreeing. You all make us proud and we are happy to have you with us. Bill added. I think all three of them could do with a bit of rest. Thomas said softly. Not here, Atticus said. Let's move a bit away from here. As Harry shuffled through the semi-darkness next to Daphne, she muttered, I have the feeling what can go wrong usually goes wrong. Well, wouldn't be a challenge if it was easy, right? And where would be the fun without near-death experiences? It's character building, I once read. He retorted. She scowled. I liked you more when you were less sarcastic. That version of me doesn't exist. Too bad. Not really. They rested for nearly 3 hours after the incident in the caves of stalagmites. Harry ate 4 times of what he usually managed and still felt hungry and weak afterwards. Rashid's prognosis was simple. His magical core had overexerted itself while maintaining the Immobilis spell, as well as giving off the sprout of accidental magic. If Eric hadn't shared his energy with you, we would be carrying you around. You need to take it easy the next few hours, Rashid said seriously. He what? Harry asked, interested. Didn't you feel the push of additional power? Bill asked. You mean when you two put your hands on my shoulder? Harry asked. Yes. Bill nodded. Eric used a power rune to increase his own strength and then transferred it onto you to help you hold the spell a bit longer. He explained. Harry turned to Eric. You mean you used your rune magic and I didn't see it? He asked disappointedly. Eric rolled with his eyes. Yes, Potter, I have. Now get over it. Was it cool? Harry asked Bill. Pretty cool, Bill admitted. Harry sulked unhappily. Can you show me, please? He asked Eric with the best pleading eyes he could manage. Not working. The rune mage growled. Please, Harry whined. You don't always get what you want. I know that. Pretty please. I don't care what the please looks like. Just a tiny demonstration, Harry pleaded. Will you leave me in peace if I do it? Probably. Will you leave me in peace if I don't do it? Probably not. Bill patted Eric on the shoulder. Just show the kid hook and save us all from his whining. Harry shot Bill a deeply despising look. Bill just laughed. Eric sighed and walked over to the tunnel wall. Okay, so if I were to punch the wall with my bare fist, nothing much would happen to the wall. My hand on the other side could break. He told Harry and demonstrated it by lightly punching the wall. Harry nodded. But if I do this? Eric took out his wand and started drawing in the air. The tip of his wand left glowing lines in the air, until a perfectly drawn rune, which kinda looked like an N, hovered in the air. Eric then closed his fist around the rune and concentrated. His whole hand glowed and then the light traveled up his arm to his shoulder. He drew his arm back and crashed his fist into the solid rock wall, driving it past the wrist into the stone. Slowly he pulled his hand out of the hole he had punched into the wall and smirked. Harry looked at him gobsmashed. I think you broke him, Bill said jokingly. Eric laughed too. He opened his hand and released the rune. It dissolved into nothingness. Bloody hell, Harry swore. Bill actually felt proud for a second, but the hastily said, Harry, language. Harry's eyes were alight with wonder and excitement. Forget being a curse breaker, I want to be able to do that. What do I have to do? Can you teach me? He exclaimed rapidly. Atticus laughed loudly. Don't be too quick in your judgment, Harry. This may look pretty cool, but it is just as dangerous and hard to learn. It requires years of study and an exceptional control over your magic. You can't just start learning it. You're not ready for it. Physically as well as mentally you need to be stronger and more stable. Also, being a rune master is all well and so on, but being a curse breaker will get you farther in life. He said as he put an arm around Harry's shoulders. What is that supposed to mean? Eric growled. Admitted Eric, there are better paying jobs than yours. Curse breaker included. Eric did what he loved doing the most. He flipped Atticus the finger in the one-finger salute and turned away. Harry frowned. I don't understand. I thought all of you were curse breakers. He said. Well, we are, but look at it as a kind of second job. First and foremost, we all have learned something else. Bill is a professional wardener. If he isn't on a curse-breaking mission, he could make money by warding people's houses and property or decursing spell rolls. Alice is a duelist. She works in private security and so on. Mr. Lovegood has his newspaper. Rashid is a healer, he can work anywhere. Eric can work as a teacher for ancient runes or train new rune masters. Thomas used to work in the ministry in the wizard-goblin liaison but converted to work for Gringotts when that got too boring. He used to work as an accountant. He does part of the bookkeeping for the human employees of Gringotts. I myself have a charms degree and offer my skills Gringotts for the curse-breaking missions. We all do. We don't run from one adventure to the other. Sometimes there are breaks between adventures, but we still need to earn money in that time, so Gringotts employs us in different sections for those times. Oh, Harry muttered, makes sense. He added then, for our missions a lot of expertise from different areas is required. So I would have to learn something useful for curse breaking as well? Harry asked. Atticus nodded. Yeah, but nearly everything useful because you seldom know what to expect and what you might need. Interesting, Harry muttered. The next few hours were uneventful. It involved lots of walking, wall climbing and staring at their map, trying to anticipate upcoming challenges. What do you plan to do once we find this mysterious secret all-powerful weapon that is supposedly somewhere here? If we find it, Harry asked Atticus. Well, if it really is here, we bring it to Gringotts where it will be locked up safe and secure. Is that wise? Harry asked. The goblins would never use it, Harry. They have no need for it. That's not what I meant. What if the ministry or less friendly people come to know of its existence? What if they demand they hand it over? Or worse, try to steal it? I like to see anyone trying to make the goblins do anything they don't want to do. Atticus said with a slight smile. Still, Harry muttered, Gringotts is the safest place on Earth. Nothing is more secure. Nobody steals from Gringotts. Eric said. I heard that before, and then someone did break into Gringotts and raided a vault. Harry pointed out. But it was empty, Eric said with a shrug. Because Hagrid and I emptied it hours before it happened. If they had succeeded, we would be living in a different world right now. Harry mumbled silently before saying louder, I'm just saying. Shouldn't things like that be kept away from everyone? Well, we can't leave it here for someone else to stumble upon either. Thomas said. It is, or rather was pretty good protected. Harry said doubtfully. It's our job, Harry, making the world, in our own way, a bit more secure. That shield was dangerous and it affected the environment. It could have spread and it wouldn't take long until humans were affected as well. This way it's better and safer. Bill jumped in. I'm not saying it is. But I'm still not totally convinced it is the right thing to do. With power comes responsibility, and many people can't handle it well. Still, if we don't bring anything home, we either don't get paid or only minimum wage. Atticus added. So this is about profit then? Harry asked. That's how the world goes, Harry. Money makes the world go round. Alice said silently. This is crazy, Harry said, shaking his head. We don't live in an allopathic society, Harry. Bill said. If you think so, you should seriously reconsider your job decisions. Eric added. Harry shook his head. He was starting to see new sides to this business. But of course, it made sense. They needed to bring treasures home to finance themselves and at the same time their job program and the goblins as well. Without any treasures to find, there was, so to speak, no use in risking one's life like this. And he knew that gold was important for goblins. But wasn't this also because you wanted to learn about the past? To help understand cultures better? To protect their heritage? And to make dangerous places safer again? That's what the books had said what curse breaking was about. But this was reality. Find the treasure and get paid, or don't get paid for no treasure. Or die while trying to find it. Could that be his future? Harry wondered what he had gotten into. Why am I doing this? So Gringotts detects a heavily warded, cursed place, and on the hunch that there could be treasures, they send their teams in to haul these treasures back home. Harry asked. Basically. You, Harry, understand that it is a vital part for our economy. Did it ever happen that there were no treasures and that it really was just a place of bad luck? That people had warded it because it was dangerous for some reason and no other? Atticus shrugged and nodded. Yeah, but we still get paid. Not as much, but for the trouble of getting in. And sometimes, when we scholars with us or invite them there, they find other treasures in form of writings on the walls and information they can gather from it, and then Gringotts sells those. I thought there was more honor to this. Harry muttered. Those days are over, Harry. Mr. Lovegood said silently. What do you look most forward to once you're back home? Daphne asked as she cut her food in little pieces so it would cool down quicker. A real shower, Harry said with a longing groan. Luna hummed her agreement. And Mrs. Weasley's homemade food. And playing Quidditch. And seeing my friends and my godfather. Harry added wistfully. Daphne smiled. Yeah, I know what you mean. I miss my dad. And my uncle and my aunts and my siblings. Merlin, I can't believe it's only been, what, 2 weeks since I last saw them. She asked and shook her head. It feels so much longer. Luna agreed. To think I used to complain about my sister always clinging to me and now I miss them so much, Daphne said with a shaking head. Harry laughed and Daphne swatted at him. Don't laugh, she said. And don't tell them I said that. Harry wanted to reply but a flash of light startled him. He blinked the spots away and saw Luna shake a piece of paper in the air. Oh, that's a good one, she exclaimed and showed them the picture the Polaroid camera had made. It showed Harry laughing freely while Daphne was looking at him intently while waving one finger at him. That goes with the others. Do you want a copy? Luna asked as she carefully opened a big book she had pulled from her backpack and glues it with a sticking charm to the page. Above this newly added picture was a picture of the Daphne as she made her way through the forest of stalagmites and next to it, in Luna's neat cursive was a short report of what had happened. Luna now started to write what had happened afterwards until now next to the picture of Harry and Daphne. Harry remembered that she had told him that she was officially documenting the trip but he had totally forgotten about it. How do you find the time in all of this to take pictures, let alone remember everything that happened and write it down? Harry asked a bit perplexed. Luna shrugged. I just find the time. It calms me down and helps we work through the happenings of each day. She skimmed through the pages and Harry saw that she had pictures of everyone doing lots of different things. She had managed to capture special moments like when the shield had exploded or Eric's sleeves had caught fire during one dinner back at the camp. Pictures of times she hadn't even known she was around. And next to the pictures were neat explanations and illustrations. Sometimes even small drawings and anecdotes. Luna, this is amazing, he muttered. Do you want a copy of this picture for your diary too? She asked him. You have a diary? Daphne asked laughingly. It's a journal, Harry muttered, a bit embarrassed. Harry keeps his own records of the trip. Luna said. How do you know that? Harry asked. The Earth spirits saw you write in it once and they told me. Luna said nonchalant. Right. So do you want a copy? Yes please. Luna waved her wand and a copy of the picture appeared. Harry pulled his journal out and put it between the pages. He would write another time. Can I read it? Daphne asked. Over dead body. Harry laughed. Why, did you write in who you're crushing on and all your other deep and dark secrets? She asked with a smirk. None of your business, Harry muttered, still embarrassed. You can read mine, Daphne offered. Harry raised an eyebrow. Really? He asked skeptically. If it existed, of course. Daphne added. Of course. Harry agreed. They cleaned their plates and sat back down. So, what do we do now? We don't move for another 8 hours. But I'm not tired. Anyone want to play a game? Daphne asked. So they played many rounds of wizard chess, exploding snap and other games. Harry introduced them to a simple Muggle card game and Yahtzee. They liked the last one especially. Then they slept for a few hours but were awake quickly again. What day is it? Daphne wondered suddenly. August 3rd, August 4th. Harry guessed. Why? Luna asked interested as she replaited her hair. On August 4th my parents always host a special event. It's called the Feast of Reaping and we celebrate the begin of autumn and the reaping time. They collect donations for hospitals and stuff like that and hope for a good season. Sounds nice. I always like the dancing most. Daphne said a bit wistfully. This is the first time in my life I'm not there. Kind of strange. Seeing her slightly sad face, Harry didn't think long. He jumped to his feet and extended his hand. Well, we can't have you mopping around like this. If you miss dancing you shall be dancing, he announced and pulled her to her feet. What are you doing, Harry? She asked confused. Luna, do we have any music? Luna shrugged and searched her bag. I have a small radio. But I doubt we have good reception down here, she said. She turned it on. She was right, the reception was horrible. Lots of cracking and static noise interrupting the music and comments. It wasn't nice for the ears but there were small pieces of music every now and then. May I have this dance? Harry asked with a sly smile. Daphne smiled at him as if he just gave her the greatest thing in the world. You may, she said. I hope you do remember what kind of horrible dancer I am. Good thing I'm such a good teacher. Now stand up straight and relax your shoulders. This is a nice disco fox. You remember the steps, right? And 1 2 3. They must have looked ridiculous dancing to no real music in a dimly lit tunnel somewhere underground in Cambodia's wilderness. Harry's first dancing lessons with Daphne had been disastrous, okay maybe not so bad, and now it was only marginally better. Luna still applauded when they were done and turned off the radio. Harry was sure she'd taken a few pictures. He didn't care. Being so close to Daphne was suddenly so different. They had been close to each other before. They had shared the back of an elephant for hours while barely knowing each other. She had often abused him as her human pillow and generally liked sitting close to him, and he had never minded. But somehow dancing here with her, so far away from everything that was normal, it still felt right. He was reluctant to let her go in the end. And so was she, the prickling feeling in his stomach. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.